This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 3 in this European cricket series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Wednesday morning. And currently we're about to have a look at match number 9. Just quick note about the conditions this morning. We had a slight delay. There was some rain overnight, 7 millimetres in fact. We'll come back to that in a second. But first, let's have a look back at day 2. We had 4 matches yesterday. Zagreb Assassins having a really good start to their tournament, 148 to 62. They won the first game over Zagreb Sokol. So yeah, these two teams are competing for ECL qualification, and whoever plays better in this tournament will get the spot. Assassins have made the early running there. Christy O'Brien made a really good half century there, and Okuma, he's had a good start to the series as well, and Sokol just couldn't get near that target. And then the rematch, Sokol got the chance to set the target, but they couldn't do too much after a decent start, 19 in the first over, but they were only able to manage 64 off the 10 overs. And the Assassins, although they were pushed a little bit more by Sokol in this game, they ended up chasing down the target with 8 balls to spare. Again, Kuma, pretty impressive. And despite the efforts of guys like Krupasamy and Osborne, who took 2 for 7, Sokol not able to take any points out of the morning session. Assassins then made it a hat-trick of wins. Once again, 148 runs they set, and Sir Oliver Split were never going to get close to that, although they did end up losing by less than 100. We had a bit of fun towards the end, but Balaga, he had some fun, didn't he, for the Assassins, 78 of 29, his highest ever score on the European Cricket Network. And Okuma again contributing with the bat. And Sir Oliver Split have had a hard time, haven't they? And I suppose their best chance came in the last game of the day against Zagreb Sokol, but a couple of big overs for Sokol saw them to 97. That proved to be out of reach for Sir Oliver Split in the end, and they were only able to manage 68. And yeah, the big difference there, I think Maheshwari, 38 off 18, he came in, he struck the ball well. Sohail Ahmed kind of anchored the innings with a run of ball, 26 or thereabouts, and also contributed with the ball. So this is how the table looks, and pretty exciting day because we'll get to see the Zagreb Chiefs for the first time, and they're up this morning against Sir Oliver Split, who have a pretty packed schedule in week 1. Also, we'll see more of the Warriors. Still, we won't see Ljubljana till this weekend. They're coming in from Slovenia. So yeah, we'll have a bit of information for you as far as the Chiefs go, and they're quite an interesting side in that they come from a few different locations. And you see there Usama Mohammed, he's a player we have seen playing in Hungary for the Cobras, who've qualified for the ECL. So Budapest is about 3.5 hours away. There's a bit of a sprinkling of Hungarians in the Chiefs squad. I noticed that, and so it's their first chance to show what they can do. And I think Ramasamy will probably get the nod at the top of the order as well. So Oliver Split, big in for them is Josip Jukic, the national player, and this is what the Who Will Win is saying. So Chiefs, despite having never played on ECN, they're given a 79% chance given their squad, and so Oliver Split 21% probably makes sense given the fact that they have struggled to compete in this series so far. So yeah, the super duper computer coming up with those numbers. So yeah, conditions today in Croatia, in Zagreb, where we are in the capital. Expecting a maximum temperature of 20, currently about 15 degrees. Now overnight we did have some rain, 7 millimetres of rain. So it's pretty wet underfoot, but it's really not that different to the other days because the dew factor has been pretty significant here over the first couple of days. So yeah, despite the rain, okay, it's going to be a bit heavier, maybe the outfield a little bit slower. But yeah, the Chiefs in particular, I mean, someone like Usama Mohammed that you see on strike there, I think he's a guy that could do some damage. And got Mate Jukic behind the stump today. And he is actually the uncle of Josip Jukic, who has come into the lineup. So it's going to be Anupam Singh to get us going. So Oliver Split, they need to sort out their extras, don't they? They're not the only ones, but I think that could be pretty telling as to how many the Chiefs can put on the board. So here's the first ball for the Chiefs in ECN cricket. And it's Usama Mohammed who's facing up. And this probably would have been a wide, but he just pushes it away carefully. It is Salamutu Ramasamy at the other end. I want to say a warm welcome to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course everyone watching on Fan Code as well. Great to have your company as always. This is cutaway. It's going to eat up. There's Dujay Clementi who's come into the side. It's Jukic that grabs it, hurls it in. But you can see there, ball pulled up pretty quickly. Also, underfoot is going to be a bit slippery, like I said. Not too different to what we've seen already. Summer Mohammed's guy we've seen around the traps a little bit. Of course, I mentioned he's played for the Cobras. He's also played for Intellectuals, in the series for Madrid United against Intellectuals. I was going to say, is this in the 2021 Alphaz series in Spain. Got a top score of 54 and out on the network. Sporting the headband today, Anupam Singh. Looking pretty cool. Mate, I wonder if there were some thoughts about going for a back stumping there, because Summer's a long way out. His momentum was still taking him forward. Good location though from Anupam Singh. That's what they're hoping for. This starts with the ball. Well, this one takes off and it's going to be a wide. This will test the outfield as well. It'll just pull up. And you can see kind of what we're talking about. And then Josip hurls it in. You know, this pitch, I mean, if you haven't seen this pitch over the first couple of days, it does take off. And Mate, great effort from him. Hands up. I mean, not often you see a bouncer like that go over the keeper from an opening bowler and not reach the rope. So that kind of tells you all you need to know. You could see Ivan watching in the chat. Now we're going to see a change of angle from Anupam. Can he keep it straight? Well, not really. And this is a Gundy ball. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! And so you don't need to worry about the outfield when you can hit it over. And again, Anupam just gets it completely wrong. It would have been a wide. Instead, it's even worse, 6. And you can see what Osama Mohammed is bringing to the table. Hello to Chris Ward. Hello to Kai Bay, to Di Maria, to Dave, to Kroom. Anyone else I might have missed? Great to have you with us as always. It is just me today. Rico's got the day off. He said he'll be exploring a little bit of what Zagreb has to offer. And we aren't expecting any rain today. We had it last night, and I wouldn't say it was super heavy, but there were a few showers, put it that way. Anupam gets it wrong. Mate, nice movement down the leg side. Yeah, you can see the issues. This over kind of sums up what it's been like for Sir Oliver Split. And I've called this for the second for the over, so it's going to be, let's have a look at the height of this. It didn't strike me as that short, but we know this pitch, yeah, it is over his shoulder, so it's going to be a no ball. So this will be a free hit. He's back over the wicket. And this is hit high, top edge, and this will probably plug. And it won't make it all the way to the boundary. It's front of Jandrek. Gets after it, but he's beaten to it by Jukic, who once again goes the shovel pass. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it's going to be 14 without loss after 1. Let's have a look at the ECCW counter. 53 days to go, so we're about 7.5 weeks away from our first ever Euros of women's cricket. Now, really excited here that we will have some women's cricket at the end of this series. In fact, we have our first ever kind of combined ECI, which means we have 8 matches at the end of this series. They're all internationals, Saturday and Sunday of the second week. And it will alternate women's internationals and then men's internationals. So we'll have a 4-match Croatia versus Czechia series in the women's, and then we'll have a 4-match Croatia Slovenia series. And so I'm really excited to see the women's game developing as well, of course. So we'll get to see Ramasamy on strike now for the first time. And And this is going to be Sajid Khan. Good to see him back, sporting the 2021 edition. 2021 edition split uniform. So, yeah, see a little bit of the retro look here from Sajid. First one almost sneaks through, inside edge onto the pad and not too far away from the stumps. Push and, well, I was going to say a run, but in the end, gets sent back by his partner, Osama Mohammed. Hello to Maya as well in the chat. She said she's booked test day for March. Well, you're talking about going to the ECL. Is that right? Yeah, of course. Fair sprinkling of native Croatian talent in this ECS. This one's going to be called a wide. I think it was a wide. Just went away a little bit too much from Sajid. See, look at that movement off the pitch. What a pitch to bowl on. Probably be a wide as well, about the same. So he's not far away, is he here, Sajid Khan? But yeah, Maya, that's great. Yeah, let us know when you'll be over in March. This one I think just stays the right side of the line. So yeah, obviously ECL and the ECC. Kind of two marquee tournaments. I'm excited that we'll have an ECCW this year as well. Again, it's a good location. And when he's missed, he's only just missed. And Sajid, the kind of wides we're seeing here, that we saw a couple, you kind of don't mind that if that's where you're missing. No, I think this is a key difference between bowling down leg side and lack of control, and you know, having a plan and maybe just missing your mark. Yeah, and I like where he's bowling at the moment. So can he be the guy to kind of find the accuracy that Oliver Split's all he need? Oh, it's a cracking shot though, this one over cover. That's going to pitch just inside, it'll be 4 runs. That's a brilliant shot by Ramasamy. Okay, started with a few dot balls. Little shimmy, but really good hands there. That will take us to the end of the over as well. So Sajid Khan, well, he was on a good run there, wasn't he? But ultimately, it'll be a 4 that finishes his over. There's still only 6 off at 20 with that loss after 2. Quick look at the table again. Chiefs in their first ever ECN match. So over split. Well, they'll play all 15 of their matches in week 1, so they're going to be busy. And yeah, I think they will certainly want to register on that points board before too long. Well, this is up in the air, hanging a long time. And it will make it all the way. So it is a plug, but it plugs the right side of the border for Osama Mohammed. Maximo! Away he goes, and once again just a fraction too short, and at that pace it wasn't really a difficult put away for Osama Mohammed. Time, and Pump Singh just loses his run. Yeah, great to have your company as always. So yeah, appreciate your interaction and your contributions as the day goes on. Another one hit high. This one may be catchable. It was a difficult one, wasn't it? Did a lot of hard work to get that Chetanatri. In the end, he spends a lot of energy getting there, but can't quite finish it off. Good effort though. Get back for a couple. this one misses by a lot. Mate does pretty well to get a glove on it. That could have been more. It would be interesting to see if that had made it to the boundary or not. Hello to Kroom as well. Kevin, how are you? Saying his local football team played the team Charlie is doing some work for last night. Charlie's team won 3-1, which apparently he didn't expect. Is that right? Well, thanks for that info. That's good ball. And you can just see if you can put the ball in the right spot in the first place, then good things are going to happen for you. It is really as simple as that. It all starts with the ball. And the bowler really controls the match in the first place. Again, it's a really good couple of deliveries. And something like Anupam, yeah, I think he should just stick to over the wicket and just try and bowl as many of these type deliveries as possible. Don't get bored. Don't keep changing angle. Don't keep trying a million different things. Just try and stick to that. Does again and again. It's a good result. So sometimes it is as simple as this. And Dave B says he's popping out for a minute, but we'll cover you here, Dave. Of course, it was so great to meet Dave at the ECC. And Julian Dawson as well from the chat. Of course, it was Ian Meyer there before. Excellent finish there from Anupam Singh. And he goes for 24 in the end, but if you isolate his best 6 balls and his worst 6, there's a big difference. So I like what he's done there. That'll be the end of the third over. It's 30 without loss. So just looking at that power play, 14, 6 and 10. And so Sir Oliver split. Yeah, from Split, which is around about a 3-hour drive down to the coast. And yeah, you've got a few cities around, a few major cities around. And people don't realise actually that how close to many of the other population centres Zagreb is. So, for example, to Budapest is about 3.5 hours. To Ljubljana is about 90 minutes by car. Josip Jukic, good to see him in the lineup for the first time today. We saw him at the ECC recently. He starts with something that's a bit short, but it might work out, and he's gone. So it's a perfect start, isn't it, for Josip Jukic. Turned around the corner, front of Jandrik takes the catch, and the Croatians combine for the first wicket of the day. Osama Mohammed just turned this round the corner, but didn't time the shot at all. Was kind of asking for it, but it hit high on the bat. And couldn't have picked out Jandrik any better. Though the native Croatian players joined forces, and that's a great moment for them. And so it is the first wicket of the day. It's 30 for 1. So this is going to be Burhan that comes in at 3. It's well bowled by Jukic. So Jukic is quite an interesting player for me. I remember that 2 years ago when he was playing for Sir Oliver Split, he played the only behind the back shot that we've ever seen. And maybe I can bring that up for you at some point during this game. It was pretty significant. And Burhan's off the mark here. Yeah, that was kind of a memorable moment. Jukic though, again, he kind of concentrating on his accuracy. The first one probably a bit short and maybe a bit lucky to get away with it, but it's a key inclusion for Oliver Split. Edged and just wrong foots Mate. Mate's actually Josip's uncle. Yes, will make it Well, a sign that the outfield's quickening up a touch there, because I think 10 minutes ago it wasn't going all the way. Maybe a bit of extra pace from Jukic. Get Mate just sent the wrong way, but isn't he? I don't know if he would have reached it anyway. Oh, he's bowled him. Great bowling by Jukic, and he is being a difference maker, isn't he? Ramasamy goes. That one definitely swung out of the hand of Josip Jukic. And, well, his uncle Mate says that's well done, and really this is what the European Cricket Series is all about. You look at a native player like Josip Jukic coming on and making an impact. And obviously we appreciate the efforts of everyone that participates in the European Cricket Series, but it is pretty significant when you see an over like this. We've already seen in front of Jandrek taking a catch off Josip Jukic, and then Jukic eliciting an edge that went to the boundary, but then what a good comeback that is. So Sarova Split have 2 wickets now, and the Chiefs on their ECN debut there, 35 for 2. So this will bring Johnson Matthew to the crease. Oh, this is a pretty good ball as well. Jukic kind of follows it down like a curler in the Olympics. Again, probably don't think this is the right thing to do after you let go of the ball, but you certainly can understand the enthusiasm. It'll be the end of the 4th over. The score is 35 for 2. And so, gotta say, Jukic that is, coming in and making waves straight away. Looks like Kartik Gupta is going to bowl the next over. Two for 5, and Jukic also, I'd expect him to bat at 3, but I guess we'll see. He's been listed down the order. I think you got it. Sarova Split need to try something, don't they? They've been struggling for runs. And he's a guy, we've even seen him for the Croatian national team, batting up the order. He's one I think might feature in the ECIs next weekend. So it's a bad ball to start from Gupta. It's going to bounce off the keeper for an extra run. But yeah, it's as simple as putting it in the right spot to start with. When they've done that, good things have happened. When they haven't, there's been trouble. In the air, this should be gone as well, and it is. So it's going to be a duck for Johnson Matthew. Gupta much better the second time around. It changed the strike. And so SOS have 3. It's 37 for 3. Again, look at this swing. So again, it's not necessarily a traditional angle, but it's a lot straighter. And it's certainly bent right to left. Anupam Singh, he was pretty close to the drop zone there. And so Derek makes his first appearance here on day 3. And the Chiefs under attack. And they're 37 for 3. Yeah, much better. Nimal George comes out. And can he turn things around? Again, better accuracy. First one didn't really swing at all. Maybe the way that Gupta thought it was going to. And so this is a good ball as well from Gupta. And stay with us at the end of the over, because I've heard that we do have this shot. And it's from October 2021 in Split, when Josip Jukic played a shot unlike any other we've ever seen on ECN. And well, I know Corey was with me for that one. It certainly got us excited. Well bowled again. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Gupta after a bit of a shaky start. It's funny how things work. I mean, that wide wasn't a good ball, but did change the strike. Led to a wicket. And now George just struggling with these outswingers. A bit of the John Cena from Thomas there at the umpiring at the bowler's end. This one probably swings a bit too much, but he's going to get away with it. And, oh well, when it's running your way, it's running your way. Mate misthrows it. So, you won't mind. It's turned into a really good over. Those 2 wides off the first ball, the only runs we've had off this over so far. Now, another dot. So yeah, after this we'll show you a little bit of ECN blast from the past. And this isn't going too far. And it's the end of the over. It is 37 for 3. Let's go back to October 2021 and watch the shot by Josip Jukic in split.
It's Grubbard.
Oh!
No! Yes. What happened? What is happening? Wow, this is something else. This is the best dot ball I've ever seen in cricket history. He's gone behind the back. It could have been a wide, but he hits it anyway. Unbelievable. I can't believe what I've just seen. And it's a no-look, turn around, roundhouse, dot ball to finish the over. It's 30 for 1 after 4.
Oh, I'm done. Oh, I'm done. You see it? What a shot. He's done that with the ball coming at a decent pace. He's ripped the pitch up as well. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm done. Can't book my flight home. He didn't want the... If that went for 4. If that went...
Well, back to the present, and there's the man today, Josip Jukic, coming in to bowl his second over. And this is going to be edged away, but they won't get a run here. I mean, that was quite an incredible shot. Talk about moments. Obviously, on the European Cricket Network, we'll have over 1,600 matches of cricket this year, so you're going to see plenty. You have plenty of different sorts of things. Jukic said to me afterwards, he said, I like to play that shot, and I was a bit disappointed I didn't hit it for 4. Normally I do. And so, yeah, great to see his enthusiasm and his passion for the game. Bowling well at the moment. This is a little under edge. They're going to sneak a single. So, I mean, the importance, once again, of removing the threats. The fact that they were able to get Osama Mohammed before he could do too much damage. He went for 18 off 10. What do you think, though? And the other thing about that shot from Jukic, it was at a key point in the game. It wasn't like, it's the last over, I'm going to try something, and it's not going to affect the result. I mean, they needed around about 9 and over there. He's batting at 3. He's bowling really accurately at the moment. It's George that's struggling a little bit to get going. This one knocked into the ground and back to the bowler. But yeah, we're spreading the game to different places and getting all types of people involved. Well, this is another edge. I think they've got to put someone there for Jukic because he is getting a lot of bounce and a lot of balls flying in that direction. In the end, it'll just be a long single, so it doesn't hurt him too much. But yeah, what about that? Yeah, Corey losing it in there as well. Oh, Corey's commentary back in 2021. That was an experience as well. Yeah, it was also the windier tournaments we'd ever had, and it was a freezing wind. It was an orange warning, I remember. This is hit down to long on for 1. And so I remember thinking, if this is an orange warning, I don't want to know what a red warning is because it was one of the windier days that we've ever seen. And Jukic here is really just concentrating on getting the ball in the right place, not worrying about pace too much. That natural in swing. This one. Wow, they're going to turn down the run here. Well, I wonder what this is about. I think it's to do with Burhan wanting the strike, but they won't get a run there at all. So it's going to be 40 for 3 after 5. And Jukic, I've talked about him being a key inclusion. And he just puts up the stop sign, does Mohamed Burhan, and says, no, I've seen what you're bringing, and I want to try. Poor George could have doubled his score, but he'll finish the over 1 off 8. And Burhan, he's going to be on strike for the start of the 7th over. A little bit of illegal farming, you could argue, or immoral farming from Burhan. Sam Houghton is going to bowl, and he should be watching what's happened in this inning so far. He's one guy that should be able to bowl pretty accurately, keep it outside the off stump, doesn't have to be too fancy here. Make the Chiefs make the play. SOS, they're ahead in this game according to the predictor. And yeah, it's right what we said, wasn't it, with Houghton. He's just going to put 6 balls there and say, all right, over to you guys. Let's see what you can do at the moment. The answer's not too much. Yeah, we're going to see different kinds of games here, no doubt about it, but it's pretty entertaining nonetheless. Houghton just misses his spot here. It's a wide, but like I said, it's not a bad spot to miss. Can bring it back just kind of half a metre. Yeah, and there we go again. It's a good bit of bowling. And I think Mate can probably afford to take a step forward there. So he's not having to take it on the second bounce. I mean, yeah, probably normally be keeping up. But I don't mind that he's not here because, again, these guys are not really hurting you. They've combined for 4 of 15. I think everyone will start wanting to wear the black trousers, I think, from sort of a split, considering how Jukic went. And this is hit. Again, you can protect against that kind of a shot. It'll just be a single. You don't really mind that. I want everyone, when you next grab a cricket bat, to try and hit one behind your legs like that. It's not easy. I did actually used to play indoor cricket with a guy that played that shot pretty well. He would bring it out sometimes. He also kind of almost hit it straight to kind of mid-on. Again, it's good bowling. Houghton. Well, he's got a brain. And it hasn't really happened for him this week in this tournament, particularly with the bat. He's a bit disappointed with his performances, but he's still really enthusiastic and a key member of this side. This is hit pretty well, but again, probably going to plug, and it won't quite make it to the boundary in the end. They'll get 2. And look, that's a good shot, but I think with the conditions at the moment, with the outfield being probably even slower than normal at this time of the day because of those 7 millimetres of rain overnight, again, you protect against the boundary. Interesting. I'm going to wrestle here. Throw off a split. They've been struggling with the bat. We know that. We haven't had a boundary since the 3rd over. It's 3 overs now. Again, just puts it out there. And they're only able to get a single. And that will take us to the end of the over. So Houghton goes for 5, and that works out okay, I think. End of 7 overs, 45 for 3. This is where we are at the moment on the European Cricket Series. So you can see that we've been so many places already. We're just out of the ECC break, of course. We spent the last 4 weeks on the Costa del Sol. We still have Malta to come and Spain, and then that doesn't include that list, of course, the ECCW. But yeah, just have a look at all the places we've been this year. We've already broadcast more matches in a calendar year than ever before, and that's still with around about 2 months left in the season. So join us on our adventures around Europe, and of course 2024. That will be coming up as well. We plan to start the 2024 season even earlier, probably the 15th of January we're looking at. And there's some talk about Greece being the first destination in season 2024. So yeah, thanks to everyone for your support, and maybe tell us if you've picked up ECN as a habit this year. Where did you start watching? Where were we when you started watching the ECN? Here's Gupta. Starts with one down the leg side. Kind of history repeating there. But he's been good when he's been able to get the ball across the right hand. It always just starts with the ball. Okay, yeah, this isn't the level of cricket that you would have been watching if you've been watching the ECC, for example. But still, there's things you can do to improve. And that's much, much better from Gupta. Yeah, it's well bowled. It's weird. Gupta has had a kind of exact carbon copy of his first over, hasn't he? Losing the first one down the leg side, and then the next couple a lot better. This one, not so much, but go gadget arms from Mate. Again, the boundary drought continues. They've been a lot better with the wides. Okay, perfect? Definitely not. But better? Yes. We've only had 4 wides in the last 4 overs plus. Oh, jinxed him. That's going to be a no ball. Mate doesn't even go towards it. He's too frustrated. Again, they're not going to get more than 1 extra run. Look at Mate here. He's saying, oh, give me a break. And then I think he forgot that someone has to get it. And he's bowled him. Or change of angle, change of luck for Gupta. Or maybe should stick to doing that. And, oh no, can't. So no, it's a free hit. Of course it is. The last one was off the pitch. So, of course, it's a free hit. I haven't been done by one of those in a while, so it'll just be a dot ball. But Gupta should learn from that. I mean, that's a much better delivery. Well, the stumps are getting fixed up and while I compose myself. And just seeing that Chris was saying don't forget the night series in Gibraltar. Yeah, that graphic you saw, that's only for the European Cricket Series, so for day series on the day tour. So it doesn't include things like the Gibraltar night series at the start of the year, the Portugal night series middle of the year, all the international cricket we've seen. Wow, where did that come from? Where did that come from Burhan, who makes the pitch about 15 yards and smokes it out of the ground? Maximo! Well, to say that was badly needed is an understatement in the highest degree. Just have a look at this. That was absolutely smashed by Mohammad Burhan. Well, was anyone expecting that? Burhan, you know he's a capable hitter, but he's really been doing it so far. Of course, we've seen him in Hungary as well with the Cobras. Likely that we'll see him at the ECL because the Cobras have qualified from Hungary. Now, big swing and a miss. Good comeback from Gupta. Yeah, you just have to steady yourself here. One of the issues with Sir Oliver Split is that in yesterday's match, there were a couple of big overs that just put the target out of reach, and they wouldn't want that to happen here. Gupta, okay, it's one blast, but it's not a disaster. See what Houghton to come back. Again, he's going to try the same thing again. This will be a wide, because he walks straight down. He doesn't really walk across, but I mean, that's not a bad spot for Gupta to miss. He'll still be going here. And yeah, 56 for 3. Yeah, so I mean, 71 pace at the moment. You don't mind that. Again, look at where he's going to end up here. Well, this is completely wrong. It's a no ball. It must have spooked him a bit, I think, on the walk. If I was Gupta here, I wouldn't be doing anything different. You know, it's a big step forward. This one, actually, you could probably try and hit it if you wanted, but I don't know how far you're going to hit it. Maybe you need to get your hockey skills worked out. So Kettle Rogue is saying, just started watching the ECC the other week. This channel is smashing it. That's very nice of you to say. Where are you watching from, Kettle Rogue? All right, free hit then, last ball the over. That's a pretty good result, I think, for Gupta. And look, he can hold his head high in the end. 1 for 14, his figures. And at the end of 8 overs, the Chiefs are 58 for 3. And look, this is something that we talk about all the time. You know, the standard in different countries is different. You know, you go somewhere like Belgium and it almost looks like an ECC. Or you'll go somewhere like Barcelona where everyone's able to hit big sixes, even 8, 9, 10, 11 will come out and smash sixes. And that's just where the game's at in certain places. And that's what's nice when they all come together in Spain. But also, it's really important, I think, that on ECM we keep going to places where the game is developing maybe a little bit more slowly than others, because we have a big role in promoting and developing cricket. Yandrek gets the ball, and again, he's been pretty good when he's been called on. The first one misses the mark, but again, he just has to concentrate on trying to get it straight. I mean, don't know if I would have gone to Yandrek because I liked Houghton's over, and you've still got Sajid Khan to come back. Whereas this is hit, and it's going to go for 4. So Burhan, he's going to get back in business here. In front of Yandrek. A fraction short, made early position there. Kettle Rogue watching from Wiltshire Town in the UK. Would you like us to call you Kettle Rogue, or would you like us to call you something else in the chat? Let us know how you'd like to be referred to. This one is too short, and it's going to get pounded. Maximo! And you can see what was missing from Burhan a little bit earlier in this innings. Now, he's a genuine threat. You can't get too short to him. You can't get leg side. And in you straight away. That was miles over the boundary. I think it'll be a new balls please situation. And now they're up to 83 pace. Again, Sorova split. Josip Jukic, that is. And it obviously changes the kind of balance of their batting lineup as well. On the walk. And he's going to smash this one as well. Maximo! Well, this time off the front foot. So Burhan's dealing here towards the end. We say it all happens in the 9th. And that's not an easy chase. And the thing with Yandrek, it's not like he's really going to have a quicker ball or anything like that. So Burhan took a while warming up, obviously. Maybe an early morning trip from Hungary, or maybe late last night, but he's 27 not out and he's making a big difference. Thanks everyone for answering the question about when did you pick up ECN. And you had the graphic a minute ago about where the European Cricket Series has been this year. Chris Ward, by the way, saying he loves Sam Houghton's mullet and moustache. Yeah, it's a good combo. All right. Oh, now he gets hit in the head. Well, that's ECS cricket for you. Comes down, and this one bounces so much, and it clocks him on the ear hole. Well, good comeback. That'll be the one for the over from Yandrek. And they're checking if he's all right. He's saying, yeah, he's probably making the argument even if he wasn't wearing a helmet, he would have been all right. But Burhan finds out the hard way. This pitch has a few tricks in it. It's going to be called a wide. It's an interesting one because he does come down. Does he go across as well? It's a, for me, I don't even know how to call that. If you're going to be technical, it probably missed by more than he'd moved outside the off stump, so it probably is a wide. Now, miss hit. Yandrek's just trying to get out of this over at the moment. And so, yeah, I wonder who you bowl last here. I'd probably go, well, you got two options. You got Sajid Khan or you got Sam Houghton to bowl. Sajid Khan's a bit more of a regular bowler. I think you want someone that could hurry him up if he tries that move. And George, well, monkey see, monkey do. He tries it as well, but he can't catch up with it. End of the over. 77 for 3. Walking sticks for the Chiefs after 9. So, yeah, Chris saying that he started watching in 2021 in Hungary. Well, that's quite a while ago. You might have seen a couple of these players playing for the Cobras. Kai Bate said he started watching on Fox Sports in Australia in 2021. A lot of people do discover ECN during one of our major tournaments and then kind of stay with us on the tour, which we always love. ATP saying lockdown got them watching, been following Khan since. And yeah, ATP, let us know where you're watching from. Houghton does come back for the last, but he won't bowl yet. Groom said when Pavel Florin went viral, that was back in 2019, a few other tournaments. And Groom's gone from lurker to chatter now. That's nice. First one misses the mark. Sam saying, yeah, didn't he move outside the off stump there? Or did he? Yeah, to be honest, he does make early position. I think it's a bit of a harsh call. Only one run. I think this battle between Burhan and Houghton could be the difference. You know, chasing something low 80s and maybe something 90s, which is a significant difference, I think, in these conditions. Just want to defend and keep it to 1 here, and they will. So that's a big win. Now, I think I would probably bring the field in a little bit and try and stop Burhan getting back on strike. I'd probably bring in like a mid-wicket or something, because George hasn't been hurting you too much. 4 or 15, a lot of dot balls. I think he's probably looking to kind of get to the other end here. Well, maybe a bit more, because it comes out as a full toss, and George, well, this is going to be whacked. In fact, it's Burhan who's back on strike, so he did get the strike back in the end. Maximo, big hit. Yeah, so first ball was George, and now Burhan goes the journey. Yeah, and Rob said he got into the chat when we started calling in lurkers. Yeah, well, Ivan saying he watched on Free Sports. Yeah, the first ECL, or the ECL on 22, I'd imagine. Burhan. That's well bowled. You've got to defend the one. They want 2 here. They're going to try it. They're going to get back. There might be a run out. He is run out, but it's actually pretty clever strategically, because it will get Burhan back on strike. So Jukic probably missed a trick there to attack the ball a bit more and get it to the keeper's end, because I think you could have probably run out the set batter, or the kind of more damaging batter at the moment in Burhan. I mean, well done to get the run out, and yeah, Houghton does well. You can see he's just gone here by a step. But anyway, they will save a run by doing that, as George has to sacrifice himself for 4 in the end. The score is 85 for 4. So Hart creates, saying, just watch for the first time amidst a Dutch defeat, watching from South Africa. And the game against Spain was something to behold. Yeah, that was crazy. Very different kind of game than we've seen this week at least. Understandable. We saw 183 chased down there in qualifier 2. And cost Spanish team a spot in the final. Dutch kind of ran their race, I think, in that game, didn't they? Hart create. Thanks for joining the call. Always happy to see people popping in and popping out of the chat. We know not always able to be so interactive, but it's always nice to see some messages. Refusing a run here. This is a win, so I don't think they'll run this one either. So as long as you can save the boundary, then you've done your job. Last ball will probably run no matter what. So Houghton again just has to try and keep the ball in the ballpark here. Maybe you can keep the chase down to something in the 80s. Hello to Lucas Stubbs. Hopefully you're well. Luca, will you be at the ground today? You were here yesterday, didn't get a chance to come over and say hi. 2 to come then, Burhan on the walk. And a miss from Houghton. That's a good result as well. And I wonder what Sam's saying there. I think he's saying what's an extra fielder there. I don't think there's anything directed at Burhan. But he's saying, look, you're allowed to have... Now, the thing is, you're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can only have 5 fielders on the leg side. So you need to probably move Anupam Singh a bit straighter here, because you can't have 6 on the leg side, right? So they want an extra man over there. But, I mean, it's a pretty simple fix. I think you just put Anupam back slightly offside. Now, hold on a second, but didn't they just... They hadn't made that change unless they had too many outfielders. No, I don't think that's a no ball, because he just moved him after that delivery. So that ball, they only had 5 on the leg side. So I'm not sure. I saw no balls No ball's been signalled. So I guess this is a free hit. It's not going to go too far. They will just take the one. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, if I'm honest. Because he did go to make a field change, but he hadn't made it yet. All right. It is what it is. And so Kanan will get one ball here. Kamaldar and Kanan. Chiefs 87. And I'll just concede the one here. So all things considered, I think they can handle that. SOS as the Chiefs. A few hits, a few misses. They finish 88 for 4 off the 10 overs. So, yeah, pretty interesting innings, wasn't it? A bit of a wrestle. The Chiefs, they walk off in their first ever ECN match with 88 on the board, and we do think that's a defendable kind of score. Having said that, SOS, they certainly have had plenty of practice. Let's see if they can put it into action here in match number 9. But it came out, started with a bit of a flurry of boundaries, but then Josip Jukic into the side and into the action with 2 wickets. I like that catch from Jandrik first up, and then he got that in-swinger to go through the gate of Ramasamy. And again, when they got it right, they had good results, didn't they? And we saw that from bowlers like Gupta. Jandrik was pretty expensive, I suppose. And here's over, just a little bit too short. Got to say, well batted as well to Mohammad Burhan, who was quite innovative, I think, with where he was standing there with some tactics. Even that was quite clever to come back and make sure he gets the strike back. But ultimately, it's 88 on the board for the Zagreb Chiefs. Looking at that scorecard, Burhan finishes not out on 36 off 24 ball. Took a long time to get going, but once he did, he was very useful. Nilmar George won't look great on the scoreboard with 4 off 15, but I suppose he was involved in that partnership and he made sure they weren't running out of wickets. Usama Mohammed would have loved a few more, I think. 18 off 10. They got him at a pretty useful time, and I think that might be one of the things that keeps the Chiefs down in double digits. As far as the bowling went, Jukic was great, wasn't he? Josip Jukic 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. For me, he's the best of the bowlers. Sajid Khan not brought back. They went for Houghton in the last. Didn't work out too badly. Also, Kartik Gupta piping in there with a wicket. We will take a break back in a few minutes. Can Sir Oliver Split get on the board? 89 will be the target. Or can the Chiefs get a win on their first ECN match? Let's have a look. After this, we'll take a quick break. Back very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company. It is the third morning of this European Cricket Series. And right now, watching Sir Oliver Split going out to bat for the first time today, chasing their first win in the series in their sixth attempt. And they're chasing 89 for victory. It's going to be Krishna Adhikari out there with Sam Houghton to open up. I like this opening combination. More about that in a second. Chiefs, though, given a 66% chance. Oliver Split haven't really been convincing with the bat, to say the least. And they're given a 34% chance. But I want to talk about Adhikari. He's a guy, he has hit 3 sixes in the series. Okay, top score of 14. And look, I think they're in the game, aren't they? Ultimately, it's going to be Osama Mohammed who opened the batting. He's going to open the bowling as well. He's a Cobra from Hungary. And so, shake, rattle and roll, 89 for victory. First one, tentatively cuts at and he won't get a run. So yeah, a couple of things here. How many extras will the Chiefs bowl? It's been a constant hassle for both teams. I was going back, I was looking, there were 20 runs in wides and no balls in the first innings. I think teams, an achievable target would probably be 10. You know, I'd be saying 10. If you can keep it to 10, then you're doing pretty well at this level. In the air and just gets over the fielder. It's going to plug, and thinking of 2. Houghton's pretty quick, but he doesn't want it, and probably fair enough. You don't need a run out at this stage. Houghton's had a bit of a miserable time in this series, though he's a guy we have seen perform pretty well with the bat in the past. Again, he's been around a little bit. We've seen him playing Gibraltar. We've seen him playing on the Costa del Sol as well. Famously hit the winning runs off Vivian Kingma of the Netherlands in a game in the ECS playing for the Costa del Sol against Grenada. It's a long time ago now, though. Sam, nice looking shot, cuts it away. Again, is there 2 there? Probably if they want to go, they do. That's going to give him a lot of confidence, and that's the kind of ball that's been giving him a few problems. I think one of the other issues with Sam is he actually is probably better when the bowling's a bit quicker. I think he likes to use the pace. I mentioned the fact that he hit Kingma for the winning runs in an ECS match. And I know that Viv Kingma of the Netherlands, he's a guy who's played some real top-level cricket. And Osama Mohammed, I think, will kind of suit Sam, but still Osama's going to be asking him some questions. This is going to be a wide, and again, sneak an extra run. So the Chiefs, first time we've seen them in the field. Good to see Jules who's in the chat as well. And a lot of people saying they'd love to see SOS win one. I mean, the Chiefs, they'd like to certainly make a good start. They'll get 15 matches in their first ever European Cricket Series, and of course potentially finals. And how the finals work here is simple, that the top team makes the final. They'll play the winner of the 2 versus 3 match. So only the top 3 will make the finals out of the 6 under this format. In the air, and it's been taken. So Adhikari goes, and that's a big blow for the Chiefs. Osama Mohammed with that extra pace, the edge flew further, and a nice catch taken down there. They need an early blow, they get one. Again, well bowled, well pitched. Adhikari determined to go leg side, and that comes with risks. And you can see how much it means to the Chiefs. They are pumped up, and why not? So Adhikari goes for just a single, and it's 5 for 1. Nirmal George with the catch. So well, we saw a fair bit of George in the first innings with the bat. Now we see him coming up with a really good catch, and it all starts with the ball, doesn't it? Osama Mohammed got in the right spot. And so one thing to make the chance, another thing to take the chance. He took a very good catch on the run. So this is Sajid Khan. Again, he's a guy that can hit. Didn't see too much of him yesterday. And I think with this kind of a target, it's not so much you want to play out a bowler, but you start wondering, okay, well, they're going to have to come up with 5 bowlers as well. So you know, we don't need to necessarily get 9 or 10 and over off Osama Mohammed if we think we can make it up elsewhere. Osama's kind of locked in at the moment. Oh, this one keeps down a bit. Nice keeping. Razak Machencherry behind the stumps. There's a bit of up and down in this pitch. So first over, honours to the Chiefs. It's 5 for 1 after 1. 120 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, could it be right here? I will say that with it being so low scoring, you would imagine that it favours the bowlers here in Croatia. Having said that, we've seen quite a few extras. So, yeah, Golden Ball tiebreaker means that if the scores are tied, the batting team keeps batting. They'll need 2 off an additional delivery, which is the Golden Ball. And we haven't had one for a while now. I think it was the 23rd of September that we had our last Golden Ball. That was Italy versus Austria. Italy winning it. I was on the plane trying to keep my phone on as long as possible before we took off. I couldn't believe it. Nish, who you'll see a bit of in Malta with us in the commentary box. He's going to cover me for a fair bit of that series. He was the Golden Ball breaker. All right, Houghton, he hooks, and there's nobody back here. Again, probably going to have to run him. No, it'll go to the boundary, so 4 runs. And smart shot by Houghton. It's Ramasamy who's come on. But there's no fine leg at all. So even if he top edges this, just like this, he's going to be safe. And he gets 4 runs. So yeah, Houghton, new day. Turns over a new leaf. He bowled pretty well. Keep an eye on the percentages there. Given a 25% chance now for that ball, 29. So little things making a big difference. Places off the back foot nicely. Goes with it, and that's the kind of run I'm liking as well. I think we've seen too many times batters not willing to take on the infielders. I think in these conditions, executing a run out isn't particularly easy. So even though that pretty much went straight to the point, maybe he had to take a couple of steps sideways, picks it up quickly, but can't prevent the run. I think they're really important. You get those 3 or 4 of those and over. A lot better than a dot, which will just build pressure. Wow, Sajid goes large. Has he got the distance? Not quite. Friendly bounce though, and he'll get 4. That's an easily one that could plug, but 4 to SOS. Desperate for a win. Their only previous win in the European Cricket Series, they won 1 of their 8 matches back in 2021. It was a win against Ljubljana, who would go on to make the final in that tournament, go pretty close to knocking off Zagreb Sokol. It's a good shot though. 1 boundary and over. That's all you need to get the 9 with a few extras in there. Oh, this one isn't going too far. It's a mistimed hook, but lucky for Sajid, it just loops over the keeper, so it's just a single. The seeds of a partnership being planted here. Kai Bay asking about the finals format. Yeah, that's right, Kai, because a few things. Light's an issue here, that's one thing. And also the fact there's less teams. It was decided just for a 2-match final series. So we'll actually play the last group match on the final morning, and then it'll be 2 versus 3 in the qualifier. And the winner will get to play the top team in the final. This is short once again, hit and run. And yeah, I'm liking that. And now, well, it might have brought an extra run, but Sajid loses his balance. Yeah, but you can see that despite that kind of going pretty close to the fielder, then it's a dive of sorts, I suppose, from Sajid. He gets in. Interesting match this, isn't it? Ramasamy sort of opening the batting, now opening the bowling. And again, some thoughts of a run there. It's the first time we've really seen hesitation. And it probably was one there if they both went. As it is, no real damage. End of the second over. SOS 16 for 1. It's one of these occasions that you have the same opening batters and bowlers. With the Chiefs, with Sama Mohammed and Salamutu Ramasamy. Looking at the table, you can see why Soliver Split need a win and need one pretty badly. Having said that, there's still 10 matches for them to play. Each team will play 15 matches in this stage of the tournament. And just feel like if Sir Oliver Split can get one big over from somewhere, that they might be able to do this. They're going to go back to Osama Mohammed, so they're not leaving him for later. Early wicket's the key as well. We know Sir Oliver Split probably don't have the depth in the batting. They're not the only ones in this series. Houghton, push and run. These are the shots he's kind of been missing a bit in this series. And also sometimes he's had to deal with a ridiculous run rate required. Or they've been so far behind in the game. So now he knows, look, I'm just going to make sure I score off every ball I face. If I can get more, that's great. That's a good start, isn't it? If you score off every ball you face in a 10-over innings, there's 60. And then you're probably going to get a few wides in there. Probably going to get a few extras. Get the odd boundary, of course. This time they'll get one. It did a lot after the stumps, and Cherry couldn't handle it, so they'll get a buy. And again, that's good as well. Kettle Rogues brought up something very, very interesting, and it's true. Saying, doesn't think we've seen a left-handed batter in this tournament. Yeah. Now you mention it. I'm trying to rack my brain thinking of one. But yeah, dearth of left-handers here in Croatia. That's good ball though from Osama. It's a fraction fuller, so Houghton has been pretty good on the back foot, kind of just tapping away, getting bat and running, but that's one that was probably too short to drive and too full to cut. Good movement as well. Again, I think you're okay here. Just making sure you don't let Mohammed get you out. Now lift it up. This is a good strike. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! A game of fine margins, and Houghton, he gets this away. It's a decent delivery, but you can see what this guy brings to the table. We haven't quite seen it this week. And he knows the mid-on's up, and he just plays it off the front foot. Mid-on actually, we know he was back, but he took it on anyway. And so Houghton moves to 15 off 7. In such a low-scoring game, sixes mean a lot more. And that's a real bonus. Could this be the golden ball breaker? Who knows? Anyway, Houghton just want to consolidate after that. Okay, if it's there to hit, then he'll hit it. And that was an instinctive shot. Lucky he got all of it, because, yeah, you can see the fielder there in the background hovering. Now full toss, push and run again. No hesitation from Sam. He takes off straight away. Takes the one. Classic arm wrestle. I'll say thanks to Sam as well. Oh, is that? Oh, no ball. No ball called. I wonder if that's for the height there. Didn't seem especially high, but yeah, it will be a no ball and a free hit. So still 2 to come. Hit pretty well, and that'll go for 4 as well. So the second half of this over turning out to be very fruitful for Sir Oliver Split. Swatted away by Sajid Khan. Yeah, that's good hitting. Last ball then for Osama Mohammed. He's heading down the leg side. And so good decision. I think the umpiring's actually been pretty good on these kind of ones. They've been busy, no doubt, but it'll be the end of the power play. And I think Sir Oliver Split win that power play. It's 30 for 1 after 3. Right now, going at that 10 and over. They need 9 and over throughout the innings, so that's where they need to stay ahead of. Yeah, but Sir Oliver Split. Their only win came on the 14th of October 2021. Ljubljana made 127, and Sir Oliver Split chased it down. and chased it down with 3 balls to spare. Sam Houghton was at the crease when they pulled that off. A few interested spectators, as always. Pretty close to the city here in Zagreb. I know we haven't gotten the food chat yet, but I went out and I had a Croatian mixed grill last night and a couple of the local beers, and let's just say I'm still full after that. Sticking with the opener, so Ramasamy gets the second over. So they're going to have to turn to two new bowlers in the next 2 overs after this. Short leaned on. This time Houghton says no. This is a key partnership. You've got to squeeze as much as you can out of this one, you feel. Ramasamy getting bowled out here. Split around about 3.5 hours out of Zagreb. This time they will take off straight away into the gap, and so it's just a single. I'll say that these two opening bowlers have been pretty good, not giving away too many extras. We've had 2 wides and a no ball so far, but they are, you'd imagine, 2 of the premier bowlers, so we'll have to see if the Chiefs can back them up. Seesawing contest. First up in Zagreb. Sajid goes for it, hanging in the air. Fielder, don't think he's going to get there. They're going to come back for 2. I think that's Sanjay Thomas, who liked the idea of getting there, but in the end, I think was always heading for the outfield. Again, that's good field awareness. Maybe you should have a deep square leg back. We're out of the power play now. And it's Sajid Khan. He's going to hit a lot in that direction. Ramasamy gets another crack. Little glance to the leg side. Yeah, interesting this. Just have a look at a little glance from Sajid Khan here. He wants to just double check there's still no fielder there. And then he steps across, takes the wide. I think that's also pretty smart. I think we've seen a lot of batters getting themselves in trouble, stepping away and spoiling what would be wide deliveries. Anything down leg side's wide as long as it's not between your body and the stumps. And obviously you can't get a wide if it hits you. Down leg side. I seem to think there might be something on this, but it didn't seem that way to me. Yeah, it wasn't far away. Maybe the arm. I don't think there's any glove in it, but the umpire wasn't satisfied that it hit anything, so it will be a wide. Another one to the target. Another one to the total, I should say. And closer to the target. That's actually a pretty good shot, because I know that Sajid was thinking about trying to clip that one for 6, but I think he realised if he went big swing, he was probably going to clean up his stumps or was going to catch him plumb LBW. So he's happy just to take the one. It's actually not a bad strategy. If the ball's on the stumps, keep it out. Maybe take the one if it's off the stumps and have a swing at it. Houghton 17 off 10. Long on back, take the wicket back. Push outside edge. Well bowled by Ramasamy. And again, I think if you're Sir Oliver Split and you're these two in this situation, you don't really have to take too many risks this ball. It's the last ball Ramasamy's going to bowl to you. And then you're going to get a look at 2 new bowlers. And you know, they're going to have their own issues bowling for the first time in the series. So you can still see, you know, obviously with the rain we had overnight, the field's a bit damper than usual. Ramasamy working hard to try and get that ball dry. Last ball of the 4th. And he does go for it, and he gets castled. Ramasamy gets something to show for his efforts in the end. And he was careful last time, Sajid Khan, but he ran out of patience, and that potentially is a match-swinging moment. As Sajid is going to have to go for a dozen, and Sir Oliver Split lose their second wicket. The partnership broken, 37 for 2. It probably wasn't required, and you could see the frustration from Sajid, who's saying to himself, why? Why did I go for that one? Just couldn't resist, could he? But well bowled by Sela Ramasamy. Comes up with the wicket, so into 4 overs, 37 for 2. You can see Split, they're ahead at the moment. Can they stay above that red line? And it's going to be Josip Jukic, I thought it might be, who's coming out at number 4. So I think he's also a pretty good option at this stage. I don't know if we'll see the behind the back from Josip. Who's to say we won't? It's going to be Sanjay Thomas to bowl the 5th over. And now you need another partnership. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. We have seen Split competitive at times. All right, so 2 new bowlers we're going to see. Sanjay going to start with a no ball. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. You're going to have to go to 2 new bowlers, and it's the first time they've bowled in the series. So that's why, for me, could have even blocked that last one out. It would strategically been the right thing to do, but he went for it and got bowled. And now Houghton's got a free hit. Now, Houghton knows he can't get caught. You are actually allowed to move the field on a free hit now, so you can actually change the field, no problem. Sam shouldn't be worried about the field. He should be looking to hit over it. So try and hit straight. And doesn't quite get the middle on it. He'll get a single, so Thomas gets out of jail there. Get a ball. So bring Josip Jukic on strike. And that one, bit of a fingernail job on Osama Mohammed. He's leading the Chiefs this morning. Hello to Helix, good to see you as always. Interesting match to start the day. 50-50, and the win predictor can't split them. Jukic faces up first time. And this first ball's going to be called a wide. Jukic, again, we saw him batting up the order on occasion with the Croatian national side. That one was just on the pitch. It would have been another no ball if it had missed the surface entirely. Just a wide. Again, this is what I thought, bowlers 3 and 4 and 5, potentially 6. Can they win the battle with the extras or not? I'd say, without having seen too much of them, that evidence is suggesting probably not. Another wide. So this is how you can get your kind of 8 and over that you need at the moment. If they can give you 4 in extras, you only need to hit 4. You maybe don't even need to hit a boundary in and over to get what you need. Chris has a golden ball, Tingle. Another wide, and so, Thomas, it's just not happening for him at the moment. The other thing is the clock, and we know that historically teams playing their first matches can struggle with the clock. Now he's just getting a bit of free advice from Osama Mohammed, probably saying, look, don't worry about the pace, just try and get it straight. I see 17 minutes. I think that could be an issue as well. Better ball. Well, maybe Osama Mohammed should take up coaching because whatever he said, it worked. And Thomas gets it on line, but you can already see they were 7 off this over and there's only 2 balls in. But also the importance, I think, of someone like a Houghton staying there throughout this chase. Another wide. And now they're going to get an extra. So, yeah, that's the thing. Wides also create opportunities for extra runs if the keeper can't handle them. So, then, obviously, let's say Thomas isn't brought back. You're going to have to bring someone else back. I just love, one thing I love about cricket is that it's the same game, but there's so many different ways that games can go. And at different levels, there's different tactics, there's different things you have to think about. For example, in ECS, we weren't talking about too much about, surviving a ball. We were talking about scoring off every ball. This is a better ball from Thomas. And there'll be a dot. But you know, you saw strategically with Sajid, we thought that was one that maybe you should have just kept out for a dot. About how you use your bowlers as well, who you bowl when. Should they have maybe kept their openers back, or at least one of them? Oh, this one is a lot better located. I mean, someone like Thomas here, if he can not bowl any more wides, well, then you probably are trusting him with a second over. Probably sooner rather than later, you'd imagine. Josip, not really hit his straps yet. And this would have been a wide, but it will loop over the fielder. Houghton will run hard and he'll come back for 2. Josip kind of a victim of his own reach there, wasn't he? As he went after a ball that I think would have been another wide in the over. Of course, yeah, with extra deliveries, it all takes time. I think already you're seeing they need to bowl over 4 overs in 15 minutes. This will get past the bowler, Thomas, as well. So in the end, there are 12 runs off that over. But as discussed, there are only 5 off the bat. There were 7 in extras. So end of 5 overs, 49 for 2. This is what's coming up. And you can see there's plenty more cricket to come. And yeah, we're going to go to Croatia. We are in Croatia, of course, and we've got more to come in Malta and Spain. ECCW for the first time as well. So now we're going to have to go to a 4th bowler and then a 5th bowler. This is all going to take time to set fields. I don't know, just my spider senses are telling me that they're going to run out of time here. Anyway, might be wrong. It's a pretty good start, actually, as Burhan's going to come on. And he gets that right on the money. So, look, if you can get through a couple of overs, for example, someone like a Burhan, Jukic edges that onto his body, then maybe you don't have clock troubles. Jukic swipes and misses. And Burhan keeping it pretty simple and straight at the moment. Who are you favouring in this one? Now wide, so this time Burhan's missed the mark. And look at that required rate. It's around that kind of 8 and over or so. Jules asking about 15th of Jan night series. Well, likely that will be the day series starting 15th of Jan. It's better from Jukic. We'll get a single here. '50s come up during this over as well. Yeah, so we're talking about Greece potentially as our first stop. Again, a few things still to be confirmed. Smart. I think at this stage, my strategy if I was Houghton is, okay, if I get a good ball like that, just work it for 1. If I get a boundary ball, you know, go for it. If I see something short down the leg side, making sure I'm leaving all the wides. Don't spoil any wides. Let them go behind you. Let them go wide of the off stump if they're wide enough to be called. Jukic likes to play shots. He can't get this one off the pitch. This is turning out to be a pretty good over from Burhan under the circumstances, and don't forget he will have one more as well. But again, who do they go back to now? I'd probably try a 5th bowler now rather than later. Edge, and he's going to go straight through the keeper. Oh, Jukic swung hard at that, and that's why the edge flew. And Machin-Cherry behind the stumps couldn't quite get there in time. Look at that, maybe gets the fingertip on it. It has to go down as a chance. Josip will retain the strike. It's 53 for 2 off 6. 14 extras in the 6 overs as well, so about 2 and over. Yeah, the reason I would go for 5th bowler now, okay, you know what you're going to get from Thomas. You've seen him already, but And if you bowl out, and you're probably going to bring Burhan back as soon as possible, you'd imagine. So you don't really want to bowl out 2 bowlers and then bowl out another 2 bowlers, because then you're having to bowl a 6th bowler. They're kind of reducing your options. And they are going to go to a 5th bowler now. It's Anbajagan who's going to bowl for the first time. This one, I don't think the umpire had a look at this at all. Probably just snuck inside, but let's have a look at it. Oh, pretty close to a wide. Better further down, I think, to the ball, that one. Bajagan keen to get on with it. I like that. Ukic just has to block this one out. I think Ukic has struggled to do so far is at least turn the strike back to Sam Houghton. It's short enough. Ukic does play the horizontal bat shots pretty well, the pull pretty well. There, he tries it. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, again, it's highlights real stuff. This is the one hand behind the back attempt. Bang. And again, probably good for the highlights reel. Strategically, probably not the thing to do. This would be a wide, so... Oh, well, we've seen it. Well, I guess Ukic is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And Bajagan is losing a couple down the legs. Kind of interesting battle, isn't it? And now he's bowled, and that's a good ball from Prabhakaran Ambajagan, his first wicket of the series. And he gets it full fairly straight. To be honest, Ukic just didn't look on there, so maybe not a bad thing that he has to step aside. Just wasn't his best performance with the bat. Again, it's full, it's fairly straight, and this kind of showing as well that when you get it right with the ball, good things happen here in Croatia. Josip has to go for 6, and the score 55 for 3. And this will bring Chetan Atri to the crease. Can Chetan be an ally? And I think Sam just needs some help here, doesn't he? He's 20 off 14. He's hit some nice shots at the other end. He's kind of doing his bit. Atri did score 17 against the Assassins earlier in this tournament, so I like what he's bringing. And yeah, I think he's just been told by Houghton, look, just do me a favour, get me down there, let me see what I can do. I mean, Houghton, yeah, okay, he's not plundering the attack or anything like that, but he's being busy enough. All right, so for Houghton, left holding the baby, isn't he? He's got 2 to deal with. And he hits this pretty well down a long one. Just take one. Problem you got here is you're starting to look at one's not being quite enough. You're relying on extras. And obviously, you can hit boundaries to bring the rate down. But they're going to have 3 pretty good overs. Ambajagan's been pretty accurate here. Oh, now he's going to bowl a no ball. That's going to be hit away. But for how many? Doesn't quite go. And in fact, they're going to get 3 here. That's very good running. And you know what's even better is that means that Sam Houghton will get to face the free hit. Again, it's high, gets called. It's a good call from the umpire. But Sam really legged that out. And that's a bit of a bonus, isn't it? So you get 4 runs for that. 1 for the no ball, 3 that they run, and now you got a free hit coming up. And Ambajagan has been accurate. That was good line-wise, just lost the length. And that takes time as well. Free hit. Oh, it doesn't get up. And Sam has to adjust. Can't beat the infield, so he'll be kicking himself. But still, you know, they get kind of what they need off that over. It's 61 for 3 after 7. Yeah, that ball certainly kept down, that last ball from Ambajagan. This is what's coming up, and this has been a pretty interesting contest, and these 2 teams will meet again. Chiefs winning the toss and batting in match number 10, which is coming up in around about 15 minutes' time. Have to see if there's a slight delay because we're running a little bit behind at the start of today. And, yeah, same players. Hopefully another really competitive cricket match. Again, it hasn't been all kind of bish bosh, has it? It's been a bit of an arm wrestle, but a close contest nonetheless, and that's what you want to see. So yeah, looking at the clock, you've got like 5:40 to bowl 2 overs. I just don't think that's happening. They're going to go back to Burhan here, but then they're going to have to find who to bowl the last 2. Amberjagan probably gets one. Probably stick with Thomas unless they've got another option. Other thing is, if you can get a whole bunch of dots here, maybe you can get back on track. And, you know, if you leave yourself kind of 3 minutes to bowl that last over, might be able to sneak in. The thing with Burhan, he's quite experienced, along with the captain, Usama Mohammed, who've played a fair bit of ECS cricket. Yeah, 2's the call, and they should get 2 here. So actually, I think it's a smart strategy. Just try and score off every ball and run well. You know, let's say on average, you're probably going to get 5 penalty runs here. I know they're probably not thinking about that at the moment. You can probably rely on about 6, let's say, in extras. So there's 11, and you take those out, you only need to run a ball. This is well bowled, though, by Burhan. Yeah, so you take those out, you only need to run a ball. So score off every ball. I think you probably get there, but yeah, this certainly is the sneak attack, isn't it? Well bowled. He wins the battle with a wide line there, Burhan. So, yeah, Burhan again here. You don't need to do anything crazy off him, because you've still got 2 more inexperienced bowlers to come. They'll run hard here. I don't think there's a second on. So actually gets 1, so he's going to run a ball. I think run a ball's fine here, like I said. Well, there's been an allowance there, so what, we're up to 4 minutes. So maybe they will get in for the time. He's fought a lot of ECN cricket. He's quite experienced. He's probably not rushing to face up. Last ball of the over. Burhan's bowled a good spell. Oh, we had a sun shower coming down now. I wasn't expecting this. Started raining, despite it being very sunny. And it'll be the end of the over. Houghton retains the strike. 24 required off the last 2 overs. It is 65 for 3. Good contest first up. I have no idea where this rain is coming from. There's one cloud and it's dropping it at the moment. So, again, time's an issue. If they lose a wicket here as well, you don't get an extra minute until the 6th wicket falls. So that's also probably relevant. All right, so Amberjagan is going to get the 9th. Pretty good first one. But yeah, we're talking kind of 2 minutes 50, 2:40. All right, here we go. 9th over. Starts with a wide. Sam, like I said, he's experienced enough to know that this will, if he gets the choice between a wide and a 4, at this stage, you probably even take the wide. 23 off 12. This is well bowled by Amberjagan. Top balls obviously help him. Houghton doing what we can to milk the clock ethically, I think, at the moment. Oh, now this is well bowled as well by Prabha. So is it going to be another heartbreak hotel story for Sir Oliver Split, looking that way at the moment? 23 off 10. Hasn't had a lot of the strike in this innings either, Sam. Pushes, has to run, gets a run. So now Atri's got to play his part. Now you're kind of back on time. 3 balls to be delivered. 3 legal balls to be delivered in a minute and a half. Thanks, Helix, for telling me the rain's coming from the sky. Big wild swing from Atri. Tried to go leg side. Chiefs firming here. Again, for me, there's a lot on whether he can just complete this over with 2 legal deliveries or not. Oh, it's a big call. I think this is just inside, so Amberjagen doing a good job. It probably is just okay. Yeah, takes the wide. This is your best hope, I think, at this stage, is you need these 5 badly. And you could probably bowl. I think you probably need 2 more wides from here to run out of clock. And it's right on the money from Amberjagen. He's been really, really important in this innings. He gets that one straight and he castles Atri for 7. And so Oliver's split. Well, unfortunately for them, the more things change, the more they stay the same. They lose their 4th wicket, 68 for 4. Atri, wild swing, across the line. Oh, you know what, though? Just thinking about this, that might actually cost them because that's going to be a minute. Oh, no, it's the last ball. Oh, if that had happened 1 ball before, they would have got 5 runs. My word, 68 for 4. Okay, but here's the thing. They're going to have to go back to either Thomas or someone hasn't bowled yet. And with 21 to defend, you're going to you've got a set batter on strike, which is Sam Houghton. You're going to have to go either back to Thomas, but Thomas worried everyone with his extras, I think. They're going to go for someone different. So it's Prakash Govindharaj. So, you know, is this game still alive? You've got a guy bowling for the first time in a European cricket series, charged with the last over. Can this be a magical finish? It'll be a memorable finish for Oliver Split if they can pull this off. They haven't won a match since the 14th of October 2021. So here we go with the last. And well, this is well struck and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Wow, hello. Hello. Is there a game on here? Is it a golden ball chance? Govindharaj, his first ball, not really a confidence booster. It's his first match ever on the network. They put the long off back now. It was a good spot by Houghton. There was no one back there. He's just got to run hard, try and keep the strike here as well. That's really important as well. Oh, he misses the next one. So 15 off 4. Again, 2 pretty accurate deliveries from Govindharaj there. So even though he got hit for 6, it wasn't a bad ball. I think Houghton, yeah, he has to try and get the strike back, and his partner, Anupam Singh, needs to know that. Oh, this one doesn't bounce at all. Oh, well, I mean, maybe it was a cruel twist of fate, that first 6 for the Split fans. Houghton, 29, needs a boundary. And he might just get one here. Does it go all the way? It does. Okay. So 11 off 2. And so, yeah, pick that one off the hip nicely. Getting closer, getting closer. 11 off 2. Again, you kind of need a 4 here. Or an extra. If the ball stays on the field, I think it's all over Red Rover. Does he go to the same area again? They haven't plugged that gap. I think whatever he has to do, he has to hit it hard. Houghton, team in his hands. And he goes straight, but it's not going to go to the boundary. He's going to probably come back for 2. Probably worth it at this stage. And they're going to get there. So, all right, now you're relying on a couple of extras to get you close. But that makes it 9 off 1, 8 to tie. And all Govindharaj needs to do here is bowl a legal delivery. And it's going to be so close yet so far, though. I'm looking forward to the rematch between these two teams. Govindharaj just needs to keep it straight here. And he does. And it's going to be a win for the Chiefs on debut. A bit of a heartbreaker. They're both stuck in the grady 80s, but the final score, Zagreb Chiefs 88, so Oliver Split 81. And, well, it was a game that certainly defied the scoreline as far as the amount of entertainment it brought to us, with the pitch playing up in the last over. A bit of a grubber, as described in the chat by Karoom. A couple of boundaries there from Houghton when they needed him. He gives it a good shake, but he just doesn't get enough support to get him over the line. Zagreb Chiefs versus Oliver Split coming up again in match 10, and that'll be a very interesting match. So don't go too far. I think we've got a slight delay to that one. It's 10 minutes delayed, so it'll start in 15 minutes from now. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. And I would have liked a few more, I think, from Adhikari at the top, but he nicked off down to the deep third position. And Sajid, he was okay for a while, but ended up just swinging across one. And it's one they couldn't really afford to lose. Jukic never found his straps with the bat. He was brilliant with the ball, but yeah, just burnt a few deliveries down there. As Ambajagan actually bowled a couple of decent overs. In the last, though, they needed a magical finish. They almost got it, didn't they? A 6 and a 4. Well, he certainly was hungry for more, Sam Houghton. He was hungry for the win. So were all of the Split supporters and the players, but ultimately, Govindharaj, he held his nerve, and the margin of victory in the end, 7 runs. Well, as Kettle Rogue said in the chat, they're getting closer, but not close enough to pull off the points in this one. Houghton bats the innings for 36. Didn't have a lot of the strike, I think. And you look at some of his partners there, Sajid Khan, Jukic and Atri, not able to go at the kind of run a ball pace. Sajid did finish 12 off 11 though. And extras in there, lucky they beat the clock. And that was quite important, I think, in the end. They do concede 19 extras in there though. As far as the bowling went, I think Burham was excellent and was a steadying hand when they needed it, even though he didn't take a wicket. He took none for 8. Wickets for Osama Muhammad as well as Ramasamy, who opened the bowling. And Ambajagan, he was pretty important, 2 for 11. Govindharaj, well, shout out to him. He was able to keep it straight when his team needed him to. So Chiefs off to a winning start, but these two teams will battle again. We'll be back in 10 minutes to bring you into that one. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Sun's out here, but a few little sun showers. And it will be showering entertainment when we return for match 10 after this break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company for day 3 here in the European Cricket Series. Croatia, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the network, and we're heading into match 10, a rematch of match 9, which was a pretty good one. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Stefan Gooch had the 2 captains.
Okay, Zagreb Chiefs to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
Yeah. We take batting.
Batting?
Yeah. Batting.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. Zagreb Chiefs have won the toss and they are batting.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch. And good to see the sun's out. It has been out pretty much all morning, although we had a very strange sun shower towards the end of the first match of the day. So it is the Chiefs that win the toss. They elect to bat, and it'll be the same order of innings as the last game. It was a pretty tight one, wasn't it? 88 to 81 in the end, but the Chiefs snuck home, and so Oliver Split still winless in the series. So a bit of a heartbreaker for all the Split fans, but the Chiefs fans, they'll be happy. They make a winning start to their ECN career. It's great to be with you, and I do have a special guest commentator, and he's no stranger to us here at ECN. It's a guy who actually has done a bit of commentary before during the Split series 2 years ago. He's actually playing for Split, and it's my pleasure to introduce Lucas Stubbs back into the cube. And well, Luca, welcome to the box for the first time this series.
Thanks so much, Vinny. Pleasure to be here.
And so, yeah, Luca, like I say, you're no stranger to the comedy box. We'll come into that shortly. Now, I know that obviously you must have a soft spot for the Split team, having represented them back in 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. It was always good to play with Sam Houghton and Josip Jukic. Good to see those guys.
Yeah, and Jukic attempted his behind-the-back shot. I don't know if you saw it in the first game of the day. I know you were making your way here. Look, as far as this game goes, though, I think that Usama Muhammad, who's going to open the batting, he's going to be super important for the Chiefs. We saw him make a quick-fire 18 and get out in the first game. So off Split, first thing they need to do, I think, is keep it down in double digits. It's going to be Anupam Singh to get us going. So waiting for the clock to tick over. Always nice when we're running early. But yeah, I want to invite all the viewers, if you have any questions for Luca about Croatia in general or Croatian cricket or anything like that. He's a student of the game here. And I know that David Skinner, he's already popped in and said hello to you in the chat. While we're here, let's just have some National Geographic work. I know that, Luca, you do follow quite a few of the matches across the network, right? We'll come back to that in a second, because here we go, ready for the start of match 10. And right on the money. So yeah, let's start broadly. You'd like to watch a bit of ECN cricket, don't you? I see you popping up in the chat from time to time.
Yeah, mostly for the ECL and the ECC, absolutely. Obviously, I was there in Malaga for the ECC with ECL, sorry, with Sokol. It's a great little time, yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great time, wasn't it? And
yeah, it's cool to see that set up live. Actually, you kind of don't appreciate when you're watching on the network how much effort goes in, how well organised it is, and how much of a 10 out of 10 operation, I think it is. Yeah,
it gets better every time. I know that you weren't with us for the recent tournament, the Euros, over the last 4 weeks. But again, it's going next level. I think probably the weather's normally a little bit kinder as well in September, October. But I really appreciate you saying that. And that is a lot of feedback that we get. It is very, very well organised. A lot of people work very hard to make that run smoothly. Here's Anupam Singh. And this one just sneaks inside, I think. So tell us a bit more about cricket in Croatia. I know you've been involved for a while now.
Yeah, obviously I started about 2013. My friend Dominic and I, we started watching cricket when we were in high school together, and he bought a cricket ball. We started going out somewhere, we tossed it around, and we got approached by these 2 guys. Said like, oh, is that a cricket ball? Yeah, we have this club here in Zagreb. It was, I think, October, November at the time, and we got invited to play indoor. And then it just kind of spiraled out from there. So I've been playing for now. Well, I started 10 years ago. I had a bit of a break when I was at university.
Yep.
I was in Scotland, and then when I came back in 2020, I decided to hit up some of the guys who were playing cricket, and yeah, it's grown a ton in the last year or two.
So
we've obviously got
this ball, which is going to plug. Will they go for 2? They will. Yeah, but you mentioned it's grown a ton recently. Obviously, you took it up again in 2020, just before we visited Croatia for the first time in the European Cricket Series. That was in late 2021, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, October 2021. Yeah, Split.
Yeah, and we had a great time there in Split. Again, it was one of the most unusual series we ever had. Often you have a footpath on the ground, Hotel Resnick ground there. But this is up, it's in the air. Is it a catching opportunity? It is, and it's dropped That's Sajid Khan down there. Did the hard work, got 2 hands to it, but just bounced out. And he's wearing that kind of retro 2021 strip at the moment, Sajid. So he stands out, but I bet he would have loved to have held on to this catch.
Yeah, it's a great strip actually. I like the retro, just the solid red, but I think that red and white. That's a kit I wore when I played for Split.
Yeah,
so
I
obviously I was top spot for it.
Polar won't be too happy. This one swings a bit too wide. It's called wide. So the other thing, before we get on to cricket specifically in Croatia, is that you've actually done some Croatian language commentary before, haven't you?
I did, yeah. So this is a funny little story. So obviously Sport Club, which is one of the. Ooh.
It's going to be a wide if it's behind the
batter. Well, it hit him.
Did it hit him?
It hit him.
Oh yeah.
I think it was going over.
Yeah, I think probably pitches outside the leg stump anyway, right?
No. I think that's going over, Vinny, if we can see side on.
Well, I suppose, yeah, the fact that it does go over, it's an interesting one. No one appealed. Was that called wide? I don't know what's going on anymore. I think it was called wide. So maybe it didn't hit anything. And so, yeah, it's a close to come. I don't know if you saw one of the highlights from yesterday went a bit viral. Was the batter getting nutmegged, leaving the ball and crashing into the middle and off stump.
Absolutely.
I
mean, because one of the first things I got taught when I was batting was like, anything that's behind you, you leave it, and it becomes instinct.
Yeah, that's true, but that's actually behind you. As this one gets a bit big on Machin Cherry, who's been asked to open the innings this time. So pretty interesting first over, up 7 without loss after the first. So Croatian language commentary. I mean, that must present some challenges as we have a look at the details of the ECCW, 53 days away back at the Cartamore Oval. So that's also something maybe we'll mention briefly now, is that we'll get to see the Croatian women's team for the first time on the network. And that's an area where we've been working really hard to highlight as well. We're having a tour from the Czech women's team. So that must be something you're looking forward to seeing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it'll be a learning curve for the team. I mean, they've only just started training this summer.
Yeah.
But obviously spreading the game, both to kids and to women, is absolutely amazing, and it's a huge thing. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, well, the Czech team, I mean, they do get to play a little bit more often because they play in the German competition. They play as kind of a club in the German competition. So they play teams, for example, from Dresden, which isn't so far away, and Chemnitz and these kind of teams. This one, I don't think it's straightening quite enough, but we'll sneak away. Jukic, who's now found some white trousers, is going to come back and won't prevent the 2, though. So, yeah, I think also learning curve for the Czech team to play this format. That's the other thing, is it's going to be a different format. Just going back to what we were saying. So the Croatian language commentary, obviously you speak fluent Croatian, your mother's Croatian, right? I want to hear what that was like as we see a full toss blasted up and out of the ground. Maximo! 6 for Osama Mohammed. Well, how would you say 6 runs, for example, in Croatian?
Šestica or šest trčanja.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to you because my Croatian is rudimentary at best.
It's just 6 in Croatian, basically.
Yeah. Was that a good experience? So just tell everyone when that was.
It was amazing. So the ECC was broadcast on Sport Club TV, which is a regional sports network here. I got asked. So basically, Richard Probst, Dicky, who ran the club at the time, got a message on Facebook from Sport Club saying, "We've just got the rights for this. It starts tomorrow. Do you have anyone who speaks Croatian who could do commentary?" And he asks me, "Luka, can you do this?" Good, it starts tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
so all right, so I show up to Sport Club and I work with this guy, Darin Jankovic, whose background is, well, he mostly does some Premier League football, and he did some he still does the MotoGP.
Yeah.
And he came to me like, "Luka, you need to explain this to me. I've watched one video, I kind of get this, but
you're the cricket expert, and obviously fluent
and it was,
speaker.
and I mean, it was a kind of learning curve. Like, obviously, I think the matches got rained off that day, so we actually were able to sit down, have a coffee, and go over things, which actually kind of went in our favour. But yeah, the fact that we needed to pretty much make up Croatian terminology for cricket on the fly was a bit of a challenge.
Challenging but satisfying.
Oh, it was very fun.
We had a Maximo then a dot from Osama Mohammed, who faces up again and spoils what would have been a wide, but they will get a leg by here. So that will be another one to the total. But I think it's a great story, Luka. And of course, we saw you on the field in 2021. Is there any chance we'll see you on the field in this series?
I think we will. I mean, obviously, every team will play at least 15 games. were aiming to play 16 or 17, ideally 16, getting straight to the final. I mean, obviously those 2 defeats against Assassins were a bit of a setback, but yeah, obviously you need a large squad for this. If you're playing each team 3 times, so you need to do lots of rotation. There'll be availability issues, there'll be injuries, there'll be rotation. So yeah, I'll get it.
There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games to get through. That's the end of the second over. It's 22 without loss. Look at the table, and you mentioned those 2 losses, Zagreb Sokol, who you're hoping to represent in this series. And there is a bit of a byline to this, because whoever performs better in this series out of the Assassins and Sokol, they'll actually get to go to the ECL, right?
Yeah, same as last year. Yeah.
So last year, Sokol made it all the way to the final. If my
no,
was it 3rd place, was it?
We lost to Sporting Alphas in.
Oh no, I'm talking about in the Croatian series, right? I think Belgrade ended up winning it in a washout.
Yeah, Belgrade beat Ljubljana. We lost. Sokol lost to Ljubljana, I think.
Yeah. But Assassins, they finished in 4th place because they had a 2-6 record and lost the eliminator. So obviously still a lot of cricket to be played. Bringing back Anmol Singh here, and Anupam Singh. This is in the air, and it's just going to get over Sajid. Great effort, Maximo. And you can see the threat Mohammed poses. He was out for 18 earlier. He's already surpassed that now with 21. So it's a good hit, takes on the fielder and wins down the ground.
Yeah, he does the right thing, like bowls back of a length, but Mohammed takes a step forward and just flat bats it.
David Skinner comes up with a wonderful question, which I wonder if you'll be able to answer in a sec. This is a nice looking shot as well, up and over the offside. And yeah, again, we're going to have another boundary. So what I like about this shot is it's offside, and he goes offside. In fact, that's going to go all the way. Looking at the sun there. And yeah, Maximo time. So 6 more. And speaking of that, Dave is asking, by the way, hello, Dave, what is Maximo in Croatian?
Well, it's easy. It's Maximo.
Easy. So Maximo, I get it because it means maximum, right? In Spanish and out of Italian, continental languages. But anyway, this is in the air, and I feel like someone should reach this. It's Sajid getting another opportunity, and this time he'll hold on.
Excellent
so big
catch.
moment in the game, and Mohammed, he's a born hitter, isn't he? But it is Anupam that wins the battle in the end. Well held by Sajid, and that's the first wicket, 34 for 1.
Yeah, a huge wicket to get Mohammed out. And also, it seems to me that Sir Oliver have actually managed to cut down a lot on the extras. So they've got the danger man, they've got the bowling in order. They've got a good chance of restricting them to a fairly low score into the 60s and 70s, I would say.
It's a big moment in the game, and it brings Mohammed Burhan to the crease. Now, again, he's a guy that we have seen playing in the Hungarian league, and obviously he's a bit more experienced than some of his Chiefs teammates. But I think what we saw earlier is that if you can get through him, like most teams, let's be honest, in this competition, they're relying on maybe 3 or 4 main batters. If you can crack them, then you can really kind of put the stoppers on the middle and the lower order.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we'll see Josip Jukic come on at some point, probably after the power play, and then just bowl these kind of not early spinners, but like these slow medium, which a lot of these batters seem to struggle with. Like they're used to pace.
You mentioned the extras being better. But it does lose the handle on that one, Anupam Singh. Well, I'm loving this from the Slovenian Cricket Association, saying Belgrade was the winner due to the weather. Just reminding you, they didn't actually beat Ljubljana in the final. It was a washout. That is true. I remember I was somewhere very rural trying to keep up with the weather at that time. Of course, the day's getting shorter as well this time of the year, so it was getting very, very dark. I think it was in the 8th over that game got abandoned. But yeah, I'm missing the Belgrade guys this year, I've got to say as well. We saw a fair few of them playing for Serbia in the ECC recently, and it's a shame. And it's a reality, isn't it, of European cricket, though? I mean, a lot of these guys have just taken holidays so they can play in the ECC, so another trip to another country to play cricket wasn't really practical for them, but I'm sure a few of them are tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got to represent the, that'll go for 4.
Yeah, a shot there, bit short, and Burhan's off the mark.
I actually got to play against Serbia in the ECI in Bulgaria back in late May, early June.
Yeah.
It was obviously really nice to see them. And yeah, they've got a really good setup there. They're investing really heavily in youth and local talent.
They
and
are, yeah.
They've got that Nedeljkovic, or Nadal Djokovic, as Rico kept calling him.
Nedeljkovic, I think is how so, but he was great. I thought he was a very good talent. He's playing in the UK, I believe, at the moment. And they've got the Zimnic brothers as well, of course. There's something that really strikes me, that there is a lot of kind of native homegrown talent around proportionally, I suppose, in countries like Croatia and Serbia, the two that we're mentioning at the moment. Do you think there's a reason behind that? Is it just a strict numbers thing, a proportion of the population thing, or obviously they've worked hard to get it into schools, I know, in Serbia as well. Do you think there's something behind that?
I mean, I think obviously Croatia don't, and Serbia especially, don't have that much people coming in from Asia.
Immigration, maybe not the levels of some other countries.
And they haven't. I don't think. Yeah, because obviously Croatia joined the EU 2013, and only like in the last 2 years have we had a lot of people coming in from South Asia, and they haven't had time to just be naturalized. So you kind of have to rely on local talent rather than just. But I think we've seen it with a lot of. I've seen it in the ECC this year, where there actually is a lot more local talent in most of the teams compared to 2021 and 2022.
And the idea with the ECC next year is actually it will go to a kind of two-division system. This is the word I'm hearing. As Josip Jukic bowled really well this morning, comes on to bowl the fourth. First ball hit pretty firmly down to Sajid, who's been busy down there at long on. So the idea next year, it might be a situation where you have, for example, the top 22 countries in the top division of the ECC, and then we'll have like the ECCX, which is maybe a 12-country competition. We'll have to see how many countries we have involved next year. But then the opportunity is there, obviously, to win that competition and get promotion into the main draw for the next year. So 2 countries will go up, and 2 will go down every year, which I think is a really exciting concept, especially for countries like Croatia, like Serbia, like Slovenia, that we've seen represented here. And, of course, a few others that may not quite be at the level of some of those top teams just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Josip Jukic bowled a lovely dot ball that was just over middle and leg.
And we've jinxed him there, haven't we? Because he's been pretty accurate today, Josip. We were actually replaying his behind-the-back shot earlier on. Maybe you were watching the broadcast at that time. Still one of our favourites, 2 years on.
I was there. I saw it live.
Yeah.
Actually, I was on the bench, and I wasn't looking, and I heard everyone shouting, and I thought, what just happened?
Yeah, it was a moment. And the thing is, it wasn't like the last over of a game where it didn't really matter anything. It was actually at a key point in the run chase.
Yeah,
it was when he played it earlier today.
It was a wide as well, and it went for a dot, so he actually cost his team a run. But
well, they're going to sneak an extra here. Oh, I don't know if they're going to count this or not. There's a little bit of a. Thought I saw like a bit of a dead ball signal there, but yeah, I don't think they're going to count the extra run here. Let's have a look at what happens. The umpires have asked them cross back. I think everyone. See, the ball's dead when everyone acts like it's dead, and I think what happened then is that he was getting ready to face the next ball. Okay, the ball got away from Jukic, so yeah, you can't take an extra run in those circumstances. I think that was well handled. Now this in the air, but gets away from Josip Jukic. But certainly, wherever you go around Europe, and I'll probably go to around 20 countries, maybe a few more in a year, I always enjoy that everything's a little bit different. Obviously, it's nice to come to a new ground. First time that I've been to Zagreb, actually, because Rico had last year covered, along with Tyrone, as this has been blasted over the offside. Maximo Burhan goes offside, and yeah, he's a guy, certainly got better the more that he faced in the first game. Well, as a split fan, or all the split fans out there, you'd want to see the back of him pretty quickly.
Yeah, just a bit too wide, too in the slot for Jukic. It was obviously a good shot from Burhan to hit that. It's obviously the conditions aren't great out here. Quite a slow outfield, and it's quite a bit of humidity. So it actually takes quite a lot of effort to hit that ball across the boundary.
3.5 in Josip. It kind of sticks in my head because that was the ball that he played his shot back in 2021. But this time he gets a dot off the last ball, the fourth, and the Chiefs up and away a little bit, 51 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Lucas Stubbs with me for this match. And yeah, Luca, again, a bit of inside knowledge. One thing we were talking about off air a little bit was how good the weather is at the moment. I know a bit of an overnight shower, but certainly beautiful conditions and blue skies here for day 3.
Yeah, I was quite worried when the ECS Croatia got announced that it was going to be late October, early November. But yeah, we've been absolutely blessed with the weather, and that's...
Well, they like this one, but it's going to skew away for 1 run off the bat. Yeah, so obviously we do our homework, and even though maybe it's not the warmest part of the year, I think you shouldn't get too many days of rain. I suppose one of the issues is some of these fields, they don't drain particularly well, but obviously we'll take it as it comes and be thankful when the weather is kind to us. It's a nice little dab shot from Burhan, and Jandrak didn't get down the first time, so it will be fielded and kept to 2. Almost hits the helmet there. Could have been a disaster. It would have been a 7. Yeah, but I mean, your cricket career, you said, you got involved here in Croatia. Do you follow any cricket kind of outside? Would you follow the World Cup at the moment?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I've been following the World Cup. England haven't been doing too well in it, so.
That's true.
But it's nice to see countries like the Netherlands.
Netherlands play Australia today, and I've got
yeah.
quite a few friends playing for that Netherlands side. As this is lifted up, and it's going to be a blast over long on. Well, Burhan picking up where he left off in the last game. Maximo, or as David Skinner is suggesting, maybe it's Vecino. Give us a literal translation of that.
Vecchi is bigger.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that translation. Sorry,
Okay.
Dave.
Yeah, well, I'll trust Luca over Dave, although Dave has a better beard. I think the Croatian's probably a bit ahead of his. Anyway, he's on the skip and gets this one wrong. It needs to be caught. It is caught.
Lovely catch.
So, I mean, he likes that charge, doesn't he, Burhan? But to get him for less than 20, maybe SOS can really put the brakes on now. So Faizan with the wicket, and the Chiefs now 60 for 2.
Yeah. Important wicket. It seems to me just like as these Chiefs batters get going, they hit a 6 and then they get out. That's a very, very nice catch. Lovely regulation catch. Got to keep your composure, and obviously there's a bit of sun out there. Not the easiest thing in the world to catch here.
Yeah, nice catch by Anupam Singh. He's been pretty reliable today with the hands. And Bajagan, he was certainly in the action with the ball in the first game. He gets his opportunity with the bat here. So Faizan, again, like so many of his teammates, when he gets it straight, he gets it right. The extras have been a big problem for St Oliver's split. And that was well held. It's a big moment in the game because that means they've gotten rid of a couple of the big hitters before the halfway point. This one is pretty wide, but maybe just wins the battle with the wide line.
Yeah, I think he's coming around. I think that's just inside when he passes the batter.
Maybe. This one's certainly inside, and that'll be the end of the over. Faizan gets a big breakthrough, gets Burhan. And halfway through the first innings of match 10, the Chiefs are 60 for 2. And so, yeah, any questions you've got for Luke, put them in the chat. We always love to hear from our viewers and love to be interactive. Now, this is the ECL draw. Obviously, Croatia are represented there, but we don't have the rep yet now. Group A, so you guys won't have to wait too long. You're straight into it. And interestingly enough, Hungary, your neighbours, they're in the group as well. And Cobras actually have a couple of players playing for Chiefs here in Osama Mohammed and Mohammed Burhan. But also you've got the Italian club in there, you've got the Danish club Skanderborg, you've got Luxembourg, Heritage CC. It'll be challenging, but I bet the guy, whoever gets the opportunity to play in that.
Oh, here we go.
Bowled.
Lovely.
And it's going to slide off the pad of Machan Jerry. Probably can't believe this has happened. And Jukic, he just follows the batter and also off a split with a bit of a highlight here. Well, a couple of highlights in the last couple of minutes. 60 for 3.
Yeah, I think Machan Cherry's eye just lit up there with the kind of a floated ball from Jukic. But it kind of comes down on you. You miss it. Hits his back of his leg, his thigh, I think, or his pad rather, and just
footwork kind of does him in, because if he'd stepped the other way, then probably goes down the leg side for a wide. As it is, didn't have a lot of the strike, did he? Machan Cherry opened the batting, but it only faced 5 balls in the first 5 overs. The 6-1 does him. And Jukic, another wicket for him, 60 for 3. Yeah. And this will bring Selamutu Ramasamy, who opened the batting earlier today, to the crease. So, yeah, don't count your chickens before they've hatched. I think Sir Oliver split, if they could have a good 5 overs here, they could easily maybe keep it to the 80s or something like that. Maybe they can get it on a run. It could be even less. But they got to bowl well. They got to sort out those extras. Yeah. So speaking of the ECL, that's always a challenge, I think, no matter where you're coming from. But the fact that you were there with the so-called guys earlier this year, it's something really special to travel with your club, isn't it?
100%. It was a really nice experience. Obviously, obviously seeing that ground and then being part of those 3 wins rather.
Yeah, 2 wins on the spin at the beginning, right? So dream start for so-called ECL 23. Ukic comes in and
good ball.
Yeah, it's right on the money. Ramasamy keeps it out. You win together, you lose together, but you travel together, you're playing together,
Yep.
and in a way, having been involved in national teams as well, and that's obviously a big honour. As this is lifted up, and this one's catchable, I think, for Sajid. Can he get there? No. He runs around it a bit in the end.
Going for 2 though.
He will get the 2. That's good hustle from Ambajagan to get back on strikers. Then Ramasamy off the mark. But yeah, with national teams, often you come from different backgrounds, different parts of the country. It is great, don't get me wrong, but you don't really know the guys as well as when you travel with your club. And that's why I think you see teams going on social tours. I know there's quite a few that come here to Croatia. Oh, this one gets big on him, and he just bunts it away. So yeah, it certainly is special to go with your club mates that you've played a lot of cricket with, you probably know really well, that you probably socialise with a lot outside the game. It has a different feel, and it's something that's pretty cool about the ECL.
Absolutely, and I mean, going back to that, lovely stop by Ukic. Bit of a, that's
Well, I love the back flick, indoor cricket style here from Sam Houghton as well, because he was wrong-footed. Well, firstly, he was right-footed by Josip Ukic, but then he loaded up with the back flick.
and well backed up there as well.
He was well backed up, otherwise it would have been an overthrow. Last ball coming out for Ukic in his spell. He's got 1 for 14. And a push and run, smart batting from Ramasamy. He'll retain the strike after 6 overs. It's 65 for 3. Hey, so Luca, a lot of people asking, how would you say this in Croatian? How would you say this in Croatian? There's a lot of these kind of questions. I want to know if you'll do me a personal favour, and this is something I like to get people doing, but it means I have to be quiet for a minute.
Okay.
Would you like to commentate the first bit of the 7th over in Croatian?
Why not?
I know you no pressure, but it just means you won't be getting too much help from Maximo.
Well, I could say maximum creation if there's going to be a 6 or something.
All right, you can do whatever you like. So what have we got? We've got Raja Faizan coming on to bowl to Ramasamy, Lucas Stubbs, and Croatian commentary coming your way in the 7th over.
Evo, poštovani gledatelji, dobrodošli na ECS Hrvatska. Gledamo utakmicu Oliver Splita i Zagreb Chiefsa. Trenutno smo u 7. overu. Zagreb Chiefs 45 sa 3 izgubljena viketa. Ovdje baca Raja Faizan za Split. Prva loptica 0. Udarac ovo je visoko, ali ovo će prebaciti igrač u polju Splita i uzet će drugo trčanje ovdje igrači Chiefsa. Da, i sada Salamutu Ramasamy na 6. Treće bacanje Raja Faizana. Jako dobro, evo. Takozvani taj back of a length gdje vam malo jače poskoči. Točno iza viketa. I nije ovdje Ramasamy ništa mogao s tim. Znači mislim da imamo problem ovdje sa kacigom ovdje Anbazagana. Ovdje lijepo pomaže sudac. I još jedno jako dobro bacanje Raje Faizana. Evo, dolazi sa druge strane viketa i zapravo stvara taj nekakav kut koji je zapravo vrlo nezgodan udaraču. Zapravo loptica ide malo dalje od vas, trebate zapravo malo jače, malo bolje tempirati taj zamah. I još jedno jako dobro bacanje Raje Faizana. Zapravo, Chiefsi su jako dobro počeli ovaj svoj udarački period. Sir Oliver Split zapravo se sada s ova 2 viketa koje su uzeli prije koji over, zapravo se vraćaju u utakmicu ovdje i malo jače poskočilo. Ali dobro, to je kraj overa. Zagreb Chiefsi su na 67 sa 3 izgubljena viketa.
Lucas Stubbs, you little beauty. I don't know how to say that in Croatian. I love the sound of that.
Cheers, buddy.
And obviously, actually, one of my things I love is we have a look at some of the places we've been around this year. on the network. And obviously Croatia here, but Malta to come. We've got Spain to come as well. So maybe we get some Maltese commentary, some Spanish commentary. Of course, we get a little bit of that from Rico, and my Spanish is coming along. It's a long way behind my Croatian. But I got to say, I love listening to other languages, and especially cricket commentary in other languages. And I love the kind of blending as well of some things like the back of a length. I love that. So, Luca, you might not have done that for the last time. I'll tell you that right now. Sam Houghton's going to come on bowl the 8th.
Yeah, the Iceman bowling at the death.
Yeah, and they'll just try and keep it straight or outside off. First ball's a low full toss. They kind of have done what we talked about. They've removed those key threats now with 3 good overs. You might end up chasing around the 80s or so. You will have to still bat well, no doubt about that. But they've given themselves a shot here. So Oliver split, but again, a lot depends on this finish.
Yeah, I mean, Split obviously kind of been relying on top 3. That's high.
Oh, I think that might have got over the rope for 6. Well, let's have a look at it. But again, he just wasn't aware, Sajid, of where he was on the field. So let's have a look at this one. Oh, it might have just been 4, actually. Yeah, for me, I don't see the rope moving there. Yeah, it's going to be 4 runs. But, I mean, Sajid needed to do better there. Yeah, 4 runs given. But yeah, missed opportunities. Partly there, it wasn't so much the catching, it was the fact that he wasn't aware of where the rope was. And now this is a cracking shot, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, Ramasamy springing to life, a little bit like Burhan did earlier on, turning the corner. And this is an outstanding hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you wouldn't expect Sam Houghton to give away a 4 and a 6 off of and a single off of the 3 balls.
Yeah, he's a part-time bowler, but I suppose the thing is he is pretty accurate. So he's kind of putting the ball in the batter's court, saying, "Okay, here it is. What are you going to do with it?" Ramasamy had a couple of answers, and now he's going to get another one. Maximo. Well, there's a little bit of history repeating here once again for Oliver Split. We talked about the 80s being chased. Well, right now they're up in the 80s, and there's still 14 balls remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I like the idea of bowling bowlers who are kind of slower, that medium pace, slow medium pace, because you kind of, as a batter, you're used to pace. You get anything on it, it'll go for runs. But if you've got a slower bowler, they actually have to generate the power yourself. There's always a chance of a miss hit or a stumping or a catch, obviously.
Where's it come from, though? With 6 off 10, Ramasamy, until the last 3 balls. Now, this one kind of cramps him for room. But, I mean, these phases happen, I suppose. You just have to absorb it, and still certainly can finish well here and potentially be chasing double digits.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Sir Oliver. I don't think they have batting apart outside of the top 3, so anything in the...
Oh, there's a nick on that, but it goes down behind the stumps. Mate Jukic went the 1 glove, couldn't hold on. End of the 8th over. It's 84 for 3. Just speaking to Mate, I know he's got a bit of a hamstring complaint, so he's behind the stumps because he probably won't have to move too much. But that was, I think, an opportunity. So interesting so far. Look at the run rate, kind of hit its peak at the end of the power play. It's been sliding down those 3 wickets, I think, along the way. So it dived at the 7 over mark. But obviously that good 8th over moves it in the positive direction for the Chiefs.
Yeah, who we got here? This is
Sajid to come and...
Sajid, yeah.
He's been busy down at long on. Now he's going to bowl the 9th. And just trying to think if he's bowled in this inning so far. Normally he would open up. Yeah, he bowled the 2nd over. It went for 12. So he's going to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, got a slip in place as well. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably... Yeah, the slip, I think it's smart. You can afford to go back a little bit there. Oh. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that's a legal delivery. I'm going to be honest. Sajid can bowl legally, but that's certainly got a bent arm there. So something that he'll have to sort out. And the thing is, he's trying to bowl these leg spinners. But I think, when they look at this one, it's something that he's going to have to go back to kind of the pace on deliveries, I think.
Yeah, I think the umpire's just having a word with him right there.
Because I think it's not a matter of he can't bowl. I think he just needs to bowl. He needs to bowl more or less what he has been bowling, which is seam up. And I think these
Absolutely.
spinners, there's no question there. That's not a legal ball. So yeah, we'll see what it is. It might be called, or they might just say, look. They might say, look, go back to what you're normally bowling, Sajid. I think that's in everyone's best interest, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. So it's not one of these situations where a guy, isn't capable of bowling. I can understand he wants to try that. I'm probably not aware of how bad that looks, but anyway, that's more like it. And be a wide though, but at least I suppose that's what makes cricket different to most sports, where you propel the ball towards the opposition. There's a certain way you have to do it in cricket. It's a
Absolutely.
straight arm.
Yep. Well, you get the same thing in softball. You have to go bowl underarm.
That's true.
Obviously. That's a good ball.
Softball's quite amazing. I've played a bit of softball. What they're able to do with the ball. I don't know if you ever played any softball.
No, I haven't, but I've seen videos of it, and it's actually a lot harder to hit
They're
because it's coming up at you.
They're magicians.
Yep.
Yeah, and they have what's called a rise ball, which kind of has this underspin on it that, it just takes off. Anyway, see Chanjit getting back to basics. I'll just get a single here.
Yeah, they're on course for 100 here, the Chiefs. I don't think Sir Oliver would have the batting for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, I think you talked about the top three being important. If they can fire, I mean, someone like an Adhikari, he's been threatening. He's hit 3 sixes in the series so far, but he failed in that last chase.
Much better, yeah. Sajid
Yeah.
Khan coming around the wicket here and getting results for it. I mean, a dot ball is huge at this stage for Sir Oliver.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, so Oliver split. I mean, my mind goes back to the one game that Sir Oliver split won on the network. They chased down 128 versus Ljubljana.
I know, that was a heroic innings from Nikola Davidovic, who was
Yeah.
on 78 or
We
something.
saw Nikola for the Croatian national team in the ECC recently. This is one that really takes off from Sajid. Interesting here. Probably wasn't above his head when it went past him, but probably at the crease it probably is. But anyway. But yeah, I can understand why it's a tough call to make live. This is hit along the ground, kind of into the gap, and good bit of fielding there from Houghton, and then hands it off.
Yeah, 2 there, I think they ran.
Yeah, having to fight for their runs here towards the end, but it looks like around about that 100 mark.
Yeah, so that second delivery that Khan bowled, that was called as a dead ball, I think.
I think they're just checking it's not a boundary, but you can see there's no problem there.
Yeah, good
So,
stuff. Good
yeah,
stuff from Houghton getting down low. Takes a lot of guts to slide on the field like this.
Yeah. Houghton's a workhorse on the walk and hits this one pretty well, and it's going to be a proper hoof job from Jukic out there. He's kicked it halfway back. They're going to take 3 here. That's a very good. Now they're thrown to no one. They could actually run 4 if they're watching, but they're not. So that'll be a rare triple as the Chiefs continue the hustle. Have a look at this. Oh, well. Jukic is a one-man highlights reel. They just keep on running. And to be honest, if they'd been watching, they would have got 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
But it will be 95 for 3 after 9. Reminds me of a situation we had in Prague during the year where the Beast kicked one at the stumps and it went for 4 overkicks. It was a quick single that turned into a 5. Anyway, we saw a 3 earlier actually, and Houghton was involved in it towards the end of the second innings in the first game. All right, so now going back to Houghton here in the last. Ramasamy had his measure in the previous battle. Let's see if the Chiefs can climb over 100. 10th overtime. And he doesn't quite get all of this. They'll probably want 2
looking
here.
for 2 here, yeah. Good throw and he's out.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, dropped it. Sam Houghton dropped it, unfortunately.
again, that's probably inexperience though. You can throw to either end. You want to throw to the keeper's end because the reason they're taking that too, because Ramasamy's the guy who's been doing the damage.
Yep.
So again, that's probably just a bit of inexperience. And that's something that we do see from time to time. It's one thing to learn to bat, bowl and field, but a lot of the tactics and what, especially in a 10 over game, is highlighted, isn't it? And that was a clear example of Ramasamy trying to keep the strike.
You want to have someone in the field who can kind of make that call, throw to the keeper, throw to the bowler, and just kind of have that like cricketing brain. Lovely ball.
Yeah, that's well bowled, and Ramasamy almost swings himself off his feet.
Yeah, Ramasamy comes forward, tries to hit it. I think Sam just kind of bowls back of a length.
Yeah.
But Ramasamy kind of just yorks himself here.
Houghton kind of just challenges you. I'd like to see Mate maybe getting a bit closer as well for the stumping, because again, I feel like the wicket's worth something here for Ramasamy. Yep. He's a guy that can clear the ropes. You'd love to get rid of him. He does get a bit closer now. This one angles into him again. They want two here. Got to go keepers end here. Good pick up. Good throw. Has him in trouble. Mate will get there in the end. So that's good composure from the keeper, who didn't handle it on the first attempt, but it will be the end of Ramasamy for 31. It's 98 for 4.
Yeah, I thought the opportunity was gone when Mate Jukic kind of fumbled it, but obviously, once you'll see it here. Obviously, from where our commentary box is kind of a weird angle, so you can't really tell how far down the crease the batter is. Yeah, good stuff. Important wicket for Sir Oliver.
Yeah, for sure. This will bring Johnson Matthew to the crease, and I think that's a smart throw as well, because this it's kind of a bit what's the word? It's a bit of a heavy outfield, so to throw it on one bounce, it could create a real awkward pace for the keeper. So it's kind of low throw. It was always going to get that kind of rolls there in the end, means that
that's what happened to Houghton on his run out opportunity. Just kind of came along. He kind of caught it along the floor, so he couldn't actually get his fingers under it.
You're never really sure of the pace of the bounce. Anyway, Matthew gets a hit, and he does hit it, but not so far. Again, I think of two here, but I think they want to go back to Amberjagen to face. So he'll get 2 deliveries. Well, there are 2 deliveries left, and right now the chase is 100. Like you said, SOS, they'll be behind in this game, but again, if their top order can fire and deal with what comes their way, you never know. They might be able to pull it off and get their first win. Well bowled, and you can see the difference. Amberjagen not really wanting to come out and get towards that ball. That's when Houghton's been hurt. If you let it bounce here, because it's such variable bounce we're seeing, it can be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Last ball of the innings.
Yep, here we go. We're running no matter what, you'd imagine. And he's going to be stumped. And so Houghton will end up with a wicket. And Jukic took my advice. He said, actually, I'm going to step up, and I think that's stumped. I didn't really see him attempting a run there. So anyway, it'll end up 99 for 5. And in the end, it was a pretty good effort, I think, from both sides. SOS, they're going to have to bat better, and they're certainly capable of doing that. But I think the Chiefs, they'll be pretty satisfied they can defend this score. So I think when both teams believe they can win, you've got a good game coming up. And let's go back and look at the highlights of the first half of match number 10. Certainly think that Sajid, he was pretty busy, wasn't he, early on down there? And we talked about, Luke, the importance of holding your chances. I think for the most part they did that.
Yep.
I think they were probably better on the extras as well. We saw 10 wides and a no ball in the innings. So I kind of think it's a realistic target to give up 1 and over. So certainly that's one area that Oliver Split were better in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. How many extras did they have in the first game? It was like
in
the double figures, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was well into double figures. Yeah, first game of the day, they gave up 20 in wides and no balls. This time 11, so it's a lot better.
Yep.
Probably a few moments they could have improved as well there. Sajid kind of lost his bearings on that and went for a boundary. But towards the end, I think they had that one over where it kind of got away from that one burst from Ramasamy, where he went 4, 6, 6. Those 16 kind of dragged them up towards the 90s rather than the 80s, and I suppose that is quite a significant difference based on what we've seen so far this week in Croatia. But ultimately, a still winnable game for both teams. 31 for Ramasamy. I mentioned that burst, the 3-ball burst where he scored over half his runs.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he was quiet most of the time. Burham with 19. They got Osama Mohammed at an important time for 27. So I think those are all the reasons that they're at least in the double digits. Chiefs instead of a lot more, and so Oliver Split. They'll have to bat well, but they know they need 10 and over. I suppose They'll probably have a similar batting order. So be 4 wickets for Anupam Singh as well as Josip Jukic, he's been very good this morning.
Yeah,
1
he's
for
got
15.
3, I think, today. 2 in the first game, 1 here.
He bowled really well,
Yeah.
Faizan. I think he was a bit more on target as well. You
Yep.
see the difference it makes to his figures. 1 for 11. Houghton did chip in with a wicket off the very last ball. We'll take a break, back in a few minutes, and it should be an exciting conclusion of match number 10. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Lucas Stubbs, my guest commentator at the moment, doing a fantastic job. We'll see you in a few moments for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Zagreb as we're getting into the second half of match number 10. It's a rematch between the Zagreb Chiefs on ECN debut this morning, taking on Sir Oliver Split. And Sir Oliver Split searching for their first win of the series in just the second of their ECN journey. 23%, so it's not zero. It's about a 1 in 4 shot. Chiefs, though, a little bit above par with their 99 that they scored in the first half. So it's a perfect 100 required. Adhikari is going to open the batting once again with Sam Houghton. And Adhikari certainly is a guy that can whack some sixes. We didn't see that from him in the first game. Houghton batted through the 10 but couldn't quite get his team over the line in match 9. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, once again joined by my special guest commentator, Lucas Tubbs. Luca, I mean, I think split behind, but certainly not incapable of pulling this off.
No, I mean, I obviously they've struggled with the bat so far. They haven't been able to get up into 3 figures yet. But I think they'll click. I think Sam will get a good score.
Positive thinking.
Yep.
Obviously, you'd be pretty aware of the commentator jinx, and you've put it on Sam Houghton straight away. He's not facing just yet. Yeah, I mean, you talked about the issues with the batting for Sir Oliver Split, and look at their tournament so far. Just scores of 65, 48, 52, 52, 68 and 81. So the best was in that last game. And Adhikari, I mean, he doesn't want to get out early, but he's also there to make the most of the power play. So I think he still has to take a few chances. But yeah, never easy because, yeah, 10 and over, it's a testing target under these conditions. And you can understand Adhikari coming off a failure last game, but he needs to play a few shots as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, 10 and over isn't, I mean, obviously the outfield's quite slow. But it's a wide.
Yeah, so first run of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, 10 and over, obviously the outfield is quite slow, but 10 and over, it's just one boundary, and obviously conditions aren't great today. Obviously, there's a lot of dew in the air. It's quite humid. So obviously there'll be singles, there'll be extras. All you need really is one boundary and over.
Boundary, couple of wides in there, help you out. This is going to be a good shot by Adhikari, and it's going to go for 4. Cuatro carreras. How would you say 4 runs in Croatia?
I was just about to say, Vinny. Četiri trčanja. Četvorka.
Say that one more time.
Četvorka.
Četvorka.
Yeah.
Četvorka,
Not bad.
okay.
Not bad, yeah.
That. Četvorka.
Your Croatian's already better than Dave's.
Hello, Dave, if you're watching. Yeah, that's what they want from Adhikari. You know what I like about this? Again, he goes with the line and the ball. So I think too many batters searching for that extra power, they're wanting the leg side at all costs.
Yep.
And so that time he goes with the line of the ball. Now he hits one that gets past the bowler, and I think this outfield's quickening up a touch as well as the sun's coming out. So 2 boundaries and 2 balls from Adhikari.
Yeah, I think as the days go on, it's a bit of a full toss. But yeah, as the day goes on, I mean, if it's a sunny day, the outfield will dry out, and we'll see a lot more balls go to the boundary along the ground.
Nicely hit, and yeah, I think Osama Mohammed, he was thinking about whether he should stick out the hand and thought better of it in the end. It's a long series with 15 games. This is only their second match. This one would have been a wide, but it's hit pretty well. This will test the outfield. I don't think this is quite going. Oh, it does. And that kind of is the difference, I think, between that shot hit now and first up this morning. But that's a 3rd boundary on the spin by Adhikari.
Yeah, and lovely footwork. I think a lot of what you were saying about batters trying to kind of hit everything down the leg side. What Adhikari's doing is actually he's moving his feet and opening up different. He's actually playing proper shots, and it's really working for him. And now he's 12 off 5. Great start for Sir Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as playing the ball that's bowled to you instead of the ball that you're imagining in your head. Nice shot again. They don't take the run, but it's productive first over for SOS. The 13 without loss after 1.
Yeah, and Adhikari will kick the strike. I was actually thinking back to when I was in Malaga, and I was thinking about Sam Houghton, about a thing he told me, because he said he was really happy to play for Sokol in that tournament because he can go in and bat number 6 or number 7, and there's not as much pressure on him to be a star. You could go in, hit 15, 20 runs off 7 to 10 balls and do a job.
Yeah, I think with Houghton, he's a classic. He's as good as the players around him. I think as we have a look at the golden ball counter there, 122 matches. Well, Luca, maybe you can break the hoodoo. I know that I've got a few days off in the middle, and so I don't know whether you might be able to come down and give Rico a hand over the weekend, but But yeah, 122 matches. We're waiting for it to go off. We didn't get one the entire ECC, which was a bit curious. Ramasamy to bowl the second over. Houghton faces up for the first time. He pushes and runs. One thing that Houghton's been really good with today is at least getting bat on ball and getting minimum one. So he's kind of a player, like we were just talking about, that other players can bat around. But I think when there's a lot of responsibility on him, it does kind of cause some issues. But Adhikari certainly has been a more than helpful ally so far. Can he go on with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think these two need to stay in for 7, 8 overs at least before they lose a wicket.
Well, this one really takes off. This pitch, I got to say, I've been around a while now. I don't think I've ever quite seen a pitch like this. It'll be the one bouncer for the over. So that's the other thing, is that if another one takes off, it'll be a no ball and we'll create a free hit, which obviously the more of those you can get when you're chasing this kind of a score. I mean, already we've seen them off to a decent start. They're pretty much right on that 10 and over at the moment.
And that'll be wide.
Yeah.
And kind of nutmegs the keeper.
Yeah.
Go for a single.
They're going to go, I think, a 2, but sometimes an early throw is better than a good throw. That was actually both. But, yeah, Adhikari and Houghton as well. They'll be pretty quick between the wickets. And I think, yeah, trying to eliminate those dot balls. I would keep it as simple as this. If it's a good ball, look for 1. If it's a bad ball, look for 4 or 6. That's probably what I would be doing. Yep. I think that's the kind of mindset that Houghton has here. Because you would imagine at this level, you're going to get 1 or 2 kind of Gundy balls and over that you can have a swing at, but you don't necessarily need to go looking for trouble, especially if you're so important in innings as Sam Houghton is.
Another wide here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, 1 boundary. You know, already you've got 3 through extras. Of course, everyone would love to just be Hollywood and just kind of knock this over in 6 or 7 with a bunch of 6s, but we know it's all of a split. They're averaging 61 with the bat, so they're going to have to graft it. But so far, so good for the men in red.
Yeah, another thing I really like about Sam Houghton is that he's a really good non-striker.
Yeah.
He's got this ability to see where there's a run, see where there's 2 runs.
It's a really good point you make, and batting's actually a team game while you're out there, and it's something that kind of annoys me when I see guys backing up without watching the bowler and getting run out that way, and everyone throws up their arms having a go at the bowler. But as a non-striker, you're actually an active participant in the game. Okay, maybe not as active as the striker. But it's a really good observation you make there.
Yeah, and when I was watching the first game, like when Sam was batting at the end, while they were chasing that, what was it, 85, he's really loud. You can hear him from the parking lot.
I think it's an Antipodean trait. So close. Feel like he should be home here. They think of an overthrow, but I think that Adhikari's a bit nervous now. He should have made this. They're going to have a look at it. It was a direct hit. Let's have a look when the throw comes in. Direct hit's always interesting. I think he's just in, and I mean just.
Yeah, he does the right thing. Obviously, he ground his bat on the pitch rather than on the grass, so there's no danger of it plugging.
Yeah. It wasn't probably the best running ever, but it was good enough for Adhikari. But yeah, they kind of missed out an overthrow there. Well, the ball bounced away and the stumps were on the ground. Yeah, but yeah, it's a really good observation. I was going to say that when I grew up, we would have entire training sessions on running between the wickets, an hour and a half, for example. So yeah, calling is very important. We're always told there's only 3 words you should ever say: yes, no, and wait. Occasionally you can say 2 or. But you need to have a really loud primary call. And you mentioned that's something Sam does very, very well. A lot of players with less formal backgrounds picking up the game, they don't really have those fundamentals. It's another wide. So, yeah, SOS making the start they wanted. And the other thing about when you're picking up those singles and when you're eliminating dot balls, it puts pressure back on the fielding team, doesn't it? Just to feel that those runs are ticking by.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sir Oliver, 19 off 1.4. They're already pretty much, they've got all the runs they need from these 2 overs already with 2 balls to go, so they'll be quite happy with this.
Hit hard, and yeah, so this is a good example as well. That Sam, and now they're going to, it's actually hit. It's hit Adhikari on the follow through. Let's have a look. I was going to say, Houghton's good here. He's not worried about the ball. He has a quick look at that, just looks at his partner. But then you'll see the throw coming in. I think it might have hit him in the foot as he's running through. Adhikari, though, he's going to jump up. And I don't think he wants to hold up the game too much because right now they're on a bit of a heater. But yeah, as a non-striker, you just need to recognise whose call it is and then go with it. I think I see a lot of run-outs. I see a lot of miscommunication in European cricket. And a lot of it comes down to not understanding whose decision it is and guys kind of overruling each other. So Sam has a quick look at the ball, but then straight at the eyeballs of Adhikari. If Adhikari runs, Sam runs. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. So that was also pretty good running. It's a great result for Adhikari, though. He cops one in the boot.
Yeah, he should be able to walk that off, I think. Well, he seems to be struggling. He's as bad as a crutch there. Hopefully he's all right.
Sun beating down on this ground now. This is a fairly straight delivery. Sam negotiates it, but he can't score. End of the second over, on target at the moment. Sir Oliver split. It is 20 without loss. Gives us a chance to look at the table just quickly. And okay, we haven't seen Ljubljana yet. They've got most of their fixtures in the second half of this draw. That's for logistical reasons, obviously coming from another country. Sir Oliver split, obviously coming in at fair distance to be here as well. They play most of theirs in the first half. But we have seen 5 of the 6 teams now, with the Chiefs having an interesting morning, but getting the job done by 7 runs earlier on. So that team name, Sir Oliver Split, we've been getting a lot of questions about where does that come from. Everyone's Googling it. But Luca, you can tell us, right?
Yep.
Maybe during this over.
Absolutely.
Exactly where that Sir Oliver Split team name comes from.
Yeah, obviously when I played for Sir Oliver Split in 2021, I asked Nikola, who's one of the players for Split, who played
Nikola
in
Davidovic.
Yep.
As this is going to be Govindaraj, who bowled the 10th over in the last game, the ultimate over. So tell us a little bit about it.
Right, so essentially, the name comes from a Italian comic book that was written in the 70s and 80s, and it got hugely popular in Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, Yugoslavia at the time, obviously.
Bit of foot fielding here, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it's this comic book. It's a character from the comic book Alan Ford called Sir Oliver. So the comic book is about this. It's kind of a comedy thing. It's this pretty inept spy agency. But there's a character in there called Sir Oliver, who is this dodgy Cockney seller of things, and they kind of buy all the equipment
like a
they
dodgy
need from.
salesman.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is hit pretty
Lovely
well.
shot.
Away from the fielder, has a bit of work to do. And is the 2-1? They decide against it in the end. So just a single, well fielded out there.
Yeah, so, and then why Sir Oliver Split is named after that, because obviously Sir Oliver is older than, is a slightly younger club than Wies, who are named after Sir William Host, who was a British admiral.
Yeah, and Visa's it's pretty close in the stumps of Adhikari, but doesn't. Visa's an island, right?
Yeah.
Here in Croatia, and they've got a beautiful cricket ground there.
So obviously, split cricket was founded after Wies, and they kind of use that name to kind of, well, if you're named after a Sir, we'll name ourselves after a Sir as well.
I like that story. Okay. The 2 to come in the power play. Gavin's doing a good job here. He's a bit short, and he gets hit hard this time. That's gone all the way. Maximo! Good shot by Adhikari. That's what he's up there to do. And 6s in low-scoring games. They're worth more, aren't they? And he picked up the length really quickly there. Okay, so you're saying because Sir William Host, named by an actual, British Knight of the Realm, after the Admiral, Sir William Host, Sir Oliver is... you can look, so now you know what to look up. So we can't show it, but if you look up Sir Oliver, Alan Ford Wikia, okay, fandom, then you'll see the comic book character. So it's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek name. So it's the end of the 3rd over. Swing and a miss that time from Adhikari. I guess West hanging in there, 28 without loss. So if you were to look up, say, Sir Oliver, so don't look up Sir Oliver Split, look up Sir Oliver Italian
Ford,
comic or Sir Oliver Alan Ford. Okay, then you'll see that Sir Oliver Split is named after. Well, thank you so much, because normally when you see names like this, it is like an early explorer or a notable person from the area that maybe launched cricket or was significant in the area. But no, it's a comic that you said was pretty.
It was popular in the 80s and after. It's still popular. I've got you actually get quite a bit of money for an older copy of, like, that are out of print of them now. Yeah,
wow.
I grew up on that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Bring you a copy. Obviously being Croatian, but you get to see what it looks like.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
If you dig one up, they definitely would be interested to see it. Okay, so 4th overtime. They're going to go back to Ramasamy. They didn't bowl out Osama Mohammed this time. First one's thick inside edge, and they'll look for 2 here. Not quite on, but again, you talked about the running between the wickets of Houghton and his fundamentals, and it comes down to things like running the first one hard, even when maybe they're not able to get back for a 2. And that's quite important. If the boundaries are hard to come by, as they have been in this series, the running between the wickets becomes even more important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Sam is on 4 off 6, but I think he's fine with that, and he wants to get Adhikari on strike. It's maybe having Adhikari on strike is better than having it 2.
It goes straight, a slight miss hit from Adhikari. This will pull up. That time, probably the one time they haven't really looked for a second. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, it's a team game. I think that sometimes we focus a lot on individual statistics, and sure, they're important. But right now, the only statistic that Sarova Split care about is that the team runs.
Absolutely.
They want to be 40 after this over if possible. They'd love to get a boundary from somewhere. Going to be off the bat of Sam Houghton. Yeah, just pushes, looking for one, but gets a good delivery and he just keeps it out.
Yeah, I like the hustle from Ramasamy here. I think he thought it was kind of a half chance of getting a caught and bowled, but he gets on that ball very, very quickly and prevents even half a chance of getting a run there from these
And
two.
he batted very well, didn't he, earlier? He's got a 3-ball burst where he went 4-6-6, and that, I think, is the difference between Sarova Split chasing 100 and chasing something more like 85, 88. This is one that gets away from him, though. And this is going to be really important as well, I think, for the Chiefs to make sure they don't give away too many of those freebies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams seem to have kind of cut down on their extras in this game compared to the first game of the day.
That is true. Ramasamy. 3 balls left in his spell.
A little wide.
Yeah, it's good eye. So there's certain things you can do just to kind of stack the deck in your favour. Houghton will know anything that he spots as a wide, he wants to leave alone. He doesn't want to be flirting with it. At best, he's probably hitting it for 1 if he can reach it. Anything down the leg side, he'll want to step inside, take those freebies, get another ball. A little bit behind the 10. And over, but not too far behind at the moment. Sarova Split. Full toss, and there's the hit me ball. He does hit it, and it won't go to the boundary. It'll be a long one. That one was really cracked. Frustration from out there because he knows he absolutely laced that, but well fielded out there by Amberjagan.
Yeah, I mean, not obviously the most technical piece of fielding, but anything you do to stop the boundary is a good piece of fielding in my book.
Tell you what, when you're struggling to find the middle of the bat and you do lace one, it goes straight to the fielder. It is probably one of the most frustrating things in cricket. Fooled by the bounce here, Adhikari. He's an interesting player, isn't he? Because he is quite aggressive, Krishna Adhikari. But sometimes he hits them, sometimes he misses them. Whereas I suppose Houghton's a bit more of a you know what you're going to get. He's a guy who you won't want to concede too many dots. He's a guy that's thinking 1 first and then thinking boundary. Whereas I think Adhikari, he's not thinking 1 at all. He's thinking, I want to whack this out of the ground. Slight hold up here. But if you have any questions for Luca, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We talked about the Croatian team a little bit in the ECC. Not quite able to win a game in the end. They kind of had a shootout with Bulgaria, if you remember.
Yeah.
In the recent ECC to make that 4th spot on finals day. Bulgaria did make the 4, but maybe they regretted it because they went for 200, I think, in the eliminator. But again, different countries at different levels. But it's nice to see a lot of the Croatian team turning out here in the European Cricket Series. This is going to be a thick inside edge. Can run hard here, should get 2 at a minimum.
Maybe even 3.
Think about it.
No.
Houghton again probably knows he doesn't want to throw it away with the run out this stage, so he's looking for it, decides against it. Adhikari gets 2, end of the 4th over. Ramasamy does a pretty good job with the ball as well, though he goes wicketless. He concedes only 14, it's 35 without loss after 4. Yeah, so Jared Newton, who is playing for Croatia in that, I mean, he plans, I think, to move to Croatia full-time at the end of the year. Do you know too much about that?
Yeah, he's currently based in South Africa, but he's obviously got his Croatian heritage. Yeah, I think he just kind of wants to move to Europe, and I mean,
he's a young family as well, and thinks it'd be a nice place to raise his family. So it would be great to get Jared a bit more involved in the Croatian cricket, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I was actually in South Africa, and it's a shame I couldn't get with Jared. I was in Pretoria, and Jared lived nearby.
Yeah,
got to kind of get a bit of a netting practice, get some coaching in. Fortunately, that didn't work out. But yeah, here he's moving to. The plan is to move to Korčula, which is an island just off Split. That's what I've heard from Mate. But yeah, it'll be good to have him. I mean, he's a great player.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, that's a no ball. I think of going for it. That was one that Sam probably could have had a swing at. But again, he doesn't want to give up the wide. He wasn't sure if it was no ball or not. It was. So free hit coming up. And this is Ambajagan who's bowling. Sam, I think, regrets not at least throwing the kitchen sink at this. Hey, listen to this from Jamie Dodger, who's come into the chat. And I'm loving what he's saying. He says that he'll donate
That's a
for
wide.
every run that Houghton scores, he'll donate to ECN. So I think Jamie's in the UK. So that's like a pound a run. I don't know what it is. But how about that? So he's on 5 right now.
Yep.
Jamie, I hope it's an expensive morning for you. Anyway, still another free hit coming up. Again,
Yeah, doesn't make the most of it, but they could get 2 here.
I think of it, but it's a clean pickup again. I think you need to watch things like that throwing arm, for example.
Yeah.
I think that's Thomas out there. You'd be spotting that, thinking, okay, next time maybe there is 2 here. So these are little things good players do.
Yeah.
But Ambajagan, for all of his issues with his control early on, he's only gone for 3 off that first ball. Adhikari again. You know what? I liked him a lot better when he was being a bit more selective about where he was hitting the ball. This is an example of a ball outside the off stump. He tries to go leg side and beat 2 fielders. There's nobody at deep cover. So I just think I'd like to see him hold his shape a bit more.
And it seems to me, Adhikari, he was doing really well with shots on the offside. And I mean, that previous, not this one, but the previous delivery, perfect for like a covered drive or a straight drive.
Yeah.
And he tries to slog it to leg side.
Exactly.
I think it's kind of just...
He's got power offside as well. This is a Gundy ball. It's going to be a no ball again. So it'll be a second warning. Now, how far has that gone?
I think that's gone for 6. That's gone over there with the Warriors, just down by the nets.
I don't think there's any doubt about the height here.
Yeah, it's been given
And
6.
it's gone for 6. So it is a 7 up. No ball plus 6. Things are changing so quickly in this game. Just when you thought that Sarova Split were drifting out of contention, they get a 7 there. They got a free hit to come. And I think you want Adhikari on strike for the free hit.
This will be...
Second and final warning, by the way, for
Yeah,
Ambajagan, so he can't bowl another one. Doesn't. This is hit high. Got to run hard. They have to run around each other. Definitely should get 2 now. Mishandled. And 2 the result. So that ball kind of goes for 9. And just like that, they're back on the pace for Oliver Split.
Absolutely. I think if you're a fielder there, don't even try and catch it. Just wait for it to bounce because it'll plug.
Keep it
and
in
you can
front
just
of
pick
you.
it up, go for a single, and then you just end up giving away a run trying to catch a ball that there's no need to catch it.
Yeah. Don't think Johnson Matthew particularly was that aware that it was a free hit, was my feeling.
Another wide.
Another wide. This is a good little period. Ambajagan, who he's been inconsistent. Had his periods where he's had his radar going. His periods where it hasn't.
Yeah, the supercomputer here has gone a bit haywire.
Yeah.
The chances were 50-50 a ball ago, rather than just before this wide. And now it's gone. Oh,
Yeah, it's
keep
got a
changing.
slight delay on it, but this is a ball that goes pretty close to the stumps of Adhikari. Again, look, if I had to be a bit technical about him, I'd like to see him just maybe coming across a little bit more and getting inside that ball so he can swing it away. Too many balls going between his body and the leg stump or over the stumps. Like this, for example. He's not in great position. But the other thing is, where's his cover drive gone? We saw him earlier, maybe because the bowling's a bit slower now, but we saw with the quicker bowling, he's very capable of hitting this to the offside. As it is, that over had about everything, but Ambajagan.
Yeah, he's also seems to be going back into his crease rather than coming forward. I think coming forward, getting it on the half volley is what you should be doing.
So let's have a look at some of the upcoming events now. Really excited about the first ever kind of dual ECIW and ECI series coming up. So we've got both the women and the men taking part. That's going to be the 4th and 5th of November. And then it'll be the same in Malta, actually. We're 3 weeks in Malta, but that will finish. Oh, actually, it won't be the finish. It'll be the second weekend. We'll have a women's and a men's series concurrently happening. So got the ECIs in Spain as well, and the ECS in Spain, and ECCW. First time we'll have the Euros of women's cricket. And the plan is at the moment that season 2024 we'll be back after only a 3-week break. We'll be back. Yeah, it's a lot of cricket, Luca.
Poor you, Vinny. You're going to be on the road all year for next, probably from the
Labour
season
of
after.
love.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they are talking about Greece, maybe Athens as the first
lovely.
stop. And that's probably not great for my waistline because the Greek food is pretty good. Croatian food's pretty good, by the way, as well. Burhan bowled well last game. Gets the first one past the outside edge of Houghton, who hasn't quite been on this game so far, but he's still there. Yeah, went out and had kind of a Croatian mixed grill last night.
Oh, lovely.
And I got to love the spiced meat and all those kind of things and the special bread. I think it was called Ivar as well.
Ivar is the sauce, yeah,
Ivar's
absolutely.
like a red sauce.
Yeah, it's Macedonian, actually, North Macedonia.
Okay.
Yep.
It was delicious. Flicks this away uppishly. Fielder comes in, can't quite get there. And again, does enough to keep it to a single. Yeah, I've got to say, we were well looked after last night. Tried a couple of local Croatian craft beers as well.
Oh, lovely.
But not too many, just the right amount for anyone from the office that is listening right now.
I'll keep silent on this.
Well, early finish kind of helped out a little bit. Just the 4 games a day at the moment rather than the 5. So it kind of gave us 2 more hours to explore the city. That one does come back in, doesn't it, off the pitch a little bit. Yeah, they want to be 60 to be on the pace. That's well bowled though from Berhard. And ends up being fielded by the batter, which is a dangerous strategy. This is the period where they kind of fell off the pace a bit last time, SOS, and they had to play catch up.
Yeah,
they almost got there, but couldn't quite.
It's 2 a ball now, and I mean, Adhikari needs to get that form he was in at the start of the innings back.
Yeah, I think just when he looks back at this innings, he'll just see a few shot selections, I think, that he would have liked to have had back. I like the way he gets inside that one and doesn't spoil the wide.
Yep.
Berhard only on for 2 in 4 balls though. Yeah, so I think these are the kinds of runs you have to take on at this stage. Now they're going to get it, but tell you what, he's going to be run out here at Deck Mountain. Well, let's have a look. Did he make it or not? I found he was struggling, but we'll have a look on the replay. Again, if they're gone straight away, they get there easily. But it's actually good awareness from Kanan, who comes in, and I think he's...
Oh, he's back. Ooh.
Did he get in here? I think he's just in.
It's hard to tell if the bat's on the ground or if it's up in the air. I think he's all right. I think he's all right.
I think it's a great piece of running from Houghton. I mean, maybe not initially, but the slide gets him home by the barest of margins. It was great fielding by Kanan. He's the one that was tracking that ball. Houghton's nervous, but I think the replay shows he's just in.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing we're going back to, we're going to keep praising Sam Houghton this entire innings, this entire game. But again, the fundamentals of like, when he runs, he doesn't hesitate. Any hesitation shown there, he backs himself to make the run, and he gets home safe.
But I think in the beginning, I think Adhikari had to take on the run at this stage. You know, you need a clean pick-up throw and hit the stumps from the mid-off, and I think if you're not taking those, you're probably leaving 2 or 3 on the table. So anyway, it'll be not out. We'll bring up the 50 partnership.
Yeah, 50 on the board for no loss.
50 off 35 balls. They need 25. 25 ball 50 from here. Now, this is a good cut up and away from Houghton. And that'll be a boundary. It's been called a no ball as well. And I think it might be a front foot no ball. But that's a good shot. This shot's kind of been missing. It's more than a dab. It's a full-blooded uppercut. Let's have a look at the feet here.
Oh, yeah, he's gone outside the...
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I actually think that the back foot is the only foot that matters. And so if it's been called for the front foot touching the line, then I think they might reverse this, actually. So, yeah, they are. They're going to reverse it. So it won't be a no ball. I hope they communicate that to everyone. I think it is the right call in the end.
Yep.
To be honest, the feet rule with bowlers don't make a lot of sense in cricket.
Yeah, it's one of those things, obviously, because I've got the umpiring certificate. It's one of those things I can never remember what the front foot and the back foot is for that.
Interesting that you say that, because what it used to be is, about 50 or 60 years ago, the front foot didn't matter. It's the back foot had to land, I think, behind what they call the bowling crease, which is in line with the stumps, right? Yep. And it didn't really matter where the front foot was. And so the back foot wasn't allowed to touch the
popping crease?
Yeah, so the back foot wasn't allowed to touch the side crease, the return crease, and it had to be behind the stumps. But they changed the frontness of it, if you like. They said your front foot has to be behind the popping crease.
Yeah.
But they never changed the back foot sidewaysness, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they kind of changed half the rule, not the other half, and it means now umpires have to be aware of both feet. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, to be honest. I'd like to see it changed, but anyway, they get it right in the end. That's the most important thing. So 54 without loss. They're one swing of the bat behind the rate at the moment. David Skinner was asking me, did I get on the Travarica? Am I saying that right?
Travarica.
Travarica.
Yep. It is the shots you have at the end of the night.
I did not. I
Poor
wasn't
form,
off it,
Vinny.
though.
Poor form.
Well, we didn't really have a local guide last night. We did go to a fairly local looking place where we tried to sit somewhere and were politely told it belonged to one of the regulars, and so we moved pretty quickly. But yeah, okay, so maybe could you describe what that is, Travitska?
Travaritsa, yeah, it's kind of this brandy made out of herbs. It's quite strong. It's about 50-60% alcohol. You
That's
get it at
pretty
the end of a dinner.
Sama Mohammed. He's worked away and he's
He's
going to be
caught.
gone. Yeah, it's a leading edge from Houghton. It never really clicked. But just as he was going to, he hit a good 4 last ball, the last over. The next ball he tries to hit to the leg side, but it skews away into the offside. Catch well taken there. So big moment in the game. The first wicket for the Chiefs. It's 55 for 1. And a pretty good catch taken there by Govindharaj.
I think that ball kind of when it lands, it just kind of turned, and I think that's what put Sam Houghton off.
And so, well, Sam's got them so far. They still do have some batting, and Sajid Khan, he's probably a bit more of a hitter than Sam is, even though he's a bit more high risk, high return, but maybe not a bad thing for him to come out here in the 7th over. Yeah, okay, so I'm familiar with Palenka from Hungary, which is, I suppose, just down the road. So is it something similar to that?
Quite similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Similar to Raki in Greece as well.
Raki, yeah.
Yeah, if you go to Greece, I'm sure you'll be having some of that after your Savlaki with Tzatziki.
It's a hazard of the job, for sure, trying some of the local delicacies. Anyway, Sajid faces up. Here's Sam Mohammed that comes back, gets the wicket. Oh, he's going to get lucky here. French cut.
French cut, yeah.
And how far is this running? It is going to get there. Great effort on the boundary down there from Nirmal George. But again, it's a sign that I think batting second in the morning session gives you a bit of an advantage because this outfield is quickening up as the day goes on, as the sun comes down. This one, I think, early in the day doesn't go for 4, but now it does.
Absolutely.
He's had a pad blowout there as well. Interesting, yeah, they're not going for Ukic just yet. He wasn't really on Josip with the bat earlier, so I think it's a good move to go for Sajid here. So yeah, they'd want to be around 70 after 7. I suppose you're just trying to break it down into smaller little milestones here. The other thing is Osama Mohammed, he's probably the best bowler for the Chiefs. So that's a bit of a bonus, I think, to get 4 in that fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Burhan's bowled well. He's only bowled the 1 over, so they've got to maximise. They got to go. I think Sir Oliver need 1 over that'll go for 20, I would say.
I noticed that Sam, he went for 11 in the end, as Jamie Dodgers put up the cash as well. We'll come back to that in a second. Swing and a miss again. I like Sajid just to watch what's actually coming at him, not the ball in his head. He tries to heave that away to the leg side. So Jamie, he's donated £10 and he's also donated another 78p as well. So that's on behalf
it's about
of
11 euros, yeah?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jamie. That's very, very kind of you, and we appreciate all the support. I'll say thanks to Sam as well. All right. Sajid gets tested upstairs. That one really took off. So, they are using Osama Mohammed here. Means he can't bowl again. This one probably...
That's probably all right.
It's probably all right, yeah, if he's standing up at the crease. I think it's not above the shoulder. But yeah, the pitch is up and down. Not easy for the batters. Certainly something for the bowlers we haven't seen over the last few weeks. And this one takes off again. Get through the keeper as well. Slight fumble.
Should be 2.
Yeah, I think these are the times you have to take it on a bit more. Force them to make a perfect throw. That one took a while to come back. So I think it'll be 2 byes to finish the over.
Yeah, haven't got the signal. I don't think there was any bat involved.
I don't think so. Again, this one, you see where it passes him. It's
might be an edge.
Yeah.
It does change a bit of direction. Might have been an edge, yeah.
Might have been. Let's see what the final call is. Anyway, we know that score at the end of it will be 61 for 1 after 7. Coming up, we have our first ever Warriors-Chiefs derby. So these are the 2, I suppose, slightly less established Zagreb sides, with the Warriors here for the first time today, though they did play 1 match earlier in the week. Could see a few names that I recognise from the national team in there, particularly Peter Bosniak, who will have the gloves for the Warriors, and Alan Magdalanic as well. They go to Chiefs, so we've seen them. They're going to play 3 on the spin this morning, so maybe a bit of a fatigue factor there, I suppose. Their first ever matches in the ECN. They're going to get a decent dose of it here on day 3. All right, big 18 balls coming up. SOS falling behind. They're going to have to play catch-up, and I like the captaincy here from the Chiefs. They're going back to Burhan. They're bowling their trump cards, trying to drive that required rate up and out of control.
Yeah, in a situation like this where there's a team just kind of behind the run rate, when you're bowling, you want to get your death bowler in a bit earlier because...
Yeah, this is going to be 4. Takes on the bit off and wins. Nice shot by Adhikari, who remembers there's an offside after all. So he's still there. He is a guy that's capable of hitting boundaries. He's going to have to hit probably 2 and over, you'd imagine, to keep them in this contest. There's one of them. Yeah,
but they're still in it, Vinny. I mean, obviously I was saying, if you're a bowling side, in a situation like this, you bring on your death bowler like Burhan slightly earlier, and you don't want a situation where you have your best bowler defending 5.
Yeah. Can backfire, though. This is hit harder. I think this is 4 more. So again, they didn't make the field change there. Adhikari, again, shapes to pull, but I think he might be a bit late on this, and that's why it goes where it goes, but it works out nicely. Is there another twist in this game as Sir Oliver Split close in?
Yeah, Adhikari on a nice 41 here. Look at him. I won't say anything because I'll end up jinxing him. Yeah, 3 to come in the over.
Now they do bring up the square leg, but I think that's what Adhikari wants. He might try and pull this away. There's nobody back on the leg side now. What he's looking for, leg side again, goes right back to the line, and oh, what an incredible catch, but he's got over the line. Unbelievable fielding. Maximo,
he caught that
result.
Caught that one-handed.
He did. He's gone Statue of Liberty play. Osama Muhammad with one of the plays of the day, but it's Adhikari that gets 6.
Well, he was already over the line, so even if he managed to do something incredible without getting to a teammate, he would have gone for 6.
What a piece of cricket! But Adhikari to 47. This game's taken a turn. They're almost back with the rate, but he can't hit 4 in a row. Swings and misses.
Yeah, good comeback there from Burhan.
Adhikari closing on the half century. Only made a single this morning. Burhan, last ball of his spell. And he's gone. Oh, what do you know? Burhan this time in the right place at the right time. So Adhikari got lucky and got 6. This time is the bowler who takes the chance clean as a whistle. This game takes another turn. It's 75 for 2.
Yeah, lovely catch by Burhan. I mean, he gets the last laugh of Adhikari. Great reaction.
Yeah, the self-preservation in that one as well. But Adhikari, again, can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Someone's going to have to try and get him home. But I suppose you take that over. 14 come off it. 75 for 2 off 8. Well, if there's 24 off the next 2 overs, we'll have our first golden ball in a while.
Well, there's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 123 against that golden ball. And obviously Sam Houghton's out. I mean, we've seen Sam Houghton hit a golden ball when he played in Gibraltar, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's a golden ball hero.
Lovely straight try for 4, I think it was.
Yeah, it was. It was off Ian Latin.
Ian Latin, yep.
Who's a very good leg spinner as well. So, all right. We're getting down to it.
Tell you what, Vinny, golden ball with Jukic playing the Josip Jukic special.
Oh yeah, imagine that behind the back to finish things off. That'll be quite incredible. All right, so here we go. Ninth, though, we say it all happens in ninth. Govindharaj, probably a good option. First one's a big filthy swing and a miss. And yeah, you mentioned Jukic is coming at the other end. So I mean, a good over here can pretty much put the game to bed. If you're the Chiefs.
I think the last game went quite similarly. Sir Oliver needed what? 24 off the
21 off the 24, last, I think, yeah.
But they needed something like 25, 26 off the last 2, and then a really good 9th over just kind of killed it for them. And no Sam Houghton here, of course, as well. Shot.
Yeah, or something at least. Probably got to go for 2 here. This is the time. So you've got to take it on. Yeah, it's a decent throw, but doesn't come back in time. So having to hustle, Sajid Khan gets 2.
Yeah, slides in the baseball style.
Yeah,
good running. I mean, they need
2 ball's not even enough at this stage, but it's something. Yeah. It's better than nothing. You need boundaries. You need to find probably, I'm guessing, kind of 4 boundaries, at least 3 boundaries in the next 9 balls.
Yeah, it also depends on how many extras are bowled as well. 3 to come in this 9th over.
Yeah. Govindaraj. I think he held his cool pretty well before. He got whacked for a 6 first ball by Sam Houghton in the 10th. But makes sense they go back to him here. All right, so now Cherry with the gloves. Takes a bit of time to get himself sorted.
Yeah, just helping Khan out with his laces. Love to see that.
All right, I need more. Oh, he edges it into his own face. And now they're going to take a run. But again, one run's not a big problem at the moment.
Yeah, but better than nothing, isn't it, Vinny?
Can I tell you that helmets have saved about 12 trips to the hospital during this series? And it is mandatory now. I think it's the way it needs to be. I mean, not everyone's comfortable batting in them, but I think you're more comfortable if you hit that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hit the face there.
I mean, obviously, with the pitch as it is, when there's a ball that hits, that's a good length that can kind of turn into a bouncer. You definitely want to have a helmet.
Yeah, especially on a pitch like this. All right, Govindaraj. Oh, it goes through everyone. They need to be looking to run there. You know.
Yep.
I just think at this stage, every little bit counts. Ukic can't catch up with it again. That's ball misses leg stump. If he could have gotten across there, I don't even care if he swings behind his back at it, but probably would have got a run. Last ball of the 9th coming up. That's missed, so that'll be the end of the over. It's going to be a very similar situation to before. SOS need 22 off the last, and it's 78 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, 22 off the last over, and no Sam Houghton. And also no Adhikari either. Yeah, I mean, what do we say? 18 and over is the impossible chase.
Yeah,
it's too much.
Look, I mean, we have seen big overs here. I think you're going to have to rely on a lot of extras as well, and someone kind of losing their cool. But, you know, SOS, they're improving with the bat. I mean, 81 was their top score of the series. They scored in the last game. That was 7 short. And this one looks like they'll go past that, you'd imagine. Going for Ambajagan. Yep. He's been occasionally off. 10th overtime. And it's going to be a thick edge, but I think it's only 1 if it's handled cleanly. And so, yeah, they're improving. But I go back to the first innings. Remember Ramasamy with that big 4-6-6.
Yep.
And the first 4 was actually probably a catch. That's Sajid Khan kind of backed off and lost his bearings.
Yeah, he kind of up in no man's land there.
I think those 3 balls could be the difference between the 2 teams. It's all said and done.
Shot from Ukic.
Hit pretty well, but this is going to plug. Should be stopped. It is. They've got to go for 2. They will. And again, 2's not really enough. 19 off 4 now. So yeah, game of fine margins, isn't it? And yeah, it's rather split. Let's be honest. They've had some games where it hasn't been too much of a contest. They've certainly been competitive this morning, even though it looks like they're going to come up short.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, they've still got Warriors to play. I think they'll get a win or 2 in this tournament. Absolutely. That's a no ball.
Well, it comes down quickly. Did it come down in time? It's going to be called a wide. I suppose at this stage, everything's about a free hit anyway.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. It comes down.
Yeah.
Josip Jukic obviously is about 6'5", 6'6" at least.
He's built.
Big man, yeah. Yeah, they'll just be given as a wide.
Yeah, I think it's about, how do I put this nicely? Buttock height for me.
Yeah, it's always dipping, so
yeah,
I think Jukic did the right thing with leaving that.
It still is a wide though, so they get 1 and they'll get that one re-bowled again.
Yeah, 18 off 4.
Yeah, just a wide signal. 18 off 4. Can Jukic step up with the boundary, at least kind of get off strike here? Oh, he absolutely mooses that, but what do you know, there's a fielder there waiting for it. So now you're looking at 3 6s to win it. If you go 2 6s and a 4, you tie it. I can tell you something, if this ball stays on the field of play, it looks like the Chiefs will hang on for a second win. Beautiful day, cracking day at the moment. Yeah, looking forward to the Chiefs-Warriors game coming up. That should start in around about 10 minutes' time. May have a slight delay. Just checking now, but yeah, it will stay 10 minutes behind. Well, there we go. It was there to hit, but he can't get it far enough.
Plug, they'll go for 2.
There's
a run-out chance here. Yeah, and Josip Jukic run out. Oh, he kind of fumbles it, though.
Yeah, he fumbled. I'm not so sure that he gets him here, if I'm honest. But what it will do, it should ice the game. Let's have a look.
I think that might even have been a short run from Jukic.
See a little fumble.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's back.
Yeah, he's made it. So, yeah, it won't be out. It'll be 2 runs. I think he actually knocks the bails off before he has the ball again. So,
Yeah,
15 off 2.
Yep.
Now you're relying on at least 2 runs in extras. And this one isn't going to get up at all. And I think that will pretty much be it. You can check the second bounce here.
No, that's fine.
It bounces just past the stumps. If it bounced twice before the popping crease, would have been no ball. This will be the last ball. Of course it won't. They think
Yes,
about
it will,
running. They don't. No, you're relying on it. Like a big 5 wides or something. It has happened before, but we've never seen a team get 15.
Yeah,
off
we
the
could
last
have
ball.
a no ball 6.
Yeah, that's true. And that will do it. So well done to the Chiefs. They end up with 4 points from their morning, and we'll see them again on 3rd consecutive game coming up as the Warriors will be back on the park. And so Oliver Split, I mean, they'll be disappointed. They do get their best score of the series, 86 in the 10 overs, but they fall short. 13 runs the margin here in match number 10. And so, yeah, later on we'll see Split taking on the Warriors, but Warriors will be first up against the Chiefs, winning the toss, electing to bat. Again, I liked the work of their captain, Abhishek Awasthi, the other day. Peter Bosniak behind the stumps. Looking forward to seeing him as well. Magdalenic, another player we saw not too long ago at the ECC. That game's coming up 20 minutes away. 10-minute delay for the 3rd match of the day. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights. And it was an opening partnership that set this up and kind of got them in a position where they might be able to pull it off. But in the end, again, you see the difference between chasing something around the 85 mark and the 100, which they needed in the end. There were some tight moments there. Adhikari, certainly had some good moments in there, in amongst a few misses as well. Houghton, again, that was a close call, but he would survive, but didn't quite have his touch. Eventually, he got a leading edge after hitting a nice cut for 4. It was nicely taken by Govindharaj. And then, I suppose, a bit of luck despite the efforts of the fielder there, as we saw Sajid Khan with a French cut 4 first up, and Adhikari was trying desperately to keep his team in the contest. This was an incredible catch, actually. He takes off from the rope, so as soon as he touched it 6, but I gotta love the effort from the captain, Osama Mohammed. Adhikari, though, that was the last of the luck he had, because he drilled one back at Mohammed Burhan. That was the end of him, and ultimately it proved a little bit too far for Sir Oliver Split. Thanks again to Lucas Tubbs for his commentary during that match, and hopefully we haven't heard the last of Luca for the day or the series as we look back at the scorecard. Adhikari, nice to see him in the runs, 47 off 32, but again it was him that couldn't quite find the allies to get him to the target. 11 for Houghton, 11 for Sajid Khan. Ukic came in at the end, and ultimately 13 runs the margin. Wickets for Burhan and Osama Mohammed in there, the Hungarians proving pretty effective, but I've got to say I like Govindharaj. Only conceded 10 off his 2 overs. Also Ramasamy only conceding 14. I think they might have been the difference in the end. We'll take a break and we'll be back very shortly, about 15 minutes away from rejoining you for the afternoon session. It's a new look Zagreb derby with the Warriors taking on the Chiefs in match level when we return for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and turning out to be a very sunny day. We're halfway through the action on day 3. Coming up, we have a Zagreb derby between the Zagreb Warriors and Zagreb Chiefs a little bit earlier. It was Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, Zagreb Chiefs to call. Yeah. Tails is the call. It's heads.
They're going to have a bat first.
Okay, good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Thank
All
you.
the best.
Okay.
So Zagreb Warriors have won the toss and they're having a bat.
Thanks very much, Steph, and well done to all the Blue crew for such a great job. This tournament running very smoothly, and of course to all of our friends at Croatian Cricket that have made us so welcome. This is what's coming up now, match 11. Warriors, we only saw them once in the series. They couldn't get the points, but look at their team against the Chiefs, who do have 2 out of 2, winning against Oliver Split in both games this morning. The Warriors, confident move for them to decide to bat first, and they'll be hoping that they're able to do a little bit better with the bat than the other day when we saw them against Zagreb Sokol in match 3. They put on 59 off their 10 overs. They only lost 3 wickets there, but they really had a bit of a tough time kind of going at an acceptable rate in this format. They're not the only team in those kind of issues. Also, you might have noticed there, this is the 900th match in the ECS in 2023. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can always see the little counter. So it's a 900th European Cricket Series match. That doesn't include, for example, the internationals. Doesn't include the ECC, the ECL, the Night Series, the T20 internationals we've shown this year. And so, all ready to go. It's going to be Usama Mohammed to get us going. Shake, rattle, and got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. As the clock ticks over, 110 local. Usama starts with a ball to Awasi. He pushes away. They'll take a run, make it just. So Warriors on the board. On board with me here once again is the one, the only Lucas Stubbs, our Croatian correspondent. Luca, welcome back. And what do you think about this for a Zagreb derby? First time these two teams have met in the European Cricket Series.
Thanks so much, Vinny. Pleasure to be here once again. Yeah, I think both of these teams are kind of an unknown for us. We've not seen the Warriors play much, and we've not seen the Chiefs. We only seen them in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Chiefs on their 3rd game of the day, third game in a row. We'll have to see whether that gives them a bit of momentum or whether they're kind of going to end up being tired. Great bowling so far from Mohammed, though.
Yeah, he's been good, and he's a guy we have seen playing for the Cobras in Hungary. He gets that out movement, doesn't he? That was a really good delivery. The ball does swing around a bit. I do think, given the conditions here, the ball stays in pretty good shape, even though it might get a bit kind of waterlogged, it might get a bit muddy at times, but it certainly has been drying out since the start of the day. So we swing too much and we call it a wide. So right now, Jitin Kumar getting an opportunity. So yeah, you mentioned a bit of an unknown. These squads against each other. I have it pretty even, if I'm honest.
I think so too, yeah. We haven't seen much of the Warriors yet, and we've only seen, this is only obviously the Chiefs' first day, so it'll be interesting. Like I would say 50-50. Obviously the supercomputer says massive chances to, I think that's out. Yep, given. I think he was pitching in line. It's straightened. It was obviously coming. It was quite a bit of in swing. Yeah, straightened. And that's
down
plumb.
the line. Yeah, I agree with you, Luca. I think it's straightening down the line, and it's going to be a duck for Kumar. And this will show it again. You mentioned the swing. Definitely, kind of that's what does him in the end. He gets himself in a bit of a muddle by getting so far in front of the stumps. Good decision, I think. And so disappointment for the Warriors on their return as Jitin Kumar gets a bit of company from Derek as he walks off second ball. And
Yeah.
2 for 1.
Unfortunately, I can't do the quack 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 noise that Rico does.
Neither
Have to
can
disappoint.
I.
Yep.
We actually, you probably didn't hear it. It's probably good that you didn't. We had our crew from Swing Productions. Seemed like everyone was having a go in my ears yesterday, and there were some pretty sick sounding ducks. I know when I've attempted it, it doesn't really come off. It's a kind of unique skill that Rico possesses. But anyway, this is going to be Damian Mandic coming to the crease. Oh, this one really takes off. Just have a look at how this takes off, and the keeper does well to actually get a glove on this. It's got to be pretty disconcerting for the batter to see this first up.
Yeah, that's pretty much in the slot, and it just completely bounces
up. It's a
up.
full delivery,
Yeah.
but it's an incredible amount of bounce. Anyway.
And that's the LBW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a good call.
Yeah.
I don't think you could really have an excuse not to give it out. Similar kind of ball, so he's right on the money here. Now, I think what we saw also from the Chiefs is they're probably some of Mohammed most dangerous of their bowlers. So if you can negotiate him, okay, and even if you don't get him for a lot of runs, but try not to get out to him, try not to lose those key batters, then you're probably in good shape to go after some of the other options.
Yeah, absolutely. Burhan's impressed me especially in the first 2 games for Chiefs today as well. So yeah, but I mean, again, T10 format, you can only bowl 2 overs.
Yeah. Another good ball. Yeah. I love the accuracy here. Wow, this one might have had him struggling actually. It was a kind of a shoot from the hip job from the mid-on, but that'll be the end of the first over. A good one for the Chiefs. It's 4 for 1 Warriors. Yeah, and I think also, Luca, you look at the Warriors the other day, they won the toss, they batted, they only managed 59, but you know, I like the confidence that they decide, no, you know, we're going to try it again. And we think maybe we're a bit more evenly matched against this Chiefs side, and they don't have a great start, but there's still 9 overs to go. 53 days to go until the first ever Euros of women's cricket, and you were talking a little bit earlier that it's great to see women's cricket developing. I know the Croatian women's side will appear not this weekend but next weekend for a 4-match series against the Czech women's side, and they've been working very, very hard on their skills. It'll be nice to see them try and put into practice, Luca.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. You know, we've got Ramasamy coming into bowl.
Yeah, sun goes behind a few clouds at the moment. Bit of relief from the heat.
Yeah, this Combox, when the sun comes out, feels like a bit of a sauna, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's the ice cube, sometimes it's the microwave cube, or the sauna cube. This one keeps down. So this is the same end that we're bowling from, and you can see that there was a ball fuller than that took up and went over the keeper's head in the last over. It does make it pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think Assassins obviously not playing right now, but they have a bit of an advantage because they're used to this. They're used to the variable bounce, and they kind of know where it's going to go, and they kind of when they're batting, and they kind of know where to put it when they're bowling.
Yeah, I think it starts with the bowler and putting it in a spot where it might do something. Now it might not, but I think obviously keeping it just outside that off stump, and it's typically the fuller ones that are taking off. So you don't have to get crazy. You don't have to bang it in too short. It'll probably go way over the head if you do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Guri Singh struggle with that yesterday quite a bit.
Yeah, had a few control issues. Is Mandich back on strike? And he'll throw the bat at it. Gets a thick outside edge.
Gets enough on it
though. Maybe thinking of 2, but Mandich off the mark. Again, it's so great to see so many native players involved. We talked about this earlier, and you'll see plenty of them here. We've got the Warriors lineup. You've got Mandich, who made his debut earlier on the week. You've got, is it Hrvoje Hajnić?
Hajnić, yeah. How do I? Yeah,
Hajnić.
that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played for the Croatian national side in ECI Bulgaria.
This is going to be pulled away again. Well, it's actually gone a long way off the bat. It's Mandich again. Sometimes it's an experience thing. You see, he's backing up a little bit.
Good shot.
Just, it was a bit slow to go. Made it hard for him, and better throw might have had him in trouble. But I like the dive there. I like the intent to make his crease no matter what. He gets there in the end.
I think the keeper should be ahead of the stumps, ready to receive it.
Yeah, well, he's close to the stumps. Yeah. Now, this is a cracking shot, and it's going to be a boundary, even though it plugs. Still gets there, and I love watching this shot from Mandich because I like that he goes with the line and the ball. 4 runs to the Warriors.
Absolutely great shot from Mandich, yeah. It's kind of got that, I think it's coming from a baseball background, that's why he's got that kind of stance.
Yeah, well, I played both, and you know, one thing in baseball, you are kind of taught to try and, they call it going the other way rather than just pulling a ball. And that was a bit of a baseball swing there, but he had the length to work with. Ramasamy needs to pitch up.
Good ball.
And this is when you're bowling to people that have baseball backgrounds, and I've actually seen quite a few. I've also, played with American guys in baseball, and I try and teach them cricket, but they're not used to hitting balls that bounce near them.
Yeah.
They're used to full tosses, or a ball that bounces really short comes at what a baseball height would be. So you can see the difference when he went a bit fuller there. And so, is that the end of the over? I guess it is. And it'll be 11 for 1 after 2, if in fact that is the end of the over. So yeah, these are just little things. For example, in baseball, you never hit what we call a Yorker.
Yeah.
It's a pitch that you leave alone because it's hard to get up and get a decent bit of bat on it. Whereas, yeah, very short balls and very full tosses, the baseball, it's pretty comfortable hitting. Looking at the Warriors, just the one loss so far. This is going to be what they would call a foul ball in baseball. Thinking of 2 here. And these are other things. So I know I went the other way. I went from cricket to baseball. So after I finished playing cricket, I played probably 6 years of baseball. And in cricket, we know as cricketers when there's a run and when there's not. For example, we just judge that distance. In baseball, you're running probably 50% further between bases, and you don't necessarily know what's a run and what's not. You don't have your bat to help you in baseball. So you can see there with Mandich, a little bit hesitant about whether there's a second there or not. Anyway, Ahmed Burhan is the bowler.
Yeah, interesting. They've brought Burhan back again for the third over. I think they want to they want to get a good start bowling here.
Yeah, Summer holding himself back. This is hit, and I like also Mandich off with the hit. I think you do need to try and test the fielders out, come up with a perfect piece of fielding if they're going to get you. But there's 11 on each side, so I think it's important that you at least take a few calculated risks in order to build the team score. That's pretty well bowled by Burhan. I was going to say, Iggy said he's working from home today, so he might be working with us, in inverted commas. Well, Iggy, it's great that you can fit us into your day. Hopefully, somewhat productive. This is a good leave down the leg side from Awasti, the captain. Just losing his line, not getting the
Yeah, I think he was trying to go for a Yorker there. I think just couldn't get the line right. That's better from Burhan.
Well, could be a catch. Bowler's going after it himself, and he'll take it. Not in the middle of the hands, kind of rolls up the arms, but Burhan does the job in the end. Awasti, the skipper, goes for just 4, and the Warriors lose a second. 14 for 2.
Yeah, good reactions from Burhan to be able to see where it's going, get to it. It kind of drops out of his hands, and he kind of gets it between his arms and his chest.
Yeah,
lovely stuff. Yeah.
Well, proud Croatian. He hugs it towards the badge, doesn't he, in the end? And so, yeah, Wasti never really got going in that innings. This will be Krisa Franic, who comes to the crease. So, I mean, some of these Croatian names we're seeing, how would they get into cricket? Is there one way, or are they all different random stories?
It's a bit of both. I mean, I know Pero Bošnek, he grew up in Australia. He's an Australian Croat.
He's
what
been
a ball.
castled by a shooter. And I tell you what, Burhan, I mean, I guess he puts it in the right spot to begin with, but that's an awful ball to get first up. And we've seen some of these taking up and going over the keeper. This one just shoots through, comes back at him again. And I don't think there's many batters in the country that are dealing with this one. So it's going to be a golden duck for Franic. And, well, that's cricket in a nutshell, isn't it? Warriors 14 for 3.
Yeah, one of those you can't really blame yourself. He didn't play a bad shot. I think he was trying to look to block it and just kind of skid it along the ground for him. Shame for Franic. We've got just as we were talking about him, we've got Pero Bošnek coming in.
Yeah, and I know that there are quite a few with an Australian background. In fact, a Mediterranean Cricket League is a tournament that takes place here in Croatia. And there's even a Mediterranean Cricket League in Perth annually now, where I come from originally. I've had friends playing it.
Yeah, it was held in and Burhan on a hat-trick, by the way.
Yeah, he is on a hat-trick. And, we haven't had one yet here in Croatia. Had a few during the ECC. Can Burhan get one? Can Peter keep it out? Wow, it's a cracking shot from Bošnek first up. tests the outfield, but as the day goes on, the outfield's getting quicker, and that's 4 runs, and that's how you deal with a hat-trick ball, Luca.
Well, we could have seen what was it, Zulfikar? It was actually a double hat-trick ball in the Spain-Netherlands game.
Yeah.
Double three wickets and then 3 sixes from Zulfikar.
It was a crazy game. I know he caught that one. Highest chase we've ever seen, 183. That was actually a shame you weren't there, Luca, because we had a few of our chatters up in the box.
I was watching at home. It was an experience. And look, another lovely shot from Bosniak. There should be 2 there.
Yeah, should get 2. It takes a bit of convincing. Oh, he makes it look like he's running up Mount Everest, but he'll get there, and that'll be the end of the power play. 20 for 3.
I think he's wearing concrete trainers there out there, Pero Bosniak.
Yeah, you can see the throw just took too long to get to the keeper.
Oh, direct hit and he's out.
Yeah, he probably saw it. It wasn't going to hit the stumps, but anyway, happy to see him again. And yeah, we saw him keeping for Croatia in the ECC. Yeah, so had the fans up there, and I kind of thought, well, this is a game where it's going to be dead pretty soon, and it kind of looked like it was dead, to be honest. I think Spain got up to 98% win percentage, but then to the Counters Off Cup, quite an incredible performance. Now, he's a triplet, as you probably know. His triplet brother, Sakib, is playing for the Netherlands in the World Cup right now. He's got another brother, Assad. So those 3 triplets have all played for the Netherlands at the ECC before. And they have another brother, Remart. So their club, Punjab Rotterdam, has 4 of them in there. So imagine how strong they are. And their dad has been pretty instrumental in their development as well. So there's 5 of them around the ground. Bit of a nightmare for the scorers, though.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these guys prefer first names in the scorebook, to be honest.
Yeah, makes sense.
And if you have 4 guys with the same last name, might as well.
Like Osama Muhammad, for example, he's coming back now in the 4th. So bring him back. Attacking move to go for the kill. His first ball takes off. So, I mean, trying to work out how to deal with these kind of balls. We've seen some batters try to get a long way forward, but a ball is almost impossible to drive, even though you'd say it's a driving length. I think you just got to hope you survive it. Have a look at the stance here from Mandic. If I had to give him a little tip, I think he can probably stand a bit further to the left. But I think he wants to kind of advance a little bit. So this is something a lot of people coming into the game don't realise. I mean, probably the most right you should be is your toes on the leg stump. And if the bowler spots that, you can see that's a difficult ball for Mandic to reach because of where he's standing. But I do think he's got really good fundamentals. He's got hand-eye coordination. That's obvious to me. He's got a pretty nice swing of the bat.
There we go. I think we saw Pedro Bosniak there telling him, take a step forward, and it's worked out well for him.
Yeah.
Single there.
And that's also really nice teamwork. Yeah, you can see this time, you look at that back foot, it's pretty much on leg, middle and leg. Yeah, I'm just really excited to see the development of players from all different backgrounds. You mentioned some have baseball background, or some have a background playing some cricket in some other countries. Some obviously picked up their cricket here in Croatia, like yourself. That's a good ball though for Bosniak. Once again, you see Osama Muhammad getting that little bit of outswing.
Yeah, the clouds come out. It's gonna get the ball to swing a bit more.
A lot of people ask about this pitch. I know it's not your ground, but I believe it's a concrete base. But there's got to be something in between because I've never seen a concrete pitch quite behave this way.
I don't know. I think because obviously this is where the first cricket ground was cricket was first played in Croatia in like the late 90s, 98, 99, so about 25 years ago. It's the surface is new, but I think the concrete below hasn't been much done with it. And
also, what I'm probably not factoring in is the carpet and how the carpet's laid and how tight the carpet's laid, and you can sometimes get some variable bounce from that. His last ball to 4th, and it's going to castle Bosniak. It's a good piece of bowling from Osama Muhammad, and he comes to the party with 2 for 4 with the Chiefs, but that'll be his last ball in this game. Bosniak gets done by a good one. It's 21 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, if Chiefs win here, they're gonna go into second place. It's gonna be 3-0.
Yeah, well, don't speak too soon though. I mean, never judge a game in the first few overs. But I think this is a good delivery in Bosniak. What he gets done by, a little bit of the right to left swing as he was looking to turn the way to the leg side, but couldn't get any bat on it.
Yeah, we've got Akshay Daksini coming in. Another guy who's been playing cricket in Croatia for a fairly long time.
Yeah, it's good to see Akshay out there, and yeah, obviously we talk a lot about the the different backgrounds players have. And obviously, it's great when we see European-born players, but it's also important to recognise contributions of those that have moved and have been essentially the pioneers of cricket in a lot of these countries.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Kamaldaran Kanan coming on with the bowl, or coming on to bowl, the bandana man. Hello to Mike Bow as well, Mike Bow, I should say. Hello to Ben, who's watching from Perth. You can actually watch the Mediterranean Cricket League. I think it's sometime in the new year, maybe March.
That's the Australian one. Yeah,
the Australian
one in this part of the world is July usually.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here we go with the 5th, and it starts.
Hoppa.
Well, that's a good ball to a baseballer. It'll be a no ball. It won't be out. And hopefully, Mandich realises this. And he's saying, hey, do I get the free hit? But bad news for him is he won't, because they get 1 run. Akana gets it wrong. That's such a baseball load up here. And, well, baseball would probably be hoping to put that one over the fence, to be honest, Luca.
Yep, absolutely. But run and a no ball and a free hit.
Another full toss, Taxini.
Yeah, can't make the most of it. It's just kind of wide, too wide for him to actually get all of it.
Yeah, again, this is better, but still high-ish, about thigh high. Anyway, bat on ball, and we know that, we have a feeling that 60s will be defended at some point.
Well, we nearly saw it
in this
yesterday.
tournament, yeah.
Nearly saw Sokol defend 64 yesterday.
I love a good umpire clothesline. I don't know if we got this in time, but Kanan shakes it off. That's a much better ball this time. And they'll hustle for 1. Yeah, just like, I like Mandich. He's a gamer, I can tell. He's got his head in the game. He's running hard. I'd love to know how much cricket he's played, but I think he's showing tremendous potential here. Dave Skinner saying it's also a golf matting rather than a specialist cricket matting. This is going to have to be a dead ball. The field's still moving there. And Daxini making it pretty clear that he wasn't ready. And so umpire saying, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he says before the ball leaves the arm.
Yeah, I mean, as I have a theory, as a batter, you get one of those. You can do whatever you like. You can walk away once. You always get the benefit of the doubt.
Here's a question now for you. Obviously, we have the timing rules.
Sure.
What happens if the batter kind of knows that good ball from Kanan?
Yeah.
But what if the batter kind of knows that the bowling team's running out of time?
If
Ball's coming up. Yeah, you kind of say sorry.
So
and then you take it.
Yeah.
You say you're not ready.
You waste time basically. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a really good question actually. This is in the air. It should just loop out to the grasp of the fielder. Taxini will get 1. So basically, it's a we call it like it's a manned clock. And what I mean by that is it is adjusted for these kinds of things, and not just in the last over or the 9th over, but throughout the innings. So the umpires will spend time. Okay, let me just see what's going on out there in the middle. No, 2 to come.
I think they're checking how many to come. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, we'll go back to that in a second. As Mandich faces up again.
Oof.
This one's, I think, it's going to be a wide because it bounces past the stumps. So maybe we're seeing some free coaching from the umpire, but it didn't work out too well. This is off the pitch because it bounces past the stumps, but I think it just does. It'll be a wide, not no ball. Another
no
full
ball.
toss, and this one is going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, that is a proper home run. Time for Mandich to circle the bases. But how high is it? That's my question. Yeah, probably with the pace he's bowling, it's coming down. But, yeah, still. Nice shot. I think they're happy with the height in the end.
Yeah, I reckon that's just all right. Mandich asking the umpire whether he's back on strike after that 6.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him called. It's probably right on the border. Oh, no,
So
they have said it's no ball in the end. Okay, yeah, I kind of agree with that. That's how they normally umpire. And Mandich, I mean, can't be out except for run out off this ball. Another hanging full toss. Oh,
that'll be stopped.
should be, eventually. Yeah, ooh, now Mandich, he wants to.
Oh, a bit of confusion there, but he's all
lucky
right.
He gets away with it. He's is getting too confident out there, man. He really wants to strike back, and now he flashes a thumbs up. Almost like he's been picked off. He has to slide back into second base here. So, yeah, going back to what we were saying about 2 minutes ago, if the referees felt the batter was deliberately wasting time, they'd either stop the clock or add on some time back, 30 seconds or a minute. And it's very situational. You try and only do it if you have to, and it's for unavoidable things. So it's not, even fetching the ball, and it has to be extraordinary. So they're not kind of trying to stop the clock too often, but times like the batter having to have his pad readjusted or something like that, or obviously for injuries and things like that. So it's a really good question, and sometimes it's a bit of a judgment call as we get to the end of the over. 34 for 4. Let's have a look at the ECL. Okay, I haven't done this today, but I'm going to roll a dice, and it's an 8-sided dice, and I'm going to see what group it's coming up. It's telling me Group 7. Well, that is Group G. Now we've got CIYMS returning. We have Cluj returning after an absence last year. United were in the group last year. In fact, I think they were drawn with Zagreb Sokol last year.
We beat them.
And you beat them, that's right. Oslo for the first time from Norway, and that involves their captain, Raza Iqbal. He captains that side. Muflon from Cyprus, and the Gibraltar rep, which is yet to be decided. But we know Gibraltar have got some very good players over there. We mentioned Ian Latine earlier in the day, so we don't know what the club is from Gibraltar yet, but we do know the other 4 clubs in Group G. And the interesting thing about that group is whoever wins it, they will be playing the very next day in Championship Week, because there's no days off during ECL 24. So it goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then Monday, straight back into it. So 7 groups instead of 6. I mean, you must be excited to see that tournament growing as well.
Oh, 100%. Well, hopefully we'll get Sokol in there as well. Go for our 3rd time, and then maybe...
Well, you've got some work to do, because, you have to outperform the Assassins in this tournament. Assassins have had the early jump, but still plenty of cricket to go.
I mean, I think as this tournament goes on, you'll see Sokol get better. Obviously, this is Assassins' home ground. They're used to the pitch, and I think as teams get more used to the conditions, they'll start performing much better and give Assassins a challenge. And obviously, we haven't seen Ljubljana yet as well.
Yeah, Ljubljana. I'm really looking forward to seeing them. It's about 90 minutes away here, right? It's another one that keeps down.
Yep.
So, I mean, you get rewarded for actually developing a good cricket technique here, I think, as well. Anyway, Mandic is 17 off 14. Can he go further? This one goes through a bit more of a normal pace. Burhan, I mean, it's a different kind of proposition, same as Osama Mohammed. I think they're the most experienced players in this Chiefs lineup that we're seeing on the park today.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, Burhan really impressed me in that in these first 2 games he played.
Yeah,
he's accurate, and he manages to he keeps finding the spot, and he's about to take a
it should be an easy catch, but you never know. But it is taken, and Mandic is going to go for 17. Burhan with the 3rd wicket here in match 11. So what I was going to say about baseballers as well is they're really used to hitting the ball forwards, but baseballers, when they transition into cricket, they tend to not use the 360 degrees. So, for example, a shot, that's the kind of length that maybe you can step inside and try and hit down to fine legs. So if you used a clock as a reference to 1 or 2 o'clock, and to kind of use the pace of the ball a bit more, that's something that doesn't happen in baseball. But I got to say, I really like that innings from Mandic, though. He's going to go for 17. It's better than a run a ball, but he's the 5th wicket to fall, 35 for 5.
Yeah. Burhan again with another caught and bowled here today.
Yeah, there's been a few. Yeah, so that's what happens in baseball as well. When you have to hit one that gets kind of chest high or above, it's hard to get on top of it. So the ball goes straight up. That's the way it works out there. Burhan does his own work. But this will bring Alan Magdalenic to the crease.
Yeah, absolutely. Another guy who's played for the Croatian national team. Another guy who comes from a baseball background.
Yeah.
Better stance though for them. More of a proper stance here.
He's played a bit more, Alan. And he enjoyed getting to meet him at the ECC recently. So at the moment they're on kind of 62 pace. And I think with a couple of early wickets, maybe they could defend 70 or something like that. But have to get a wriggle on. This one, is it doing enough? Umpire has a good look.
I think it's even hitting outside the line.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looked like. And with the angle, I thought it would probably head further down.
Yeah, outside the line.
Well, not far away, but I think it's a good decision by the umpire. Get some bat on this. I like the old hit and run here as well. I think especially this time of the innings, when you've got two fairly new batters at the crease, you've just got to try and take every run possible. So Magdalenic gets on strike for the next over, gets off the mark as well. It's 36 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, just putting them on about lower 60s pace for the Warriors. I think obviously with the Chiefs, their batting clicking quite. Obviously, they didn't have the best start in the first game.
Yeah.
But they got up to 100 in the, or they set a 100 target in the second game against Sir Oliver, and I think they're just going to get better and better as this goes on.
Yeah, and I think the key will be early wickets, regardless of what the target is. See if this is a contest or not. This is Prakash Govindharaj to bowl the 7th over. And he's really impressed me when he was brought on the first time. It was kind of a hairy situation, 10th over. They used him as a 6th bowler, but I think he's kind of worked his way up, and they're planning to give him the 2 in this one. And he gets in a good spot. Magdalenic swings and misses.
Yeah, he's just kind of keeping it back of a length in that corridor of uncertainty, just outside leg stump. Off stump rather. Yeah, he's giving Magdalenic a tough time here. Hits that, and that will be. Just won't carry to the fielder.
But again, you see the baseball type swing. You know, they're very comfortable in what we call a V. Not necessarily a traditional kind of straight bat drive, but kind of muscling it. So if I'm working with baseball guys, if I'm trying to develop some more shots, I'm trying to teach them how to cut and how to pull, and how to play a bit more sideways and even kind of hook, and to actually move their feet, because that's something you don't really do in baseball either. You don't really move your feet, you kind of set them and that's it.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot by Duxini this time. He'll just get a single. So yeah, I'm trying to throw him a lot of balls kind of outside their hip and trying to get him whacking away to fine leg. Yeah. I'm trying to get him to hit the ball a bit later, maybe with some cut shots, just to give him a few more options. Because I think with baseballers, normally the hand-eye coordination is there. It's just practicing a few different style shots. And in some ways, there's some of the easier shots. For example, pull shot outside the leg stump.
Yeah, that's just one that kind of doesn't bounce. Yeah, there's that area like somewhere between the slot and a Yorker just outside off where it just doesn't carry.
Yeah.
And I reckon as a bowler, regardless of how fast you bowl, if you put it there, you're going to get a dot.
This one goes whizzing past leg stump, and that's pretty good over by Govindharaj. Again, only concedes a couple. And at the end of 7, it's 38 for 5. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, these are little things where, you know, you can tailor coaching based on someone's background. I think that for people coming from other sports, there's normally a way you can kind of fast track them a little bit because they already have some of the necessary skills and attributes. In Croatia at the moment, I'm going to pick out one at random. Actually, how many have we got there? I'm going to pick a random number. Oh, yeah, why don't you pick one for me? Pick a location. I'll tell you a bit about it.
Sure. Well, tell me about Sweden.
Sweden was great, actually, when we were there for the ECS. We were in Stockholm, but at a new ground. We're at Mashta because the ground we regularly use at Norsborg was under renovation.
Okay.
And they've just opened some new club rooms there since. But it was pretty high scoring at times. Sher Ali broke the record for fastest century, brought up 125 balls, which since has been broken in Krefeld to 22 balls. This is just crazy hitting. And yeah, ultimately it was Hudinger that got the win over Albi Zalmi, and Hudinger then had to play a playoff with in a 4-team playoff for ECL qualification, and they got it. So Hudinger will be representing Sweden for the first time at the ECL, and I was there with Andrew Ryan. Now, I did get some concerning news that Rhino, he actually had a little bit of a scary moment when he had a bit of a fall and knocked his head and had to go to hospital. But Rhino's told me he's okay. And on behalf of all of us at ECN, we certainly hope that he's back to his best soon. He's already messaging me, so that's good. And Rhino was an integral part of our ECC coverage. And he was with me in Stockholm for that series. In the air and gone. So Daxini gets this low on the bat. Ramasamy comes back, and it's Kanan with the catch. And so things go from bad to worse for the Warriors, who lose a 6th wicket, 38 for 6.
Yeah, Daxini kind of just slices that with the toe of his bat, and it's good reactions from Kanan.
Yeah, he kind of got the jump on that. Dean Jones used to say that fielding's 90% anticipation, 10% application, and I think it helps if you can read the ball and get closer to where it needs to go.
So this is number 28 coming in. This is Vibanch Pant coming in for the Warriors.
Yeah, let's see if he can provide something. David Skinner saying, do you think that Rico's getting nervous with Luca's performance today? Well, I don't think there's any need to be nervous. I will tell you something though, Luca, that I know that I've got a few days off over the weekend, and Rico can probably use a bit of help when you're available.
Well, let's be real here. You could definitely use a bit of help with pronouncing some of these names.
Yeah.
He struggled with the...
But, you know, to be fair to Rico, that's, you know, it's not just a Croatia issue, but I like that he's got his own take on some of the names. My favourite, though, was Nedeljkovic.
Nadal Djokovic, yep.
Nadal Djokovic. And every time I thought, that is a cracking tennis match. Anyway.
Been a few of those over the years, yep.
No, Rico's enjoying his day off, I think.
Shot.
Next side. And I'll just settle for one in the end, pants off the mark. Yeah, but to be fair, you know, I think we've come across something like 7,000 cricketers, and so some of these things are. Some people find it easier to pick up names than others. So
yeah, absolutely.
Something that Rico's working hard on.
And obviously, if you have different cricketers from different backgrounds,
yeah,
that'll be wide.
Yeah, that one's going behind the batter. So now it's kind of a scrape job, isn't it? Try and get up to 60 and maybe you bowl and field out of your skin, remove those key threats. Maglenic. See if you can get one out of the screws here. Yeah, it's not a bad shot selection from Maglenic, but keeps a bit low. Knocks into his pad. Thinking of a second, but they're going to have to settle for a leg bye.
It's a nice little bowling innings from Ramasamy. And that's been given as a leg bye.
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to work out how I would deal with this pitch. Part of me would want to be back in my crease, because if it does take a dodgy bounce, I'd love to have a slightly better chance to have a look at it. So that's one aspect. This is pretty close, and he's given him. Yeah, well, Ramasamy likes the call. My only question here was if we were swinging past the off stump, because it was swinging a bit. Tell me what you see here.
Well, lands in line. I think it's hitting him in line, and I think it's clipping off stump. So it's umpire's call.
Yeah.
That's all right, yeah.
That's how I see it as well.
Decision. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably taking a piece of the off stump. Remember, the middle of the ball doesn't have to hit the stump, so some of the ball has to hit. And it's hard to believe that was completely missing. So I think it's a fair enough call in the end. It's rare you see one actually hitting in line from that angle and missing. It really has to swing a lot. Can happen, but I think that's fair enough. And Zelamuthu Ramasamy comes up with a wicket of Pant for just a single. And yeah, the score is 41 for 7.
Yeah, here's Akil Kaira. Now I'm struggling with names here.
Yeah, come on.
Kairam Konda.
Yeah,
Kairam
pretty
Konda,
good.
that's it. Yeah,
Akil Kairam
rolls
Konda.
off the tongue actually quite well.
The thing with long names, this is my trick, okay? I'm not saying I'm perfect, and none of us are, as discussed, but it's the lack of spaces that makes them intimidating to read, right? Last ball, the 8th. And it will be a dot, so Ramasamy is going to finish with pretty good figures. 2 for 10 for him. 8 overs down. The Warriors 41 for 7. Yeah, so for me, I try and work out where you might be able to put spaces, and then it's kind of like you're reading 2 or 3 words together, and most people can handle that. So that's why I find German can be quite a difficult language to read some of the words, because they tend to jam words
compound
together.
nouns they're called, yeah.
Compound nouns, yeah. And so 41 for 7, but this does mean they've got some pretty specific words in German, which I always find quite interesting as well.
Yeah, Govind Tharaj coming back in to bowl the 9th. And it all happens in the 9th, doesn't it, Vinny?
It all happens in the 9th. Luca, you've watched enough ECN to know that. Yeah, Jules saying that Nadal Djokovic is going to be on the network for a while, so Rico will have to get that one cracked. I quite like. Yeah, you know what? This is off the end of the bat. You've got to take one here. I would like to see. I'm going to call a nickname. It's Peter, isn't it? Peter.
Peter, yeah.
Peter. Nedeljkovic. If he's going to get called Nadal Djokovic, his nickname should be Wimbledon or Wimbles. Because he's pretty young, he probably doesn't really have a proper nickname yet. And I'd like that to be communicated to the young man.
Okay.
All right. So if you know Peter, I'd like you to snip out this clip, and he shall forever be known as Wimbledon. For
I haven't met him because I think the Serbian national team only just picked him up recently.
Yeah.
Because they do a really good job of like discovering players with Serbian names who play in England, who've got a bit of Serbian background, and then
good run here from Magdalenic, who spots it straight away, and it's be a wide +1. Yeah. So yeah, I believe he's in the UK at the moment. Good call from the umpire as well on the wide. So any of the Serbian team watching, I know there's a few of them. The Windmill one, Nick John
you mean the lawnmower?
Yeah, yes, the lawnmower. I called him the Windmill originally, but the lawnmower stuck. That's a good pick up and throw. Yeah, the lawnmower's great. Adrian Dunbar as well. I mean, yeah, I'm missing having
Dizzy
these guys
as well,
in the tournament.
Yep. It's a shame they couldn't make it,
Yeah,
but
Dizzy.
obviously travelling from it's quite a bit of a ride
Yeah,
from Belgrade
it
and
is. And-
having to stay 2 weeks here.
And they've just come on off the ECC as well. Whitley Burton's another one I'd mention.
Yeah, lovely man.
That's a good ball. I think it just sneaks inside.
I can see what Governthar is trying to do. He's trying to keep it just inside that tram line, and it's tough for Kairam Konda to hit.
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, and at this point, I think if you're the Warriors, any run's a run. Any run's important.
Well, it's a bit of fortune because that top edge goes over the keeper. Good
Yep.
throw. All right, safely home. Kairam Konda has his first run. It's a nice one for him.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, we saw the Warriors the other day. Finished on 59 of their 10 overs, so some similar issues here. They're not the only ones, let's be honest. On that occasion, Awasti with 18 at the top and Franic with 14 not out. But, I mean, one thing, maybe it's a benefit, even though it's not necessarily where you want to be, but we've seen 9 players used this time. The other day, we only saw 5 batters used, and of those, Bosniak came out, only faced 2 balls at the end. So, it's a bit more experience for their team, so I suppose that's a positive when you consider it's 15 matches in this series. Vintaraj just sneaks this one inside, so he's pretty tight. Only 6 come off his spell in this game, and it takes us to the end of the ninth, 46 for 7.
Yeah, lovely T10 delivery there, the wide Yorker. I think that's how you finish the last ball of your spell.
Yeah, so it doesn't take a wicket, but you can see how tight he is. Only Osama Muhammad was tighter with 2 for 4 of his 2, but
Wow, 2 for and 2 wickets as well.
yeah, it's been rough to score. We've only had the 2 4s and 1 6 in this innings. There's a 4 and a 6 off the bat of Mandic. And Peter Bosniak provided the other boundary. 10th overtime, it's going to start with a wide down the leg side. I think there was some thoughts of height, but I felt this came down in time.
No, that looked all right to me.
He's not the tallest, though.
No, that's fine.
That's okay. Yeah,
It's a nice
sure.
ball shot.
Yeah, nice looking shot, but again, frustration when you do hit a good shot, ends up going straight to the fielder. So they're going to have to settle for 1.
Yeah, and obviously the state of the outfield means that once that ball lands, it kind of plugs, and there's not a lot of chance of the fielder making a mistake. You can maybe steal an extra run, or maybe you can just trickle off for 4 or something.
And I think sometimes it still would help to run the first one, at least be looking for it. It might force a fumble. 10th over, I think you're going to have to start trying to take on a few extra ones like this. We're going to run hard.
Yeah, good running from Magdalenic.
And
They're going for it.
Again, they are super close. I reckon this is about as close as you can get, if I'm honest. But yeah, it forces the fielder to field perfectly. I think this, my instinct is he might even be on the line. It's super close.
Yeah, it's a question about when he grounds his bat. We'll have to see here.
Here we go. He's probably just
Out.
out. Just out. Yeah, but I mean, I still think strategically that's the right call to make. And so even though he probably feels like he's in there, you always do. But yeah, I think that the replay normally shows you a bit further out than you think. It was tight though. And so the technology does its job. Does bring up the 50 though. But Karam Konda's going to have to go run out for 2. But yeah, I like his hustle to at least go back and try that one. They do have wickets to play with. It'll give someone else a chance.
Yeah, that's Hrvoje Hajnic.
So say that one more time for me.
Hajnic.
Yeah, that Hajnic, I
Oh,
got.
Hrvoje.
Hrvoje.
Hrvoje, yeah, that's it.
Hrvoje.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't too far away. And, well, he's got a bit of an effort trying to get the helmet over the old noggin there. Hrvoje.
Yeah, he's a bit of a unit there.
He is. I'd like to.
I think he came in at like number 9 in one of the Croatian matches in Bulgaria, and he just kept blocking everything. We started calling him the Great Wall of Croatia.
Okay, so we've got the wall coming out, and he has no chance of doing up that strap. Anyway, he just has to run at the moment. He hasn't run yet, but he will not need to here. I think he's already one of my favourites. Hrvoje.
Yeah, he's also a very keen darts player.
Oh yeah, I love my darts.
Me too.
Yeah, top scorer 3 not out versus Turkey in the T20 international sphere. This one's called wide.
Yeah, any runs important here for the Warriors.
He does post a strike rate of 7. 7 runs per 100 balls. Anyway, couple to come. Please get a 1. They won't. Yeah, so probably for Heinich, probably just a real basic he could work on is backing up maybe 1 or 2 metres, especially this stage. Just watch the bowler. As soon as the ball's gone, you might as well take off because they're not going to get bowled out now.
Yeah, I think that one from...
Well, I don't think he'll be out here either because... Well, I'll leave them to sort that one out. But they won't quite get to the 50 in the end. Still trying to work out exactly, yeah. No, they don't make the 50 in the end. It'll be 49.
I think that's Magdalenic out.
I think it's Magdalenic that's out as well.
It's been sold short twice there.
Otherwise, we'd have a golden duck. But, yeah, look, in the end, it's pretty hard graft for the Warriors. And we knew if they lost a couple of wickets, that could be the way it went. But I think they gained invaluable experience as well. Chiefs, though, they probably do have a couple more experienced players that'll fancy knocking this 50 off in pretty quick time. So they're going to finish up 49 for 8 off the 10 as we look back at the start. And I've got to say, there was some good swing bowling first up from Usama Mohammed. Kind of pinned Kumar on the crease, so he went for a duck. Some positives, though, and if you're looking for positives, look at the batting of Damir Mandic here. Again, a guy, I know he hasn't played a lot of cricket, but I love what he's putting into it, the despairing dive. Some nice shots as well. That's a real kind of baseball line drive. He got 4 there. He also was able to hit a 6, but ultimately there were a few other issues, and he got a feel for Franic, who batted pretty well the other day, but he got something pretty much unplayable from Burhan that castled his stumps. And in the meantime, we saw Usama Mohammed coming back at probably a pretty good time. Continued to take wickets. Bosniak got a good one there. And in the end, Mandic wasn't able to deal with the bounce there. He skied one. Burhan did the rest. This one probably fair enough, I think. In the end, despite the movement, I think it was still going on to hit. And then 10th overtime. Again, I like strategically that pushing the fielder. This was only just out, but it was given out correctly. Hambajagan finishing off the dismissal. And then, well, Heinich kind of saves his average by not backing up at all. They don't even cross. And, yeah, it was Magdalenic who was given run out in the end. So they can't get the 50th. But they do get 49 for 9 off the 10 overs. Looking at the scorecard, 17 for Mandic. Good to see him getting amongst the runs, but no one else able to reach double figures. Also a lot more reasonable with the extras with only 7 wides and 2 no balls. So that's kind of less than 10, which I think is a decent target for a lot of sides. And that's one reason that they don't get more than 49 in the end, the Warriors. Chiefs bowling, well, plenty of good options there, as you'd imagine. Everyone keeping it pretty tight. Probably Cunnan, the only bowler to go for a few. He conceded 14 off his over. And if we look at the wicket takers, Burhan with 3, 2 each for Usama Mohammed and Salamuthu Ramasamy. And in particular, Usama Mohammed, 2 for 4. Brilliant figures. But also shout out Govindharaj, only going for 6 off his 2 overs. And Hambajaga just the 1 over, only conceding 3. We'll take a break. We're back in just a few minutes and we'll see if the Chiefs can chase the 50 and how quickly they can chase the 50 here. Or will it be a record-setting performance for the Warriors in this Zagreb derby? Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Lucas Stubbs back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company as we are well into the second half now of day 3 in this European Cricket Series. 12-day series here domestically, but then we'll finish with 2 days of internationals, both men's and women's internationals here in Zagreb. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and joined once again by Luca Stubbs, our Croatian correspondent. And Luca, obviously, anytime you make 49, it's probably not giving you a very good chance, but yeah, this one, I think this was at the beginning of the game, and so I'm not so sure it's so close to 24% anymore. But yeah, what do you think about where this game's at? 49, the Warriors scoring, and 50 for the Chiefs to win.
I mean, look, I think the Chiefs should win this. They've got a bit of momentum going. They won their first 2 games, and they've bowled really well. But however, like, imagine it. I mean, a few early wickets. We've seen the Chiefs kind of struggle once the top 3, top 4 batters are out. So if the Warriors can get a couple of early wickets, hey, it's anyone's game. I mean, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, you know what? It will be the first time we've seen a team defend something. Now, just looking at this, I thought they got their 50. It turns out they did get their 50 in the end. So I'm trying to work out exactly what happened. So, okay.
It might have been a mistake from the scorer.
I think okay, here's what I think.
I think it was the run-out chance. There was a run-out chance somewhere, and I think that was I think they might have just not written a run down.
This is where something's quite unusual in that the first ball of the 10th over was called a wide, but it wasn't picked up at the time. And so, but what that meant was that it was only a 5-ball over.
Okay.
In the 10th over. So, again, it's a bit impractical.
Well, it is what it is.
But the thing is, before another ball's bowled, theoretically, you could put them back out there for one more ball. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're just going to stick with the score being 50. And probably for practical reasons, that's probably fair. But, yeah, it's an interesting one. So that's the hold-up here. I can't say I've seen this one. And also, okay, here we go. I think in the second over, okay, I'm going to try and work this out. I don't know what's real and what's not. There's some rumour that the second ball over was a 7-ball over.
Well, take one of those over. Take one of those 7 balls and stick it in the last over. Or, I mean, obviously, Dave Skinner will know all about this. If you have a 5-ball over, well, you just put a dot in at the end, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could. It's a bit unfair on who is facing it. So I think they're working out how to handle this situation. I didn't have it as a 7-ball over in the second over. I had a 6-ball over. But, yeah, we have changed our regulations recently so that if there is a 7-ball over in error, as long as it's picked up before the next ball's bowled, then we cancel the 7th ball.
Okay.
So but if it's not picked up at the time, and it happens from time to time, when you've got thousands and thousands of overs, you have miscountings, and sometimes they're not picked up. I think that makes sense in a 10-over match where you want to make sure that each team is facing the correct amount of deliveries. And then I suppose the issue is with a 5-ball over. Same thing, if you've started the next over, then there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The issue is it's not normally at the end of an innings here. So once they change over,
I mean, Vinny, I think solving this is above our pay grade, isn't it?
Well, I have got confirmation now the second over was a 7-ball over, so now I'm fine with the last one being a 5-ball over because they have faced 60 deliveries, 60 legal deliveries. So you saw some nice wildlife here. Tell me a little bit about, are there any animals that are kind of well known in Croatia as national animals, or something a bit different?
Well, I think we are getting the game actually started. We've got Abi Awasti bowling the first over. But yeah, we've got the pine marten, which is the kuna, which is the name of the old currency.
Oh yeah, of course.
Kind of a national symbol. Originally, the currency was called that before we joined the Euro in January.
Yeah.
Because historically, pine marten pelts were used as currency.
Yeah, is that right?
Is that, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't aware that that was the origin. Yeah, that's a big difference compared to when I was here. I was here 2 years ago, and of course the kuna was getting used, and, and now it is euro. What's that transition been like? Because it's got to be pretty complicated when you change your currency, right?
I mean, the first 2 weeks were chaos because it kicked in on the 1st of January at midnight. So if you were out on a night New Year's Eve, yeah, you could after midnight, after the bell rings, after you get your champagne glasses, after you sing Old Lang Syne, yeah, you're gonna have to pay in euros. We can't take kuna anymore, yeah.
Right.
But we've gotten used to it.
So is it true? But you could use kunas as cash for the first 2 weeks.
You could, yes, you could, yes.
Zawasti is going to open up, and Osama Mohammed is watchfully looking after that one.
Yeah, I mean they can do it in singles. I mean playing a first ball front foot defensive is absolutely fine in this situation, I'd say.
Yeah, so 51 the target confirmed now, not 50. But it would be the first time we've seen a team defend something in the 50s, and the lowest defence to date is 60 by the Prague Tigers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's something. It did happen in Australia, but in 1966 when we went from pounds to dollars. So a little bit before my time, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, a little bit of shush from. Here's the instruction when the bowler's running in. So I'll have that one again. And the old stop method from Heinich. We saw a bit of him at the end of the innings, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Well, we saw him turn down and run off the last ball and unceremoniously running his partner out.
Yeah, but so when that was a 5 ball over, I suppose it cost a chance for a bat for the number 11, Pilapali. This is cracked away though. That's going to be 4.
Yeah, 1 bounce ball. Great start from Abiawasti. He was pretty accurate, but I think Burhan just managed to just kind of read it and just waxed that for 4.
Yeah, Burhan has been a standout. These two have. I mean, you wonder where the Chiefs would be without these 2 Hungarians in the lineup today. I think that probably would be a bit more of an even contest, I think. Still giving some hope though, the Warriors. But you got to get through these 2.
That's wide.
Yeah, it'll be a wide. Yeah, so in Australia we went from obviously the kind of, it was the Australian pound, but it was based on the British pound and tied to the British pound and went to decimal currency. And Britain actually went to more of a decimal pound as well. It used to be kind of
shillings,
pounds,
12 shillings,
pence, yeah, 240 old pence in the pound. But I know there are always some teething problems. In Australia, one of the issues was that our 50-cent piece actually had real silver in it.
Oh, okay.
And it's, as we have a look at those lowest totals defended, so this is 50 to defend. This will be head and shoulders above the rest, but we have had quite a few 60 defences. But interestingly enough, there's only been one of them this year, 65 by the Blasters against the Strikers in Malta. A sign that scores have been going up for the most part on ECN. Which is something I'm sure you've noticed from watching a lot of the cricket. This will be the end of the first over. 7 without loss after 1. Yeah, so the old round 50-cent pieces, turns out their silver value, with silver prices going up, became more than the actual face value of the coin. As we have the golden ball counter tick over, 123 matches since the golden ball. This will be a low-scoring one if we have one here. Yeah, so what was happening is a lot of people were smuggling it out of the country and trying to get piles and piles of these 50-cent coins, which were worth about 55 or 56 cents, I think, if silver value, and it forced them to make a replacement coin that I think got released in 1969, so about 3 years later, which is now, it's quite an iconic bit of currency, the 12-sided 50-cent coin. Have you ever been to Australia?
No, I haven't, no.
Yeah, so you probably have come across it, but a lot of people hated these coins because vending machines, they found it hard to accept the 50-cent coins, so you couldn't use them, and it's a whole thing. But yeah, the euro, it's a complex economic issue about when you adopt the euro, because one thing just from when I was studying my master's in economics, I were talking a lot about how your currency is something you can leverage to achieve certain outcomes as a country.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah, well, that's too short. Yep. And Osama Mohammed knows exactly what he's doing with it. He puts it out of the ground. Maximo!
Yeah, lovely Maximo. He just pulls that down the leg side. Actually, Daxini going there to find that in the in the bushes. Not quite the hill up at Cartama, is it? But
no, it's not. It's kind of this Lados version of the jungle, I suppose. But yeah, leveraging your currency. So by devaluing your currency, you can actually attract foreign investment.
Yeah.
And so with the euro being tied to the euro, there are some benefits such as trade and being on an even playing field as other countries. But I think I suppose countries like Germany that are doing pretty well, they do pretty well by having the euro.
That too. But also obviously because like part of the condition to join the EU, and obviously Croatia had this for a really long time. Like the kuna was pegged to the euro, so that ability to have your own independent monetary policy wasn't really there for a long time.
That's true. Yeah. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. Welcome to the European Cricket Network Economics Podcast.
Yeah, we often go in different directions. Obviously, the euro is pretty convenient for us travelling around so much. Yeah. This one, you'll get the call here. I think you might be lucky to get away with this, Franich, because for me it got a bit of the line. Did go late though.
50-50.
50-50.
I reckon.
A low-scoring match.
Yeah. That's a bit high.
No ball called here.
Yep.
It seemed like it didn't. I only got a brief look at it there, but Sama Mohammed, he might be annoyed he didn't put this one away, to be honest.
Yeah. He's back in his crease, and he's it's way over waist height. Good call from Popovic on the leg umpire.
He'll get a first warning for a high full delivery.
That's a free hit as well.
All right. Well, that could be asking for trouble as well. Going, gone. Maximo! And with Burhan and Usama Muhammad out there, I think the Chiefs not just looking to do this, but they're looking to do it pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chiefs will go above Sockwell with the 3 wins in there, and they'll be ahead of a net run rate, won't they, if they win this?
Yeah, when that's true, it all adds up. Obviously, 15 matches. When you only have, for example, 3 or 4 matches, or like in the ECL, we saw 4 matches in the group stage. Every individual match can move your net run rate quite significantly.
Yep.
It won't move as much for one game, but they all kind of add up. This is a little bit short as well, and this is going to sail out of the ground. Maximo! That one lands pretty close to the Chiefs' dugout, and right now, Granite's just struggling to get it right. He can't be too short. I know he bowled one that was full, but he's overcorrected now, and a couple have been smashed out of the ground.
Yeah, and I mean, what you were saying is a lot of the times around cricket like this, where that's a good ball.
Better, but I think it's going to go
wide.
wide.
Yeah.
And now they're going to make a late decision to come through for an extra run. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's better to get a low full toss than a short one.
Yeah, I think short. Depends the pace you're bowling as well.
Yeah, but like with slow bowlers like Franich, I mean, yeah, anything short is you're going to get hit for 6. 21 off this over already.
Yeah, that's a better length. And
Great ball.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Again, it's a bit of a tough one for the Warriors, but I mean, they have 15 matches as well. This is only their second, and so they actually played 1 match less than the Chiefs. This one I think does a bit too much. It'll be called wide. And Franich, he's had a bit of a rough game, let's be honest. He got a really tough ball first up. That shot through and crashed into his stumps. He's bowled a magical over here, but, well, you can see that's a good length, I think, for me, because it's full-ish, but it still takes off, and I actually think this might have clonked Bojnak in the noggin. Does he get gloves to this, Peter?
No, he doesn't.
No?
I think we just heard him say, that's dangerous.
Well, Peter, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. That will be the end of the over, though. And so at the end of the second,
22 off it.
Yeah, 30 without loss in total after 2 overs.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough going for the Warriors, but I think this is kind of sealed their fate.
Yeah, it seems like it, but I mean, they've still got time to try and make some positives out of this.
Yeah, Abi Awasti bringing himself back on, the captain.
Yeah, I suppose this makes sense. And look, one thing that these teams will get is plenty of cricket. So I think for some of these guys that are still developing their games that maybe haven't played a lot of cricket, certainly not a lot of cricket televised or at this kind of level, it's great that they'll have plenty of opportunities to see what they're doing. They'll be in different situations. Awasti a little bit short, and this is pumped away as well. Maximo! Good shot by Burhan. And so Awasti, he falls a little bit short, and he pays the price as well. Yeah, so I just think being able to watch yourself on TV, someone like a Demir Mandic, for example, he'll be able to see, you know, when he did bat a bit too far away from the stumps, he'll be able to see that. There's one thing being told that, but it's very different when you can see it on the video. And obviously the Spring Productions do such a great job with the coverage, and to see when he made that adjustment, to see what worked and what didn't, it's actually a really invaluable resource.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Being able to see what you're doing wrong yourself. I mean, obviously you're going to be good ball from Abby.
Yeah, this is that kind of low full toss, and yeah, much better ball. But,
Yeah.
so that's where I think, you know, whether you're a good player or whether you're a player that's just emerging, I think you can always improve and find areas to improve.
Oh yeah, 100%. And obviously, you're going to be your own biggest critic when you see yourself play, when you do something wrong. And I think that's where you learn the most, and that's how you improve.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I've said this all week as well, and what are we into now, match 11, is that you can draw a clear line between bowlers getting the ball in the right spot and better outcomes.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's very, very, very clear on this pitch and in these conditions. Again, short, and guess where this one's going? Like the rest, Maximo. Another 6 to Burhan. Yeah, so yeah, when you get it right, you've got a chance. Look, some things might not go your way. You might get nicked for 4. Maybe they'll play a cracking shot of the day, and they'll drive you back over your head. But I think that a lot of the bowls that have been expensive, one of the reasons has been they bowled too many hit-me balls, a bit like that, too many extras as well. And really, this game isn't going to go too far out of the power play, I think.
Yeah, I think if you're the Warriors at this point, you're going to be the mentality. Let's take this to the next over and try and make as much of a game out of as possible. Oh, chance for Franic. Came at him quickly.
It's a spicy one, no doubt. Franic kind of tops off his game. One thing that you will say about the Warriors, they've had a bit of a shocker here. And
just clips the top of his
it's
fingers.
a good effort from Franic. And Franic has had a terrible game, let's be honest. But at least he can put that behind him. They've got another game coming up.
They do, yeah.
They're going to play Sarova split. They've had some issues of their own. Now this is another catching opportunity. And it is going to be dropped. Oh, well, again, compounding their errors here. That's Billapalli, who was cost a chance to bat by a miscount. I mean, he did have a chance to hold on to a catch. They won't be able to. 43 becomes 44. It is 43. They don't run. 43 without loss after 3. And,
yeah, we can see that overs for the Warriors, they just couldn't get. They only had one over 10 runs.
Yeah, and that second half, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The wheel, if you're playing poker, the ace low straight, which is just 15 off that second half of the innings.
Yeah, Magdalenic having a ball here. And just drags it, and that'll go to third man.
Yeah, Magdalena's probably trying to bowl a bit too fast there for me, especially first ball. I think you just need to try and settle in a little bit. It's quite round arm.
Yeah, he just kind of drags it.
Nice to see him having a bowl, though. And I think,
see what he's trying to do.
Yeah. DJ, pretty quick to get the arms out. And so you're now just 6 runs to win.
Not for 2. How can that be? Oh yeah, there was an extra run. Sorry.
That was a wide plus.
Yeah, wide plus 1. Yeah, sorry.
1+1.
That's good.
Yeah, it's much better delivery. Oh, okay.
Bit whippy as well.
Yeah, no, I think that he's got the kind of action he will extract the most out of this pitch as well.
Bear in mind, as the guy's only been playing cricket for about a year, so
I got to say, David Skinner has a great comment, and I kind of hope this isn't hit for 6 because I'd like to address it after this ball. This game will stay alive. Nice take down the leg side by Bosniak. But Dave Skinner saying, I never realised how awful I looked until I watched myself on ECN. Well, Dave, I think that you're a very good-looking gentleman, and I think you've played some nice cricket as well. But I love your introspection there.
Well, we'll hopefully see Dave Skinner play, and hopefully I'll get to tell you what his nickname is.
Well, this is hit straight, and it's going to be game, set, Maximo. So Bosniak kept the game alive with the stop down the leg side, but as Hamad Mohammed finishes it off, it'll be the 50 partnership as well. They bring it up in just 20 balls. That's all that's required. So again, a little bit short. I think to these two in particular. You can't afford to be short. And the Chiefs, they will do it with 40 balls to spare. And so, yeah, pretty comprehensive stuff in the end. But we do have another match coming up. We don't have the lineups out just yet, but I can tell you it will start in 35 minutes. We'll be back on schedule. It will be the Warriors and Sir Oliver split. So 2 teams without a win. They'll get a chance to get their first points on the board. So pretty interesting encounter coming up. 2 teams desperate for some points.
I think we'll finally see Houghton click. I think we'll see Houghton get a good score today.
All right, we'll find out. But first, let's have a look for the highlights of the second innings. And yeah, I think you see a clear difference. You had 2 players pretty comfortable hitting boundaries out there versus a team that struggled to come up with any of their own in that first innings. You know, we only saw the 2 4s, the 1 6 in the entire 10 overs. And then we just saw, 6 Maximos in a third of an innings there. So, look, that's the way it goes. I do think they created a few chances. Obviously, a lot of these teams, they're a bit more comfortable with the ball. They didn't have too much time to settle into it, the Warriors. Just were punished for some short bowling, I think. That's where we saw most of the 6s being hit. But they did create a couple of opportunities as well, didn't they? It was a bit unlucky for Franich, wasn't able to hold on to this. And then we saw a skied ball, which went down as well. Pilipali not able to hold on to it. But really, at the end of the day, it was over pretty quickly and painlessly for the Warriors. And they've got a big match, I think, as far as their development coming up in match 12.
I mean, I reckon Warriors might surprise us. They might get... I think they'll sneak a win against, well, hopefully not Sokol, but I think one of the big 3, I would say. They have a chance.
All right, you heard it here first from Lucas Dubs. 25 for Osama Mohammed and Burhan. 18 for him, and this was over pretty quickly. 52, the opening partnership. They bring it up in the 4th over. And of those 20 deliveries, 6 of them ended up going for 6. As far as the bowling went, well, Awasti wasn't the worst. None for 20 off his 2. Franich had a magical over, but he'll get another opportunity, I'm sure, in the last game. Magdalenic, again, he looked like he might be able to get something out of this pitch, but he only had 2 legal deliveries in the end before the game was done. So back in half an hour, and hopefully Luca can return again. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this little break, and we're back with the last game of the day coming up. Some random questions as well, maybe some food chat. Join us soon for more exciting action here on day 3. This is Croatia, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to this ground at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb. Great to have your company. Last game of the daytime. It's going to be match number 12, and we'll see the Warriors taking on Sir Oliver Split. Two teams desperate for a win. I'm sure they were desperate to win the coin toss. Let's see what happened when Stefan Gooch had the two captains.
Okay, so Oliver Split to call. Heads is the call. It's tails.
We're going to ball first this time.
Ball?
We're going to ball first.
Okay, good luck, guys. Have a good game. Zagreb Warriors have won the toss and they are bowling.
Well, Sir Oliver Split sending out Sam Houghton, and that's probably because Mata Jukic can't win a toss. Well, Sam can't either, and so it is going to be the Warriors who win that toss, and they'll be fielding first. And so it's going to be Sir Oliver Split to come out. Both these teams, they could very much use the win, no doubt about that. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN? And as we get to the last game of the day, maybe some random questions on the way, maybe some food chat, but no maybes about my co-commentator, emerging ECN personality, Luca Stubbs. And well, Luca, what do you think about this? Oliver Split actually starting favourites. That's got to be a first.
Yeah, obviously that's what the supercomputer says. We'll have to see how the game goes on. But I think we've got two teams yet without a win so far. Both teams desperate for a win to keep themselves in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. It's Oliver Split into the 8th game. And it's going to be Alan Magdalenic to open up. Adhikari and Houghton once again opening the batting for Sir Oliver Split. And so this is essentially the halfway point of Sir Oliver Split's campaign. Here we go with the first ball.
Yeah, just wide from Magdalenic. Kind of seen him bowl against the Chiefs. He kind of struggled with dragging the balls a bit wide. He's got a good action. He's kind of got a whippy action.
Yeah, he's come from baseball background, Alan, and it was good to see him as part of the Croatian squad recently as well. But yeah, I think for him, maybe the angle of approach is something I'd change. Maybe get him running in a bit wider and be facing a bit more towards the stumps, because he does bowl a lot of these, doesn't he? That essentially he loses left. So I think if he approached from a bit wider of an angle, maybe that would sort that out.
Yeah, that's wide and two wides rather. Goes through the legs of Pero Bosniak. Goes past Pero Bosniak. Oh, through the legs of Pero Bosniak and past the slip there. Stopped at third man. Yeah, bit of a wild delivery from Magdalenic.
Yeah, I think both teams have to be pretty conscious of not conceding too many extras.
Yeah, better from Magdalenic. Left by Houghton. Just inside the tram line. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep it just inside that tram line.
I mean, he's got something to work with. I mean, anywhere from that tram line to the stumps, I think that's his.
Yeah, and as we've seen so far in the tournament, this is very much a bowler's pitch. We've got that. I think we've kind of started figuring out there's bits on a length where it'll bounce up, and there's a bit on the full outside the off where it'll go dead. That one ticked down to third man. 2 there for Sam Houghton.
Yeah, well run by Houghton, who was quick to take off for the first one. I mean, these two did put together a decent opening partnership earlier on. So Oliver Split were chasing 100 for victory the last time we saw them. And they did put on 55 for the first wicket, but ultimately they couldn't quite manage the 3 figures in the end. In fact, they haven't made 100 the whole tournament so far. So Oliver Split.
Yeah, it's another wide from Magdalenic. We see that one that was that kind of bounces up. Given wide.
Look, I was having a bit of a chat as well to the top scorer for the Warriors from the last game, Damir Mandic, who he's coming into cricket and probably the first organised game he's played, and I think he was pretty good. He scored 17. He actually coaches a fair bit of baseball here in Zagreb, so it's great to see that crossover and to see people from different backgrounds getting involved.
Absolutely good ball from Magdalenic there.
Yeah, Magdalenic, I think he's probably better when he doesn't try and bowl quite as quick. I think like a lot of bowlers, sometimes searching for that extra pace, you can lose the handle a little bit.
Yeah, it's that old cliche, line and length beats pace every day. I think we kind of see it with Magdalenic and a lot of other bowlers we've seen in this tournament. Yeah, Adhikari on strike now. He's facing his first ball of the over, of the innings as well. Another wide from Magdalenic, beats Bosniak, beats the slip.
Got that area well covered though. They don't want to concede a boundary in that area. They probably know Magdalenic loses a few left as well. So it is random question time, and Kevin has come up with the first one, and I think it's for you, Luca. Can you think of any Croatian speciality foods to replace my empanada shortage? I know you've been watching the ECC. You know I love the empanadas, the kind of Spanish pies. Maybe you can give us some tips as we see Magdalenic coming in again.
Yeah, wait for this ball. It goes just past Sam Houghton, leaves it, and another wide, and another two wides rather.
Good hustle there by Adikari. Well, I know I've already seen some pretty cool kind of pastry type things here in Croatia.
Yeah, well, it's more of a Bosnian dish, but the burek.
Yeah,
you get it with nice little pastry thing. Good any point in the day, any point in the night. Good thing to have after a night out.
Burek's good.
Yeah, burek
Seems
is good.
quite
Yeah,
dense.
I mean, shot from Sam Houghton, from Adikari, but that's going to be caught by Heinic, and a huge wicket for the Warriors.
Yeah, Adikari, first legal ball he faces right off the end of the bat. Well, Heinic, we didn't see him moving this quickly earlier, did we?
Yeah.
But he made the ground very quickly.
Yeah, he kind of bangs it in, and it takes a bit of a turn, and just kind of, Adikari just kind of hits it with the toe of the bat, and it's hits straight to Heinic, who doesn't have any problems catching that.
Yeah, Golden Derek. Yeah, Adikari, he's had an interesting day, hasn't he? He scored 1 in the first game, 47 in the second, and he scores 1 less than 1 in this game. But how about that? Panther-like from Heinic. And yeah, I've got to say, I love that he almost cracks a smile at the end of that.
Very stoic. Very stoic figure there, Heinic.
Nice to see his expression. But yeah, good pair of hands. So Magdalenic with his first wicket here. And it's quite an important one. This will bring Sajid Khan to the crease at 3. Yeah, so just looking at, just if I'm going on the names alone, I'm kind of looking at 6, 7, probably 8, 9. We're talking kind of like 9 or 10 players of Croatian origin in this 22, and that's pretty substantial.
Yeah, 4 for the Warriors, and then 3 more in 3 or 4 more.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, in the Sir Oliver. Yeah, as Magdalenic bolts another wide down the leg side.
Out. Yeah, so I mean, look, I think it's great for the game. I think we got a bit more of an even contest here. I think when you look at these two teams.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that early wicket of Adikari is huge.
Good leaves, yeah. So Magdalenic, you could see he's kind of struggled with his control, but again, if he can sort that out, he'll be. Again, this is one of the benefits about playing 15 matches. Is
Absolutely.
That your first match or 2 you might be a little bit off, but I think more bowling is going to result in better control.
Yeah, interesting seeing Sajid Khan quite deep in his crease as he leaves that just past the legs.
Good leave as well.
Yeah. I think maybe if you're Magdalenic, think about coming bowling round the wicket.
Yeah, it might be an idea.
Yeah,
and
he's doing that. Yeah,
he's going to change now. Well, Luca, well ahead of the game, the Croatian correspondent with the inside info.
I mean, as someone who bowls a lot of wides, after a couple, I do the exact same thing. Yeah, much better.
That works well, and that certainly is inside the line when it goes past the crease.
Because obviously,
I love that.
If you're bowling like that and you're kind of dragging it, it's good to create that angle. Like this is how Aman Maheshwari bowls when he bowls well.
Yeah, it's just
kind
a
of
different
unreachable,
look, isn't it? It's a different look. You can kind of start the ball on the batter and use that natural angle across to keep inside the tram line, but he overdoes it this time.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so the burek, he said it's a Bosnian dish, but yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay.
I really enjoyed, we talked about it earlier, but I had a Croatian mixed grill last night.
Okay, so a bit of cevapi, bit of rajnici, bit of pljeskavica.
5 cevapis, I think.
Lovely.
And yeah, a bit of everything you just pronounced that I can't. Last ball, the over coming up for Magdalenic.
Another wide.
Won't be.
Okay.
Interesting, that quite a few dishes have a bit of spice to them here. I've noticed that. I like that as well.
Yeah. We like putting a bit of chili in things from time to time. A lot of the influence coming from Hungary. I mean,
a
lot of Hungarian dishes can be traditional in Croatia, like good fish paprikash, chicken paprikash. That's a good ball. That's right over off stump and legs, up middle and off.
Yeah, too much bounce there for Magdalenic, cost him a wicket in the end. But yeah, the wides were the issue in that over.
Yeah, that took, what, 7-8 minutes?
It was a 16 ball over, I think, in the end, which actually I think ties the record. And the only other 16 ball over we've ever had a wicket on ball 16. But this one will go for 16 in total, and the score is 16 for 1 after 1. And it's just counting down as well to the ECCW, the Euros of women's cricket. And although Croatia won't have a side in that one, it's only a 5-team tournament, we'll see the Croatian side for women playing for the first time on the network at the end of week 2 here. They have a 4-match series against Czechia, and also Croatian men will take on Slovenia. We did see them earlier in the year butt heads in the Romanian ECI.
Yeah, ECI Romania, ECI Bulgaria, which I played in. Yeah,
20 over cricket in Bulgaria as well. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, lovely ball from Awasti.
Yeah, Awasti bringing himself on in the second over. Yeah, so just seeing if I got my sums right. But yeah, I think it was a 16 ball over. So Magdalenic now, he shares a record for longest over as far as balls bowled. But I'm going to pull that up in a second.
Yeah, Awasti bowling his second ball of the over to Sam Houghton. There's that to wide.
That was 15th of November 2022. It was Adil Arif for Falco versus the Trinitat Royal Stars in Barcelona. And that over finished with a wicket. There were 8 wide balls and 2 no balls. But that was 10 individual wides, although 3 of them there were extra runs. And that is the most wides we've ever seen an over.
That's a good delivery. That kind of turns away from Houghton. It's good length.
Probably not the record that Ella Magdalenic would want. But having said that, only 16 off the over. We've seen overs be more expensive. So, yeah, I suppose he doesn't get hit for a boundary, so there's a positive there.
I think I've seen a 30-35 an over go for 35. That's interesting. There's an appeal there. I think that was going to leg us. Sam kind of gets stuck in no man's land, and I'm not sure. I think he might have gotten back.
Yeah, I think he gets there in the end. But
half-hearted appeal for LBW. I think that was going down leg.
Yeah, slipping down for me.
Yeah.
Even though it hits him arguably in line, maybe. But the angle.
Yeah, Khan and Houghton just kind of get caught in two minds.
Yeah, turns around just in time, I think. And that's what saves him. But yeah, not a bad ball.
Yeah, he's fine.
For Awasti.
Yeah, Awasti's been bowling well. I mean, obviously we we didn't see much of the Warriors bowling lineup in the first game against the Chiefs because they were beaten in the 4th over. But Awasti's really impressed me here. Shot straight to the fielder to Houghton, but that's kind of misfielded. They do get the single.
Yeah, so Magdalenic, I hope he's in the record books for a better reason at some point. Maybe you can see him take a 5-wicket haul or something like that.
Why not?
I should also mention he did take a wicket in that over as well with his 9th ball.
Yes,
he's going to be called a wide again. So
that was the catch from Heinich, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. Yep. As Awasti here bowls another wide.
I think if you offered them 16 runs for the wicket of Adhikari, they'd probably take it as well, you know.
Yeah, I think so. I'd agree with that, yeah. Two to come in the over after that wide. And that's a good delivery. Back of a length. Just kind of in and around the top of off stump there. And Sadid Khan just plays a defensive shot. Yeah, he comes back for it actually. I mean, I think the situation for Sarova Split, they know what their strengths are. They've obviously lost their star batter, and they kind of need Sajid Khan and Sam Houghton to stay in. As that one goes for a dot, well bowled by Awasti.
Yeah,
none for 3.
You can see there they put a bit of sand on this pitch and kind of sweep it in to try and settle the pitch down. Don't know how effective that's been, but that's only 3 off the over, so 19 for 1 after 2. As you look at the table, and 2 teams, as you can see, they haven't opened their account yet, but one of them will have 2 points at the end of this contest.
Yeah, exactly, and it's an interesting situation at the top. Got Assassins with 5 out of 5, 10 points. Sokol and Chiefs on 6 points, but Sokol with those 2 defeats, and Chiefs 3 for none. And obviously, as we know, the best placed Croatian team out of this will be going to the ECL in Malaga.
That's right. And so I suppose that's based on the performance. So first thing you have to do is make the 3.
Absolutely.
If one team makes the top 3 and the other doesn't, well, that's all over.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'll go down to finals day. The second team will play the third team in a qualifier, and then the top team will play the winner of the qualifier in the actual finals. So
And this is Sumit Massey, who we haven't seen so far.
yeah, good to see Massey getting a chance with the ball. Warriors, they'll get to bowl more than 3 overs this time, which I think is good.
Yeah, as that goes for a wide. I think he tries to bowl a Yorker here, just doesn't get his line right.
Yeah. I mean, this game could literally be determined by who bowls less extras.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, Houghton does well to leave that one alone.
And to be fair to Sir Oliver, I mean, obviously that last over was quite slow. But they are going 10 and over here.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's also good communication this time between Houghton and Sajid, because Houghton thinking about a run, then a quick no. Sajid got the message straight away.
Yeah, that
Almost carried. Almost York to the fielder.
Well, actually, well dug out by Houghton there. Oh, was that a chance? Did that drop?
Just short of the fielder, I think.
Yeah.
And they turned down the run. A bit close to cut. Maybe a metre short.
Good stop by Karam Konda there.
Konda did well to get behind it.
Yeah, backward point.
Well, I love about cricket that different games can have different feel. This is obviously a pretty bowler-friendly game.
Yeah, shot by Houghton. That clears the infield out. Go for 6. Maximo!
Yeah, well, 6 carreras, or as you would say here in Croatia.
6 trčanja, 6.
And this is a nice little inside out, pitched up and kind of leans on it. Doesn't try to overhit the ball, Houghton. Yeah, that's a nice one for him.
Yeah, just leans into it. Gets good contact. Doesn't need to smash it. Lovely shot.
Hello to Steve C, and hello to Dave B in the chat, as well as Kevin, to Ben, to everyone else. Maybe the robot's in there as well. Hello to Jeffrey Mobs. Good to see you. Chris Smith. Anyone else? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Luca Stubbs. He's done a great job filling in for Rico today. Rico having a well-deserved day off. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoying the sights and sounds of Zagreb.
Yeah. And, interesting to hear what he gets up to. Massey's back.
Hit by Houghton. Bisects the fielders. That should be stopped.
Yeah, it's
And
good
they'll
stuff.
go for 2, maybe 3. No, they'll settle for 2.
Good chase there by Magdalenic, who hasn't been brought back straight away. So this outfield, obviously we had 7 mils of rain overnight, which slowed it down, but I think as the day's gone on, it's gotten a little bit quicker. Maybe.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of sun, which dried it out. And we've seen quite a few more shots on the ground go for 4 compared to in the morning and in the previous days. Houghton with a single. Ooh.
Oh, he's got a full baseball slide there, hasn't he, Magdalenic? That'll take us to the end of the 3rd over. And Soliver split are 29 for 1.
Yeah, good effort there from Magdalenic. Not sure if it's worth the potential injury. It's quite... I wouldn't be doing that.
Especially because it went straight to Heinich, who was right there anyway. But anyway, yeah, throw some random questions in. Throw out whatever questions you like for Luca as well, who's with me for this match. And SOS, 29 for 1. Kind of something for each team, I think, in that power play.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen 10 and over be a decent score. I mean, Split haven't been able to crack 100 yet. I think there's a good chance of them being able to do it this match.
Yeah. Middle over is pretty important, so we'll see if Sarova Split can keep rocking. I think a score of around about, to be honest, I think a pass score here is more like 65 to 70. I think if you...
Okay.
I know it's a bit different. I think between these two teams, if you look at their numbers so far, I think that if you can get 70 plus, that could be a winning score. That's the beauty of cricket, really, as we see Barendra Singh getting a ball. He's going to start with what I think is a no ball.
Yeah,
I think it pitches just before the stumps.
You landed just before the stumps, I think, there. So yeah, it's off the pitch and in front of the stumps. If it lands off the stumps, it's just a wide. Past the stumps, it is a wide rather than a no ball.
Correct. And some people wonder about that. I won't go into it right now. That's the rule, and it's correctly applied there. Free hit.
Bold, but it is a free hit.
And everybody realised that.
After a
Except the
couple of
fielding
seconds,
side. Yeah, well, Sam Houghton knew he was safe. He'll be a bit disappointed he doesn't hit it, to be honest.
Good bit of comedic timing there from the Warriors in the field.
The bowler, the batter knew it, and nobody else. Wozniak had the finger guns going. He was saying, yeah, bang, bang, bang. And then...
Took him a few seconds.
it was quite a funny moment. But anyway, it's...
Hopefully for Barendra Singh, he'll be able to put a couple more.
He's a confidence booster, though.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
They dodge any further damage on the free hit to the Warriors.
Metaphorical wicket, we'll call it.
Yeah. Fake news.
That's a good delivery. Kind of Sam Houghton kind of caught in two minds whether to go forward or backwards.
What Houghton does well when he's batting well, though, is balls he doesn't think he hit for 4. He makes sure he gets at least 1.
Yeah.
At least turns it over. And that's why I think he's not the kind of guy that'll blow an innings apart by himself, but he's a good partner for someone who is playing a few shots. Sajid Khan, he's played a few so far, but hasn't been able to score. He'll be the real kind of boundary hitter. He's way back in his crease here.
Yeah. And he's hit that. There's a chance there.
Oh,
And he's gone.
that was almost a collision as Awasthi came together with the bowler Barendra Singh, but Barendra Singh takes it out of the air. Well, there is Australian football played on this field sometimes, and that was almost a contested mark, but it will be Barendra that holds on. Sajid goes for a 5-ball duck. That's 31 for 2.
Yeah, from our commentary box, it looked like they were about to collide, and good job. I think Awasthi actually managed to pull out of it in the last minute, and great caught and bowled from Barendra Singh. We did say, well, he took that metaphorical wicket off the free hit, and he was able to take one just now, yeah.
Fake one and a real one.
Yeah.
Not just from our commentary box, it looked like they were going to collide. I think from most angles, it looked like they were going to collide there, but luckily it ends without injury, and in fact ends on a positive note for the Warriors. So yeah, 31 for 2. Josip Jukic comes in, and maybe he'll get another chance if he stays in for a while to see his famous shot.
Well defended. Good ball from Singh as well.
Yeah, searching delivery. I know he's like everyone, he's had his moments here. Barendra where he hasn't quite got it right, but
Yeah, but being 1 for 2 after 4 balls off your first over and taking a key wicket is huge. And that's just a wide, just behind the legs of Josip Jukic.
yeah, give a guy a wrap and he bowls it wide.
Commentator's curse.
Not the first time. Oh,
Another wide.
double curse. So, yeah, Jukic is known for that shot that he basically swings behind his legs, no look. And he did hit it 2 years ago. It didn't go for a run, though. He tried it this morning. Not the smartest shot, but hey, you don't always have to live your life making smart decisions.
That's true. Barendra Singh coming around the wicket here, trying to do what Magdalenic did and kind of change the angle, but not quite working for him here. Another wide.
Dave B's in the chat at the moment saying hello to you, Luca. And Dave actually just spent a couple of weeks at the Carlton Oval following Group E and F and then the Championship week, following his English side. Won't get a run here. But as someone that's been there, we were talking a little bit earlier, weren't we, about what a great kind of home of European cricket that is. It's come a long way.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, what impressed me is just how well organised everything is and how cool of a setup it is. One that bounces up a bit, kind of beats Jukic on the bounce.
It's going to be called a wide, saying it's gone over his head.
Well, it'd have to be quite high to be over Josip Jukic's head.
That's true. I think
And
it's a
it
good
is,
call.
yeah.
You know, I think
Yeah.
the umpires have been out there all day. They've had a lot of decisions to make, but I think they get that right.
Yeah, that was Veljko Popovic with the call. Yeah, good call. And that's an edge and he's out. Yep.
Yeah,
Jukic out.
It's edged by Jukic. He'll go for a duck as well. This one, again, it's a little bit upstairs. But Bosniak, he gets glove on at the first time.
Yep.
It's about chest high, you see. I often have a bit of advice. If you're going to drop it upwards. And, yeah, Peter Bosniak, you can see the height of this. It's around about the chest. It's a difficult one. Jukic doesn't really get inside it, so he can pull it away easily.
Yeah, you can kind of see him going forwards and then backwards. He wasn't really sure whether to stick or twist there, and that's kind of what beat him. And it's a duck for Jukic, unfortunately. And we won't get to see the famous behind the back shot.
So Jukic, let's go back to happier times. Let's go back to 2021 and have a look
I'd
at
love to
what
see
we're
this. I was on
talking
the
about.
bench here.
Certainly one which grubbered.
Oh!
No!
Yes!
What happened? What is happening? Well, this is something else. This is the best dot ball I've ever seen in cricket history. He's gone behind the back. It could have been a wide, but he hits it anyway. Unbelievable. I can't believe what I've...
Yeah, okay, okay, that's a dot ball for Houghton. Do you want to go back and see the rest of it? Go on, let's have a...
Absolutely.
Let's go back. Or maybe we won't have time, actually.
I can't believe what I've just seen. And he's a no-look, turn around, roundhouse, dot ball to finish the over.
Well, always love going back and watching that from October 2021. Houghton hits this one down, tests the fielder. Nice work. You know, Magdalena, she takes that very baseball style.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
That's the way you're taught to do it. And I always thought it's crazy because you're just asking for your fingers to be broken, but it's more of like a slap, like a crocodile.
Yeah. It's the one thing you kind of, one of the first things you in cricket you're taught not to do. Here's a shout for an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time in my baseball career trying to convince them that they were all wrong, but they weren't having it. But I suppose you have the big glove there, and you're trying to basically getting it in your glove, and then you're kind of holding it in with the other hand. Anyway, Faizan, the new batter here.
Oof, clapped it in the head there.
I mean, this pitch is crazy.
Now,
he's pressing forward, and he eats it. Have a look at this. Perfect forward defence into the face.
No, I mean, it's a good thing that helmets are mandatory because
sure
we'd have a few injuries.
Here's a perfect forward defence. And he's protected by the grill. That'll be the one for the over. Massey's saying, I didn't even try and do that.
Good ball again from Massey, getting in that kind of that corridor of uncertainty, just in and around off something. I think it kind of turns when it bounces, just away from Faizan there. Last ball of the over. Last ball of Massey. Spell has gone none for 11 off his 1.5 overs. Wild swing of the bat from Faizan, gets nothing on it. End of the over. Sir Oliver split 36 for 3 after 5.
Let's have a look. And I know that Dave's asking, were you at the at Carter Oval this year? I know you weren't there for the ECC, but you were there for the ECL.
I was there. Yes, I was. Yeah, it was lovely. I went with the Zagreb Sokol team. We went. We were in Group C, I believe. Yeah. We were with Roma. We were with Sporting Alphas from Spain. We were with Star City from Luxembourg and UCC Bucharest. We ended up actually being third in that group.
Yeah, and yeah, did play a really good series. Is there anyone there? We might bring that up in a sec. We'll come back right now. But I'll get you to pick out a couple of clubs and countries you're looking forward to seeing. Luke.
Okay. Edged. Doesn't carry to the fielder, short third man.
Yeah, just what sticks out to you there?
I mean, Italy, the cricket is really good. For obviously, Dre, the champions of last year.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see who Spain send. And obviously, for sure, CIYMS. Clubs from UK and Ireland.
So they'll return again, Forfeiture from Scotland, CIYMS from Ireland.
Yep.
Spain qualifiers probably coming up pretty soon. Normally it's the end of October. So already 25th of October, they'll have like their kind of national championships.
Yeah, it's Birinder Singh coming back for his second over. Bowls wide here.
And I heard you mention here, Dre. Well, big story is Dre have to qualify now.
Do they?
Because
they have to play the group stage, yeah.
Yeah, because we've gone from 31 sides to 35 sides. So we are adding clubs from Serbia, Slovenia and Isle of Man. So that's great that they're represented for the first time in ECL 24.
Another good delivery from Singh.
Still
Sam Houghton doing this really good thing where like he can turn a good delivery into a single.
Yeah. I think that's impossible. That's something that a lot of players can't do. They're going for all or nothing.
Yeah,
I think he's a bit more selective. Let's see if Faizan can get off the mark here.
Hits it and fielded well.
Good field placing as well. I've liked having the mid wicket in, having the cover in, and just not letting a guy get off strike easily.
Yeah, I mean, there's a temptation in T10 cricket, as soon as the power play is over, to have 5 guys right on the boundary. Here is Faizan misses that, but it will be a wide. It's kind of a temptation to have 5 guys on the boundary,
Yeah.
but you don't have to.
No.
If you've got a team who aren't hitting to the boundary, if they're only dealing in singles, why not bring an extra player in?
Yeah,
And
I
they
agree
don't
with you.
also have to be in, right on the inner circle. They could be a bit further in. And he's bowled, and he's left it, looking for a wide, and it hits top of leg stump.
Well, Faizan, he plays out his own personal wicket made, and he was hoping this would go down the leg side. Let's check it out. Does it come back a bit?
It
No, it's
does a little bit, yeah.
just a misjudgment. Top corner of the furniture is disturbed. Bosnak likes it. Birendra Singh likes it as well. And, well, not for the first time. We've seen the wrong type of leave as far as the batter's concerned. Faizan goes without scoring, 39 for 4.
And that's 3 wickets for Birendra Singh. He's bowled really well today. I think the only runs he's really given away have been in the wides he's bowled.
Yeah.
It's still a great spell.
You're exactly right there. He bowled a no ball and he bowled 4 wides, and then 2 wides in this over. So he's 6 wides and a no ball, but there's only been 1 run off the bat.
Yeah, impressive.
And that was earlier in this over, in each over. I should say he's had 1 run off the bat.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well,
Just a little bit of turn.
have you heard that expression? There's only 2 types of leave, good leave and a bad leave.
Yep.
And there's really nothing in between. And so 39 for 4. It's trying to get that fighting 70 on the board. I think 70... it could be a winning score. I have probably 60 as my kind of par, I think, between these 2 teams.
And Pamsing goes straight for it. Tie. And it just goes past Heinich, who's on the inner circle.
Well,
Go
hard
for 2.
Go hard or go home, I would say. Anupam Singh, he does get under that. And good running. They come back for 2. Yeah, so mentioning Serbia, Slovenia and Isle of Man added. And so we're up to 34 teams then, because we have 30 countries and the returning champion get to come, so it's 31 plus a new 3. 41 for 4 right here after 6 at the moment. We have 4 Derricks in there of varying length. Houghton has batted the innings so far for 16.
Yeah. By the way, that 2, and apart from extras, which have been 23 of, so almost so more than half the score has been extras.
Yeah.
Nobody apart from Sam Houghton has scored any runs.
Yeah,
So,
true.
And I mean, we spoke in the last roll of a game that Sam Houghton is a great player, but he's only as good as the players around him.
Yeah.
And he obviously he's a great player, and he'll put runs on the board, he'll take wickets, he'll bowl well, he'll field well, but he's not a player you necessarily want to rely on, and he plays his best when the team isn't relying on him.
That's what I would say. He's a player you can rely on, but he's not a player you want to be relying on to kind of lead in innings. He's trying his best here, though. He's 16 off 21 at the moment. Like I said, let's even get them up in the 60s here.
Yeah, we've got a bit of spin here with Akshay Daksini coming on. But just bowls a bit wide.
Yeah, so because it's a 35-team tournament, the decision was made to have the runner-up come back, not just the winner from last year. So Hornchurch will actually be a part of the ECL on 24.
That one comes back in.
It's a wrong-un.
Yeah, wrong-un. He's a bit, He's a bit of a leg spinner, actually, Daksini, but that one comes back in.
Yeah, but this is back of the hand job. Just have a look at very carefully at how he lets go of the ball here.
Lovely.
It doesn't even really look like a leg spinner out of the hand, but it certainly it didn't look like a wrong out of the hand. It looked like a regular leg spinner, but yeah, really well bowled.
And that'll be a no ball, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I like he's trying it though, but this is a real chance. I think Anupam Singh's the kind of play you'd want on strike here. Yeah, I'd run at this. You can't be stumped.
Yep.
So as I'd be running, trying to, and even maybe batting out of my crease a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, Daksini coming around the wicket here. Bit of a floater, hits it, and that'll go all the way for 6. Maximo
time, and yeah, he must have heard me. Anupam Singh, I thought this was the right move. He gets it on the full, doesn't let it turn. I mean, there's a lot of luck about the bowling of Daksini, but he has to get his location right. If he does, I think he's going to be asking the right questions, but kind of made his bed with the free hit, and that gave Anupam the immunity cloak, and he used it. 6 runs.
Yeah, Anupam Singh being a bit of a revelation in this Saralva split batting lineup, as the 50 comes up as well.
Yeah, and so the 6 has the power to move the goalposts a fair bit in this match, I think. Good shot.
Yeah, as we see Pero Bosnak waddling his way back to the stumps. I think he's wants a helmet.
Yeah.
Or does he not? No.
He's going to keep back.
That'll be just 1 bounce for.
Yeah, really nice shot inside out this time. Anupam Singh, and yeah, I think like you, I was kind of suspended in time there, seeing if the fielder could get there, but yeah, it's a really good shot. And with Bosdak has this technique, he does like to keep back to pretty much everyone, and he's able to catch more thick edges that way, but it kind of takes the stumping a bit out of the equation.
Yeah, and Anupam Singh is doing a really good job of actually reading where the ball's going to bounce as he hits another 4 of Daxini.
Yeah, nice shot again. I like that he's going offside here as well, Anupam Singh.
Yeah, he's been really good at reading where the ball's going to bounce and just kind of coming and hitting it on the half volley. So he's actually creating himself. He's actually making balls be in the slot for him. If that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
That's another full toss, and that'll go all the way as well. Maximo.
Yeah, and so Daxini goes magical. It's just the kind of over that Sir Oliver Split were looking for. Now they find themselves up in the 60s. This is the kind of over. I mean, you got to feel for Daxini a little bit here. He's run into a bit of a perfect storm. He's kind of played Anupam into form as well. I think the free hit's given him a lot of confidence. And now the run's flowing pretty strongly and pretty quickly at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. This is huge over, and I think it's changed the game completely into Sir Oliver Split's favour here. Well, the floated ball, and Anupam Singh just misses out on that.
Better ball. It'll be the end of the over, so 64 for 4. But I hope we see more of Daxini. I think, you know, he's a clever little spinner, and that's just a shame that he couldn't get a few more on that length. And I think the line a bit closer as well, because you can see that if he gets it right, he's going to be real hard to handle. But a few loose ones go the journey, and at the end of 7, 64 for 4. Coming up tomorrow, well, some more excellent cricket coming your way. Rico will be back. I'll be here as well. My last day before I go on a little bit of a sabbatical. The Assassins taking on the Chiefs first up, and then the third meeting between the Assassins and Sokol. That's pretty important as well. And then Sir Oliver Split in the afternoon session have a double header against the Warriors. So these two teams will meet again twice tomorrow. Join us 7 a.m. GMT at 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India for day 4, and some pretty interesting clashes on the cards tomorrow.
Yeah, I think obviously the Sokol versus Assassins game will be the highlight of the day. Obviously, the first game was a bit one-sided.
Yeah.
The second game looked like it was going to be one-sided as well, but Sokol somehow we managed to actually bring it back and actually make a game out of it by taking some wickets.
Yeah, didn't have enough runs on the board in the first place. Sokol, they were kind of grounded in the 60s. But these two teams meet again. I agree with the Sokol Assassins game, probably the game of the day, because they are the two teams in contention for ECL qualification. Whoever performs better in this tournament will get that spot.
Yeah, Abi Awasti going back onto bowl, trying to kind of stop this momentum from Anupam Singh. Single from Sam Houghton, that'll just fall short.
He's happy just to take the one. Again, that's good game awareness of Sam. He knows that Anupam Singh's been on fire. So he says, look, that's a ball. Maybe I could swing at it, but I don't want to miss it. I want to get the guy back on strike that's doing the damage. It's quite an unselfish play there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a bit floaty. It was up in the air. But, obviously, with the fielder at the edge of the ring, not much danger of getting out. It's another ball that kind of doesn't bounce up for Singh.
I mean, Anupam Singh gets really close to being bowled here. This comes so close to the off stump. Seams back. Look how much it seams back and almost knocks him over. We've got looking for it in the chat. Maybe change the username there. Yeah, it was close, wasn't it?
Did turn at the end, yeah. That sliced up. Caught behind his lovely catch. Caught it in the air there. And stoic as always.
Wow. Roger Heinich, he has been brilliant. And, well, not an easy man to hug, but they're going to try anyway. I know there's a few bears here in Croatia. That's my favourite Croatian bear at the moment. 2 really good catches. And he gets a guy that was hitting the ball very well, so potentially a match swinging catch.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's going to be Anupam Singh gone for 22 and the score 65 for 5.
Yeah, and Abi Awasti, who bowled the first over, he bowled really well. Only went for, I think, he bowled the second over and only went for 3. Continuing a really good spell here. Proper captain's innings from Awasti. This is Kartik Gupta coming in to bat, getting some advice from Sam Houghton. Obviously, very experienced player. This is his 3rd ECS. Played in Khartoum, and obviously knows a lot about Croatian cricket. So he'll be giving some advice on how to deal with his bowler. That goes past the field. That goes past Massey. They'll be able to go for 2.
It's pretty good running.
Yep.
Yeah, Gupta comes out, and he's done some good things in the series. And some people asking, where's Anupam Singh been? I mean, he's had opportunities. He's just, again, another one of these players, a bit like a Sajid Khan, a bit like an Adhikari. They're very capable, but found a way to get out a few too many times in the series so far. That's why Sir Oliver Split currently have 7 losses from their 7 matches.
Another good delivery from Abi Awasti. One of those that kind of goes on a good length, but kind of bounces up a bit more than you expect. It's obviously a quirk of the pitch here. But yeah, a bit of a wild swing from Gupta. Last ball of the over. Excellent spell from Awasti so far. And he's bowled. Lovely delivery. Pretty much Gupta does the exact same thing in the last delivery, kind of takes a wild swing at it, but Awasti just manages to kind of york him here, and that clatters into middle stump. Not a really important wicket for the Warriors.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's all about the length. You know, getting the amount of ball. The amount of balls doesn't go over the stumps, right, because of the amount of bounce in this pitch, but it's fuller, and it kind of induces that sideways swipe from Gupta. And so, yeah, that's a nice way to finish the over as well for the Warriors, who are battling back here, 67 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors obviously in with a chance here. I mean, they've taken 2 wickets in this over, a wicket in the 6th, 2 in the 4th. Yeah, they're bringing that run rate down to about 8 and over, just over 8 and over. I think they could keep another 2 last good overs here at death.
We had that 23 run over, so if you look at it another way,
absolutely
44 off the other 7 overs. So it's been about the 60s pace. It's just that 1 over as Sir Oliver Split for me still in the box seat in this game.
Yeah, this is Chetan Atri coming in to bat.
Won't be facing though. They are going back to Daxini. So I like this, you know, showing a lot of confidence to give Daxini a second. Let's see if he can get it right.
Yeah,
It's a bit of a gamble though. He did go for 23 in his last over.
Yeah, Sam Houghton wasn't ready there. I think Daxini was starting his run up while. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, Sam Houghton wasn't looking at all.
Yeah, fair enough. Like I said, I think batters get one of those.
Yeah, this is another thing that we kind of note is that got 2 minutes on the clock here. I mean, this needs to be over quite quickly.
Good observation. You've seen enough cricket on ECN to know that that's going to be enforced.
Yep.
Can he bowl a 6 ball over? If he does, I think he'll be fine. If not, could be trouble. Could be 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, it also depends how many of them get hit over the boundary as well. Anyway, Atri on strike for his first ball. Edges, but goes over Petar Bosniak. And fielded there at third man.
It's the kind of ball that Bosniak often will keep back because this might be caught, even though it probably went over him if he's back. But yeah, well bowled so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Daxini this over.
Yep.
Bowled 3 good balls and 2 of them have counted. Now make that 4 and 3 have counted. So, I mean, with 3 legal balls here, I mean, 5 runs in a low-scoring game is pretty significant compared to some high-scoring games.
Shot by Atri, and it'll be fielded on the boundary. A bit of a misfield, and I think missed opportunity to run 2 there from Atri and Houghton there. They just ran 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but maybe this is about wanting Houghton to face.
That's true. With 2 to come as well from the over. Houghton pulls, and that'll go for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, and again, that won't help as far as the clock goes.
Well, they should be all right. They've got 40 seconds to bowl for the delivery to leave Daxini's hand.
That's if it's a legal ball, I suppose. That's what everyone's watching as well.
That's true. That's true. Taking their time bringing it back to Daxini. Not the best throw back in. He has to run and pick it up and run back to the start his run up. 20 seconds. If there's not a wide, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm nervous. He's bowled such a good over so far.
And that's quite high, but dips, and Houghton's missed out there.
Well done, Daxini. That's a really good comeback. They beat the clock. And I'm really happy they had the confidence to bowl him again. And, you know, much better over as Sir Oliver Split. 76 for 6 after 9.
Yep. As you say, it all happens in the 9th. Yeah, but yeah, it's very good to see Daxini come back. He's a good bowler. And obviously sometimes as a spinner, sometimes things will just go wrong. Sometimes a batter will just be able to read you. That doesn't mean you're a bad bowler. And it'll be, I think that's Magdalenic coming on to bowl the 10th.
Yeah, I think like with so many bowlers, Daxini, you can draw a clear line between when he got it right and when he got it wrong, and what the outcomes were. So yeah, I think that was a really good over. So 10th over, let's see how many they can get to. Still 4 wickets in hand. Patrick can hold the bat. Houghton will be facing up though at the start of the 10th.
Yeah, and I mean, Sir Oliver split. You said a par score would be about 65, 70 here. Sir Oliver split on 76 now, and they'll be quite happy with this, I think.
Magdalenic had a record equaling 16 ball over in the first.
That's hit. And that's stopped by Daxini. Good stop there.
Daxini having a good few minutes here, and they'll only get 1. Yeah, so I was going to say the 16 ball over is an ECN record. If you know what's been happening around the world, there was some cricket in the Argentina versus Chile women's T20s that went a bit viral. And I think we had a few overs longer than that, including one that went for 52 runs, that is.
That will be called a wide. Again, just that kind of whippy action by Magdalenic, who kind of drags it, kind of risks of bowling a wide.
The more he bowls, the better he'll get, though, Magdalenic.
Oh, 100%.
You know, and he is.
And that was borderline as well. I mean, fair decision, but again, kind of on the line. Any further right, it would have been a regulation delivery.
Looks like it'll be 80s here. In the chase, well, time will tell.
Another wide.
I think he'll go around the wicket now. I mean, he made that switch earlier, and it worked a bit better for him. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't do it straight away. Maybe not. Maybe he's going to stay over.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to cricket, you're kind of taught to bowl right arm over, but I mean, that's not necessarily what you want to be doing if you have an action. It's a good delivery.
Yeah, much better. Really good comeback from Magdalenic. Maybe takes a bit off that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going away from the batter there. Kind of like where Magdalenic's kind of whippy action kind of goes in his favour.
Magdalenic does have a baseball background. I'm going to come back to that in a second. It's maybe something you want to try.
It's a good ball.
Yeah, not a great shot from Atri though. He just nowhere near that one really. I wonder if he'd want to try rolling his fingers on a couple, and like in baseball they call it like a slider, but you know it's one of the easier balls to bowl, easy variations, and often you know when you can bowl that one, it's quite an accurate delivery I think to bowl.
And another one he drags wide.
And so yeah, if these kind of ones are working for you.
Steal run there. I mean, Sam Houghton living dangerously good. Slightly better throw from Pero Boschniak, and Houghton might have even been out there.
Yeah, maybe, but I think it's a good decision from Sam because he needs to get back one way or another. Atri wasn't helping him out by hitting too many.
And the good thing about Sam Houghton here is he's backing up. He's taken a few steps out of his crease, so he's ready.
It has like a secondary backup as well. So when he see here, he actually
3-4 steps.
The second jump.
And Sam Houghton, that's heading. That's high. Plug, and they'll be running 2. Just kind of land. Daxini just kind of, I think, loses it in the sun there.
Yeah, it's a tough one to judge at this time of the day. You can see the shadows, and so Daxini almost gets to the drop zone, but not quite. Good running by SOS, gets them back for a couple.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to see the ball when it's kind of cloudy, kind of sunny, and it's a white ball as well. Can't really blame the fielder there.
2 to come. He'll want 2 here, Sam.
That'll be a wide.
He's looking to get back on strike here. I think of the 2 out there, he looks the more likely to be able to play the big shot at the moment. So he once again looks like he's going to bat through the 10.
Still 2 to come.
Yeah,
good delivery.
He'll want it straight away.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get it fairly comfortably. So again, that's smart. With the outfield being a bit slower, then it holds up. It takes a bit longer to get to the ball, and so smart work. We'll take them up to 86 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, Sam Houghton on 30 off of 30. He's faced exactly half the innings.
We'll get an extra delivery.
Yeah, good ball, and that'll go straight drive, and that'll go for 4 to end the innings. 90 for 6.
Yeah,
so Sir Oliver.
It'll be in the 90s then. I think 91 will be the target. This is a nice shot last ball. Again, doesn't try and hit it too hard, but you get pretty close to the middle of the bat there from Houghton. Magdalenic probably wisely withdraws the hand.
I think that hit him. We're just watching him kind of shake his hand there.
Yeah, maybe. But
the fingernails.
Houghton, I mean, it's a fighting innings in the end. He'll finish 34 off 31. Had some help during that innings for Adam Palmsing in particular, 22 for him. That's Oliver split, 90 on the board. And I do believe that is their highest score so far in the series. Is enough for a win? Let's find out as we look back at the highlights of the first 10 overs in match 12.
Yeah, we see Sam Houghton getting bowled off a free hit there. Bit of a false highlight.
That was the only way they got him out, and it was a fake out, wasn't it? And Jukic went, didn't he? And just swiped across, won the extra bounce, causing him a few problems. So certainly they had their moments, didn't they? Including this, Brenda Singh. He couldn't believe his own luck as Faizan went across, and a little bit of Shane Warne circa 1995 around that dismissal.
Before my time, Vinny, before my time.
But I will say, there were some bright spots. I got to say, Duxini, although he went for plenty early on, he actually came back and bowled a pretty good second over. But this was the bit, wasn't it, where Salva Spit just got that wriggle, got that magical over.
Yeah, when it went for, what was it, 24 off it, 22 off it, yeah.
23 actually 23. In the end, but I like that they went back to Duxini. They gave him another opportunity. I also think this was a highlight. Hrvoje Hajnić with 2 excellent catches.
Yeah, and both of them kind of in the air, kind of running towards him. Really good technique there.
And they weren't sitters either. Yeah, you're right. One to his left, one to his right. Well, Gupta was trying to hit the ball out of sight. He got castled, and then towards the end, I think Houghton pretty intelligently, he gets 6 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, last ball for 4. Kind of Magdalenic, half a chance with the caught bowl, kind of clips his fingers and straight past him for 4.
Yeah, and it drags them up to a score of an even 90. So, having a look at this. Well, 4 Derricks in there, but they're all different lengths. Houghton with 34 off 31. Again, I wouldn't say blasted the attack. He had 2 4s and a 6 in there, but he was able to keep his strike rate over a run of ball this time. Adapalm with 22. He was pretty good as well.
Yeah, and the other big thing is 30 extras. Extra second highest scorer. Had they not bowled 30 extras, had they bowled 20, it would have been a much more manageable scoreline for the Warriors.
That's a really good observation. And we talk about 10 as maybe what you're shooting for with the extras, and then you're chasing 71, not 91, and it does look like a big difference. 3 for 11, Brenda Singh takes the figures in the end, but Awasti was great, leading the way with 2 for 6. And also, we saw single wickets for Magdalenic, and also, I've got to say, Massey bowled pretty well, only conceding 11 off his 2 overs. Didn't take a wicket, though. We'll take a break, Luca. We'll be back very, very shortly, and we'll see if the Warriors can get their first points, or will it be Salva Spit finally with their first win since the 14th of October 2021? Join us soon to find out. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the ECS Croatia, the final game of today, the final eliminating of the final game of the day. Zagreb Warriors versus Sir Oliver Split. We are watching Zagreb Warriors batting, and they're chasing 91 to win against Sir Oliver. Both teams looking for their first win. Win predictor says 67% chance for Sir Oliver, 33% for the Warriors. What do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, well, I think that's probably a fair analysis. Saying 2 games out of every 3, Split should win from here. But, I mean, don't count out the Warriors. I mean, these 2 teams act incredibly similar, I think, in the fact that there's a few threats, but you never know when they're going to fire as far as the batting goes. And they both had trouble with extras. And we saw 30 extras in that total of 90 in the first innings. I do think that's something Split have been improving. I think the fact that Split have played more matches probably is a bit of an advantage as far as the bowling goes. And it's going to be Anupam Singh. He's a very good example. You know, when and he's got it right, he's taken wickets, but he has bowled a lot of extras at times as well. So 91 to win. Shake, rattle and roll. Last innings of the day. Awasti and Kumar to open the batting for the Warriors.
Yeah, first ball of the over from Kumar. Kind of goes wide and is hit. And, oh, what is Jukic doing there?
Jukic is going to allow it 2 here. And, well, we saw him hoof one in earlier near the boundary. But, again, even if he's going to go foot here, he just needs to stop it. He doesn't need to try and do this. Have a look. Oh, I mean, he was probably thinking you could kick it all the way back to the pitch.
I mean, one of the first things you get told is not to field with your feet. Jukic obviously didn't get that memo. Singh comes in with his second ball. That's high, but he manages to get it over the infield. Stopped just before the boundary. That'll be just 1. That was the number 4, Kartik Gupta, stopping that.
Yeah, but I mean, Jukic also, I think he knows he's a one-man highlight reel, and so he probably thought he could be the first guy to maybe kick a run out from cover with the old one touch.
Absolutely. Singh coming in again. Good ball, it's edge, but Mate Jukic can't stop it. Just kind of beats him. I don't think it's going to carry. Oh, it does. Just carries for 4.
Yeah, that's frustrating, isn't it, for Mate, who's, I suppose he's reasonably close there.
Yeah, he's kind of between. He's not quite back and he's not quite forward, and it just kind of doesn't manage to get his big arm out there just in time to stop it.
It was a thick edge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's why I think with the swing of the bat, that's why it becomes quite a
lovely outswinger by Singh there.
Becomes
Dot ball.
a quick travelling ball is what I was trying to say.
He managed to get a bit of swing on this Singh. Just kind of not sure that was the right shot from Kumar to try and pull it to the leg side. 2 to come now. Another good outswinger, but given a wide. I think that just kind of hugs the line.
This is the kind of ball that, I mean, I'd say that's kind of an acceptable wide. You just missed your spot there.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be going kind of off the pitch, missing by a lot more.
Yeah, it's swinging and gets a bit of turn in the end, so yeah. Good decision from Popovic. Still 2 to come. Better from Kumar. And they're going to sneak in for a bye here.
I think that taking those kind of runs are quite important. I think when you're trying to get 9 and over. Okay, now they've got 9 off this over.
Yep,
so that's fine. You're just trying to win the battle with 9. I think if you're the batting team here. So you don't want to be leaving too many on the table. You're going to have to hustle. You're going to have to put the pressure back on the fielding side at times.
Yeah, and conversely from the Sir Oliver Split side, they don't want to be allowing these things. And the thing with like the Jukic misfield. And yeah, another wide here. Just kind of making it a little bit more nervy for themselves than they need to in this opening couple of overs. Kumar still taking his time to finish the over. Sorry, Singh rather. Apologies. Better ball, bit of outswing, just beats the bat. And that is the end of the first over, 10 off it.
So they do win the battle with 9 in the first over. It's only a start, isn't it, for the Warriors? That was a good delivery.
It was 10 off the first over, rather.
Yeah, 10 off the first over. And so 124 matches since the golden ball. And the last one was actually the first time we've had an extra on a golden ball. It was a high full delivery. I was on the plane at the time. I was just leaving Rome. Nish was behind the microphone for that one. It was Joy Pereira that got a bean ball from Sahil Zadran that he pulled for 1, but that was enough. The no ball plus the 1.
Fair enough, yeah.
Didn't have to go and bowl the extra delivery.
Khan just kind of keeps it in the tram line there. Khan bowling.
Sajid wearing the retro strip.
Yep.
Kind of stands out today, doesn't he?
Does, yeah, just keeps it in.
Man, borderline one. We've seen
Yeah,
Bowler
obviously.
Bowler getting the benefit there.
That's fair enough. This will also be just inside.
It's the same ball. So if you don't call the first one, you can't really call the second one. So
I
it's
agree.
a good start.
And obviously we're looking at where Mate Jukic is standing. He's still just about standing. Takes the ball just outside where the tram line is, but obviously because it's kind of swinging outwards, I think that's a fair call from the referee. That's from the umpire. That's not a wide. That is a wide though, down the leg side, and it goes past Mate Jukic, and that'll be 2. 2 wides here for Khan.
Mate has a bit of a hamstring injury. I think that's one reason he's keeping. He's trying to limit how much he has to actually move, but I suppose he's still got to move a bit when you're back there.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, extras in the first innings were one of the things that kind of brought and another edge here. Beats Jukic again.
Gets a hand on that though, doesn't he? And if it hits the end of his fingers, but if he gets the middle of the hand on it, maybe it sticks. So this is a definite chance. You'll see it here.
Yeah, just can't get to it in time. But he does. I think he does save 3 runs here. I think that would have been would have gone for 4. Had Jukic not got a hand on that. 3 to come here from Khan. Yeah, it's one of the ones that's good. That's kind of the quirk of this pitch. Bowl a good length and it kind of bounces up and beats the batter.
Yeah, gets up off a length, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably
below the shoulder.
Yeah, probably below the shoulder, but
yeah, batter asking for the one for the over, and that might be gone. I think that's gone. Given.
I think it's a good decision. I think he straightens down the line, and Kumar's going to have to go. And it is Sajid Khan with the breakthrough.
Yeah, pitches in line, hits him in line, and he's it's definitely not going over the stumps.
He's imploring the umpire as well as the 2-knee appeal. And yeah, for me, I mean, it's probably hitting leg stump. I don't think it's smashing in the middle or anything like that. And so, yeah, I think it's a good decision.
Absolutely. I'm not sure the batter agrees, but again, anytime you're batting, anytime you'll say you're not out.
Yeah.
I think when he sees a replay, he'll see, yeah, that was plumb.
Yeah, and I think there's a subtle bit of movement down the line here that beats him. Again, it's probably not the right stroke to play. It's hit him back leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably hits him in line with leg. I just don't see that missing, Luke. I think it's a good decision. Yeah. And this will bring Birendra Singh to the crease. Didn't he bowl well in the first half of this
match?
He
did, absolutely. And last ball of the over, dot ball. Great end to the great second over for Sir Oliver Split, taking a wicket and just 3 runs off it. So a bit of a dent in this run chase for the Warriors.
Yeah, so much better over that one for Sir Oliver Split. Again, they want to go 9 and over. Now they're a few behind. Looking at the table, one of these 2 teams will have points and we'll go above Ljubljana, but we wait to see Ljubljana until the weekend, I don't believe. And so still, we're 15 matches. Again, partly it's about where you are on the table, but also partly about just improving against yourself. You've got a real range of abilities and experience levels in this tournament, and I just think it's great for the development of Croatian cricket that we're here again. Anyway,
absolutely.
Here's Anupam Singh coming back.
Yep. Delivery pulled, and that'll be, I think that just bounces before the boundary. Given 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot by Awasti.
Yeah, a bit too short from Singh here, I think.
Yeah, it's
tough to tell from here. I think that's 4. Yep.
Yeah, I think so. But it's a good shot, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Again, just a fraction short from Anupam Singh, and Awasti was quick to pounce. Don't want to turn this into a big over. If you SOS.
Better. Much better from Singh. Back of a length there. Just a single.
Yeah, so I think chasing 91, you don't want a bunch of dot balls either. I mean, you can probably absorb 1 and over, but you're looking for 1 boundary and over. You're looking to keep turning the strike over. The more you can do that, the more confidence you get as well, I think, as a partnership. So let's see if Birendra Singh can do a good job here.
Bit of swing on that, but given a wide.
We didn't see Birendra either in the first game this morning. We did see.
Nah, just goes past the blue line over there, and good decision from the umpire.
This is Birendra's first game in the series, so So he adds a bit to the lineup.
Oh, good delivery, kind of straightens there. And now Berenda kind of caught in two minds whether to run or not, but manages to get back in time. Dot ball for Sir Oliver, halfway through the over. He plays a defensive shot. Good delivery from Singh. That's another wide. Again, just getting a bit of swing on there. Just trying to kind of hug that tram line and make it really difficult for the batter to kind of make him reach for it. But doesn't go Singh's way. Doesn't go Anupam Singh's way. And he bowls a wide. Delivery, and what a catch! What a catch! What a catch!
You said it. And I know that Brenda Singh, obviously he's had a pretty good game with the ball, but what about this grab
Yeah,
from
Adhikari, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's got the Jordan hat on. Well, let's just say that.
Yeah, it hit well, and just Adhikari one-handed.
Yeah, it takes flight. I think
Yeah.
it's kind of,
He gets both hands on it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it ends up in one, but he kind of goes with two. But I mean, fielding can be the difference, and yeah, Barendra, he's going to have to go without scoring.
I reckon, Vinny, that's a catch of a tournament.
Has
so
to be
far,
so
yeah.
far. It's a brilliant piece of work. And who knows, that could be a match-winning catch in the end. So it's going to be a 3-baller for Barendra. No luck with the bat for him, and the Warriors now 20 for 2.
Yeah, I was chatting with some of the Warriors. They were saying like those two catches that Hrvoje Hajnić took. They were saying he's got glue in his hands. Well, Adhikari definitely has glue in his hands there with that. As we got Sumit Massey coming into bat for the Warriors. Two coming over from Anupam Singh, making his first wicket of the day.
Yeah, really good result. So someone has to stand up. Can it be Massey? Awasti isn't doing too much wrong at the moment either. But, you know, you just feel like they need a big partnership. This would be the ideal time for it to come for the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, somebody needs some. Avasi's done well, but somebody else needs to step up for the Warriors. Delivery, kind of defends it there, Massey. And Adhikari fields it. He's kind of become a magnet at the moment out there. Not a good, yeah. Can't really do much with that there, Massey. And defends. Last ball of the over. Yorker. And no run off it. That's the end of the power play. 20 runs for 2 after the end of 3 overs.
Yeah. It's a decent power play for Zorova split, I think, because they're 7 behind on the rate. You can see that 23 run over made such a big difference. I mean,
Yep.
the difference, I think, between chasing 91 and something in the low 70s. But, you know, big overs can happen both ways, Luca. So
Absolutely.
Jukic to bowl the next over. Hey, I know you did this before. I loved it.
Oh, here we go again.
Are you going to give me another Croatian language over? I think it's fitting.
A može.
Josip Jukic is bowling.
Okay.
Okay, take it away.
Evo za split ovdje baca Josip Jukić. I ovo je zapravo promašilo sve. Promašilo je vikete. Wicket keeper Mate Jukić ne može zaustaviti. Ovo će biti 2. Yeah, speaking some Croatian here, for those who are just tuning in. Yeah, delivery from Josip Jukić kind of misses everything. And Mate Jukić can't do much. Jukić, odlično bacanje. Malo je ta loptica kada je poskočila, skrenula u lijevo. To je jednostavno odlika ovog terena gdje se baca. Da je malo nepredvidljivo. Ali da, veliki zamah, ali ne može avasti do loptice. Ovo je full toss. Prilika za Adhikarija za uloviti, ali ne može do nje. Singlica za Warriorse. I dobro prvo 3 bacanja sada za Jukića. Čuti malo kraći zalet. Mislim da mu to išlo u korist, ovdje nema trčanja isto. Opet još jedna loptica koja je malo jače poskočila. Mislim da Jukić ovdje ima nekakvu ozljedu noge, nažalost. Zato ima taj kraći zalet. I još jedno dobro bacanje, tamo vrlo ona nezgodna loptica koja vam poskoči. I zapravo vrlo teško da isto napravite s takvim bacanjem. Ja, vidimo reakciju na smiješenog Josipa Jukića. Da, prošlo tamo negdje oko rukavica udarača. Zadnje bacanje ovog overa. Evo je presjekao, evo prilika za Jadrića. Jadrić je, ne, ispada. Čini mi se kao da se tamo preduhitrio. Da, i nema viketa za Serolova. Anyway, back to our English language commentary. Normal service resumed as we watch. That was Didier Clementi dropping that catch. Kind of got a second bite of the cherry, but couldn't make the most of it.
I want to say, well done as well. I'm loving your Croatian language commentary. I've got a few follow-up questions to that in a second, but Jukic coming off a much shorter run this time.
Yeah, he looked like he was kind of limping, like he was kind of holding his foot, his left foot kind of at an angle. So I think he might be carrying some kind of injury.
Yeah, maybe that's the issue. But I was going to say it was a good over nonetheless. Faizan gets a go now.
Yeah, bit of a bounce and kind of a slower bouncer there.
So my question was, obviously you've grown up here in Croatia, and English dad, Croatian mum, right?
Yes, exactly.
So how did you learn? What did your parents speak to you in? Was it one parent spoke one language?
Yes,
one
pretty
parent
much.
spoke
Yeah,
the other?
pretty much.
I'm quite curious about how.
Yeah, and that's going straight to Sam Houghton, and no doubt there with that catch. Massey out, 1 off 7. First wicket for Faizan and another important wicket for Sir Oliver.
And I think if someone's 1 off 7 and they may be losing a wicket's not the worst thing. You got to feel for Massey, who found it tough going here, and just couldn't turn into runs on the scoreboard. But the game is just going to drift out of control unless they can find someone that can turn it around. Easy catch there for Sam Houghton again. It's another opportunity to show keeping the field up, not necessarily going back. Even though you're allowed 5 outfielders, I think in these conditions, you want the batters normally in a cricket game where you can put the field wherever you like. You kind of you need to be forced back. See a few boundaries disappear, and then you might put a guy back. So Mandic, well, I liked his batting in the first game today.
Yeah, he got what, 17?
17 off 16.
Yeah, not bad.
First day of organised cricket for Damir Mandic as well.
Good start.
Coming from a baseball background, and let's see what he can do here to Faizan, who has a wicket second ball.
Yeah, third ball of the wicket for Faizan.
So my question, as Mandic is going to run off the body, in baseball you just get to walk to first base there. Is there a particular language that you think's your native language, or do you feel equally comfortable in both?
I would say equally. I mean, living abroad for a bit, my Croatian kind of got rusty, but coming back, it just kind of picked it up again after a couple of weeks. Well, the ball kind of could be left for a wide. I mean, if I were Awasti, I would just leave that,
Probably
just walk away.
Lost his bearings a little bit. So yeah, I've heard of this. So 2 parents speaking in different languages to a child, and so they both can. And children are such sponges when it comes to learning a language. As someone, I'm trying to learn a second language now, and it's kind of slow and steady going. But children, because they're not thinking, they're just doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, 2 to come in the over. Great start for Faizan. And now chance here.
Well, I feel like this has to be a wide or out, unless it's hit something that isn't the.
I think Popovic is saying it came off the arm.
Well, maybe it's not a wide because it's come straight over his body. It might have come off the arm.
I think it came off the arm as he was swinging at it.
I think it's a good decision in the end.
Yeah, tough to tell from this angle.
There's a benefit of the doubt situation there anyway.
Given a wide.
Okay.
And that will go just past, be stopped by the field. Doesn't get the catch, but he actually managed to get his foot on it.
I think it was a dot ball. It wasn't a wide because they hit the arm. So that was a dot. But then the next one will be 1. But okay. So would you say that you think in a certain language, or because I can't really
it's difficult to think. Yeah.
When you're speaking English, you're thinking in English, and when you're speaking Croatian, you're
pretty much,
Vinny.
Pretty much. Yeah. The last ball of the over. And that's gone up. It'll go between the fielder on the boundary and the fielder in the circle, and just a single there.
So they've made it pretty tough for themselves, haven't they, with only 28 in the first half of this innings. Credit to SOS, I think that they're bowling and fielding a lot better than we've seen earlier in the series. Right now, 28 for 3 after 5. Yeah, so let's have a quick look at what's coming up. And yeah, super excited to see some more venues before the end of the season. Okay, we've got the ECIs, both women's and men's, coming up at the end of this series. Similar in Malta with an 8-match ECI in the middle, 4 men's, 4 women's, amongst a 3-week ECS. Second time we've been to Malta this year. And then we'll be back in Barcelona, first time in about a year there for a 3-week series there. That starts with an ECI as well. And then the ECCW, a 3-week break, that's all we take off. And then we'll be back Monday the 15th of January in season 2024.
You've got Kartik Gupta coming in here, starting with a dot ball.
I'm quite taken aback that when I've gone around Europe, obviously I go to so many places, I speak to people that I think... You know,
sorry, that just flew over middle stump.
Yeah.
Lovely ball.
Didn't miss by too much. Again, the bounce in this pitch takes it over. But I'm quite amazed at how good people's English is, and I assume, you know, that for them it's as easy as it sounds.
Ooh, and inside edge there from Mandic, actually nearly tracks it back onto his wicket.
He'll take another run there. So I was going to say that sometimes they say, oh yeah, I've had a long day speaking in English, so, you know, I'm feeling a bit mentally tired, because they're still kind of thinking in their mother tongue and having to make the adjustments. And I've met quite a few people that you know, you wouldn't know it, but it must be quite mentally taxing for some people.
Yeah, I mean, obviously thinking it's a completely different language, completely different grammar structure. Yeah, I can see that. Bit short from Gupta. That will land just before the field, and that's 4 runs.
Well, they need this. They need plenty more of it, don't they? Required rate's gone out to 13s. So they need it. Like a big over, maybe a magical over.
I mean, we could see it happen. I mean, Sorolova split will know when that over from Daxini happened that went for, 23?
Yeah.
And as long as... I think Abi Awasti is playing kind of a Sam Houghton-esque role here. He's been scoring at about 100 strike rate, as that goes for a dot.
Yeah, I think it's just okay. It's still a nervous look. Well, now that's okay. It's 2 to come. There's the hand coming out from the umpire. But it's a kind of a bit of a nervous look around. It's not an easy ball to hit.
Yeah.
Certainly not an easy ball to hit leg side.
Yeah, just the one that kind of dies.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of landing zone, isn't it? So showing what's tough. A lot of people looking forward to Barcelona. Of course, the Barcelona bash. Kettle Rogue saying the Sorolova split certainly improving as things going on. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Hopefully we see something similar from the Warriors as well. Last ball over here for Gupta.
Hit, but there's a fielder there. Think about 2, but they will end the 6th over 34 for 3.
Yeah,
and the important thing for the Warriors is actually Awasti keeping strike.
That's true. I've got more questions coming in. It's random questions time. So James asking, how often is Kevin that asked this, dual language youngsters, how often was a sentence said using 2 languages? Would you sometimes...
I really don't remember.
I mean,
I really don't remember. I've been too young for that.
That's true. But I imagine it would happen because I've actually seen some quite amazing videos of people of kids with like 11 tutors, 11 different languages, and they'll go speak fluently with all of them one after another.
Yeah, we've got Yandic bowling here. Yeah, good delivery, kind of back of a length.
Yandrik's been a bit hit and miss with the ball, but one thing I really love about this series is, in a way, captains are forced to, but also they want to give opportunities to as many as possible. So, Yandrik's been asked to bowl normally late in the games.
Yeah. Another good delivery, dot ball.
Yeah, and this is where, Mandic is not really used to hitting the ball sideways. This is a pretty hard ball to hit straight down the ground, so he's locked up. It'll probably be the one for the over.
Yeah, given by the umpire, square leg. One for the over. And Mandic skies that, and there's a chance. And dropped. Dropped by Krishna Adhikari, who took an amazing catch a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one that Adhikari, he's caught the hard one, dropped the easy one. And well, in the game that Mandic is used to, then Adhikari would have a big glove, and surely you can't drop it, but...
Yeah, he even got nearly got a second bite of the cherry there. Unlucky for... and that might...
It might have been going over the top, Yeah,
it was coming down, though.
Exactly. It hits him above the stumps, but wasn't coming down.
Yeah.
Not something you hear very often.
It's a half tracker, and completely missed by Awasti.
I still think that's probably just going over the top.
I think so. Obviously, as an umpire, it's quite hard. And that's going to go straight to the fielder on the boundary. Just a 1.
Hey, so Sam Houghton, I know he's been wondering, is he getting close to 500 ECN runs? And he's just eyeballing us here. I can tell you he's way more than that. Just wait till I tell you how many he's got.
Be given as a wide.
Good call. He now has 744 runs on the network.
Oh, he's saying 500 runs in the ECS.
Oh, he's getting
not
real
overall.
specific, isn't he?
Okay.
You're right. He's past 500 ECS runs. Oh, well.
Mandich kind of cuts that last ball of the over.
Good over in the end
Absolutely.
from Frane because even though maybe it's still one to go, or is there?
No, that's been given over. Or has it?
Or has it?
Hendricks coming back. Oh no, he's not.
In the
Bit of
end,
confusion.
yeah, that is the end of the over. So 4 off it. It's set 38 for 3 after 7. Warriors just kind of fading away in the chase, but we'll see these two teams battle again in matches 15 and 16 tomorrow. Starting with the Assassins Chiefs game though, and that could be a pretty interesting one. Chiefs had a couple of good performers today, yeah, that'll be the first game of the day. Also, we'll see Zagreb Sokol in just the one game. I wonder if you'll get on the park for that one. There's a few rumours in the background that we might see Lucas Stubbs on the park.
I don't think we'll be in the Assassins game against the Assassins, but I'll certainly get a couple of games later on in the series. Yeah, but that's up to skipper Aman Maheshwari, not up to me.
All right, Sam Houghton's going to get a bowl here in the 8th.
Floated delivery, and then again, bit of that quirky pitch.
Yeah.
Just kind of turns in.
Yeah.
It's not Sam doing anything with the ball. It's just the pitch.
This is where we haven't really seen batters have the tools to deal with this. So maybe you can jump across, whack that to fine leg if you're struggling with the extra bounce.
Yeah, I mean, what I do is just kind of come forward and that's what Wes is doing, and he's been bowled. I just gave him some terrible advice there. Come forward, try and hit it on the half volley, but it gets underneath him and right into middle stump.
We had to try something, didn't he? So
Yeah.
I don't mind this. I mean, you'd rather go down, try something, and again, it's on the way down. I think by the time it crashes into the stumps. So again, maybe looking back at this, maybe the batters can work out some tools. Like I said, if you watch the ECC, that's why I think if you watch a lot of ECN cricket, you could have some at least ideas of what you might try. And I think not many of these balls are particularly quick. So, you know, you can basically choose your own line. If you're always getting beaten outside the off stump, maybe run across and give up your stumps. Not a lot of balls hitting the stumps. Okay, that one was. But maybe you can whack a few away to a power zone like fine leg, something like that. I just think then to try something rather than be so reactive.
Yeah, Petr Bošňák, number 20, the Warriors wicketkeeper, coming to the crease. Facing 4 deliveries left in the over from Southampton.
Good Southampton.
Ball hit. Ball just dropped short of Sajid Khan there.
Not a bad
long
stuff
on.
from Bosniak. Yeah, well, David Skinner in the chat saying Croatians always tell you their English is terrible, but then they speak to you in perfect English and tell you they learnt it watching cartoons on the telly as a kid.
That is true.
I've heard that so much, and even adults, you know, watching television.
Yep. Another shot, and that'll go for 4. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, nice shot. I'm liking this from Mandich. He's a talent. I know he's probably older than I am, but it just shows you can pick up the game at any age. And this one kind of goes, I talked about the kind of knees to chest where baseballers are comfortable with that height. And
But he does come across the crease. He comes a bit towards the ball and he actually creates that shot for himself. Yeah. Again, bit of footwork.
Yeah.
He's obviously got the fundamentals right.
Yeah, and I think every game he's getting better. I've only seen him twice here, but yeah, it's a boundary. Okay, yeah, they're not going to do this, Warriors, but certainly a lot of positives coming out of their day.
Absolutely.
Salva Split looks set to win for the first time in over 2 years here.
Yeah,
Back to
last
Bosniak.
ball. Well, it won't be last ball, 'cause that's called a wide.
Yeah, so that's the kind of shot I think we could see batters trying as a bit of a get out of jail. If they're constantly getting beaten outside the off stump, then you know where the bowler's trying to put it. So, especially if it's bouncing a lot, that's the kind of shot that you're able to use the pace, or what pace there is, a bit more of a natural shot biomechanically.
Another one outside the off. Hit and caught by Josip Jukic.
2 wickets for Houghton in the over. Bosniak goes for a single. Well, I thought Jukic might try to volley this, or maybe scorpion kick it based on what we saw earlier, but he doesn't have to move, and it's 2 wickets for Houghton. celebrating the day that he brings up 500
Yeah,
ECS runs.
might have been even been wide there, because it did end up turning just as it bounced.
I
but
think it probably
sliced straight to Jukic.
probably was going to be a wide, but it will be the end of the over. And the Warriors 45 for 5. You can see what I was talking about, that kind of 60 score that I felt was par in this game. And I think one or two big overs, one in particular in the first innings, just saw SOS batting the Warriors out of the game.
Yeah, that over number 7 for Sir Oliver, the one that went for what, 23? Yeah, changed the game for them, I think, and the number of extras as well. This has been sliced up, but it won't carry, or rather Sam Houghton won't be able to get there.
There's a couple of overs to go on the day, and I know you watched a fair bit of the Euros of cricket as well, and you've watched us be around in places like Barcelona, for example. But the beauty of cricket is different conditions, different kind of player groups, different dynamics. So we're saying here you can win a game with 60, and
Absolutely.
Yes, in the ECC we were saying 110.
Well, you can lose a game with a 185, you know.
Yeah, that's
if you're Spain.
The beauty of cricket, I think, compared to a game like tennis or something like that. Little things can make a big difference. Mate has to move for this one,
and
he'll
he's got
take
that
the catch.
one. Yeah, third time's a charm for Mate. He had 2 kind of half chances with edges, but this one's skied, and he reads it perfectly. And Akshay Daxini out for a duck.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you've done everything else today. Do you have a duck noise?
No, we said we wouldn't do that. I'll just say quack, quack, quack. Now we've got Golden Derek over here. Matches the Warriors shirt.
Yeah, and well, it's disappointing, I suppose, but that's the way it goes. Some positives as well, I think, in this game for Daxini. With his second over in particular, I think that he's quite a good over-the-wrist spinner. That he'll be the 6th wicket to fall. It's 46 for 6.
Yeah, and I don't think we see that many spin come to that much of a have that much of an impact in T10 cricket. It's nice to see a good spinner, and I see him kind of get rewarded for their effort. McLennan coming into bat. Hits it. They're looking for 2. They should get 2.
Well, we've got the 2 baseballers together now, so this should be interesting.
Yep.
And I actually was having a chat to these guys, and because I did play quite a decent level of baseball after I stopped playing cricket, and I found it quite difficult. Things like judging what a run is and when you can safely go to the next base. So in cricket, the judgment is, if you can make it safely or not to the other end.
It's a longer in baseball, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about
edged. 4. I don't think that's going to carry.
Maybe.
And it does carry.
There you go. Magdalena will take it. And so, yeah, so what I was going to say is it's a bit of a tough one because you can learn how to hit the ball, you can learn how to throw the ball, catch the ball, but things like judgment of what's the run and what's not, it's pretty difficult.
Absolutely.
And you only get it with time and match experience. So the fact that these 2 are out there, I think, is really good. That's one thing that you don't get anything for in baseball, except another pitch thrown at you. You can score runs behind yourself in cricket. Adelaide gets 4 of them there.
Very good delivery from Atri. Kind of hangs in the air and just kind of turns at the end, because it looked like he was going to hit the stumps when he bowled it, but he gets a bit of late swing. And yeah, again, Magdalena trying to slog that to the leg side. Last ball of the over. Another one that's again kind of on the off stump, and that's over. And dot ball, 52 for 6 into the last over. 39 to win. I don't think Zagreb Warriors can do that, barring a miracle, barring quite a few extras, a few no balls gone for 7. And yeah, it'll be it looks like Sam Houghton to bowl the last over.
Looks like it. Yeah, you can see all the bowlers in single digits, so no one's really bowled that big over. I think that might have brought the Warriors back into the contest. So it's a good team effort. They've tried.
Yep.
Obviously, 8 different bowls as well.
Yeah, obviously giving a bunch of guys the opportunity to bowl, and that'll help them as the tournament goes on. Obviously, they've played a lot of games so far. They're like halfway through, only on day 3. But it will absolutely suit them, and they'll go for you'll get a bit more out of those players, as Sam Houghton's first ball goes for a dot.
Hey, while everyone is still here, I want to say a big thank you to you, Luca, for your contribution today. I think 3 games, in the end.
3 games, yeah.
It's been great to spend the day with you, and hopefully we can get you on a little bit more before the end of this series.
Oh, 100%. Again, ball kind of plays it through his leg there.
Yeah.
It's one of those balls
But
that
these
kinda-
two running together, it's a bit of the blind leading the blind.
Yeah.
So I think normally you'd have someone there who has played a bit more cricket. Like Magdalena, she was playing for the national team. He's the more experienced of the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see there, they don't really have that the confidence in each other about whether there's a run there or not. Houghton comes in again.
Nicely floated.
So yeah, I want to say a big thank you and on behalf of all the audience as well, which I've been a captive audience as well. Thanks for your Croatian language commentary and a bit of the background as well. Thanks for telling us about the origin of the Sir Oliver Split name.
Yeah, I'll bring you a copy of that comic. I'll show you who Sir Oliver actually is.
Please do. Yeah, it's named after a character in a comic strip. So it's not a real person, Sir Oliver Split.
Yeah, Sam Houghton coming in. Ball, last 3 balls is over. Hit, and that's caught. Straight to the fielder, straight to Chetanatri. Easy catch. It's the end of Damon Mandic. Bowler, he's had a very good day batting. Actually, he's got what, 20, 28 runs?
Yeah, exactly.
Off
He's
his
hit
2
double
innings.
figures
Yeah.
twice. Again, it's a real baseball setup, but yeah, I like this shot. He's just a bit unlucky that he picks
Yep.
out the field. I like to see him kind of pulling the ball a bit more. Baseballs are normally
Yep.
pretty strong in that respect, and so he'll have to go 54 for 7. And Pilapalli will get a bat. I like this because he was the only guy that didn't get a bat
Yep.
in the previous game. So it means that all the Warriors have had to go with a stick today.
Yeah, and the
Although
third,
we
third
haven't
wicket.
seen Heinich, though, facing. We did
No,
bat,
we
but
have no.
and we didn't
that's
see
true.
him moving too much from the non-strikers end. So there's a
Well,
chance we'll see
Heinich is not out technically.
him. That's true. Really
Well, not technically, he is not out. Yeah.
He took 2 good catches, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, good to see lots of people
Yeah.
stepping up. Houghton, though, 3 for 9. This has to be his best figures on the network.
I'm sure he'll tell us. Good ball. Pilapalli just can't read the bounce off it.
He's pretty close to 4. I doubt that Sam's taken a 2 for before, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and with that dot, Pilapalli none.
Well, he actually has
and
3 for 9 as his best, so he's actually got these exact figures before against the Assassins in
Oh,
2022.
that was for Sir William Host.
Yep. So these
That
won't
will
be his
be-
best figures.
Oh, well fielded.
They're thinking of a second, but it's not quite there. And that'll do it. So in the end, 90 to 55, one team got a bit more with the bat, and in particular just had some moments. And that is Oliver Split in the first half. And Warriors try hard, but they can't quite make it.
And I mean, Vinny, going back to what we were talking about at the innings break, those 30 extras for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Had they not bowled any extras, they'd have been right in this.
Yeah,
Which
we
is a
know.
shame.
You hit the nail on the head there. I said this could be decided by which team bowls more extras. 30 in the first innings, and no, there were only 13 in the second, of which one's a leg by. Only 9 wides. So the fact that I think Sir Oliver Split for the first time, their no ball and wide count is in single digits. I think that's a big reason. They get on the board. Congratulations to Sir Oliver Split. Their first win in 2 years and 11 days here on the network. Coming up tomorrow, we have the Assassins as well as the Chiefs, Sokol, and then Sir Oliver Split and the Warriors will be battling the afternoon session. Join us 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. And Luca, take us through the highlights here. 91 was the target, but Oliver Split just a little bit too good with the ball.
That LBW from Sajid Khan, imploring the umpire, but a good decision in the end. You can see there, good decision. Huge wicket there from to get Janice Kumar out. This amazing catch from Krishna Adhikari, actually to dismiss Abhishek Awasi. That was a danger man.
Yeah, I mean, we had this one as well, which I think might be just going over the top. But, I mean, Houghton came on towards the end. He picked up a 3 for, I think, only the second time he's achieved that.
3 for 10,
But, look, in the end, it's not necessarily about the result. It's about improvement. And I've seen improvement from all teams we've seen so far, particularly some of the less experienced teams, to be put under this kind of scrutiny and exposure. And, yeah, nice to see someone like a Mandic coming up with some nice shots. Look, again, Warriors, you can see that they're going to struggle in a few games, especially when they run into teams like Sokol and the Assassins and probably Ljubljana as well. But still, they can gain a lot out of this series.
That's true, but I mean, you'll see teams get used to this format. Obviously, Warriors haven't played as much. You see teams get used to this format, and as the tournament goes on, they get better and better. And I'm sure we'll see every team win a game at some point throughout these 2 weeks.
And so, in the end, it was all over bar the shouting. And so, it will will be a fairly comfortable win. Congratulations to Sir Oliver Split, their first win since the 14th of October 2021. Take us through the scorecard.
Yeah, good stuff from Abiwasti. Kind of had to lead from the front, kind of had to stay there the entire innings. Not much to speak about other than an 11 from Damon Mandates, the rest are just in single digits. Although a nice quick cameo from Alan Magdalenic, 6 off 4 not out, and 13 extras. Extra difference in this game.
Yeah, spot on there. And the bowling, I mean, I like the fact they're using a lot of options. 8 bowlers used.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's lovely to see. All of them would really good economy rates. All of them with sub 10 runs.
Yeah, you don't often see that 8 bowlers and every single bowler in single-digit economy. Well, Luca, I just want to say one more time, big thank you to you. I know you're getting a lot of people saying thanks to you in the chat as well for your excellent commentary today. And if you're not on the field, we'd love to have you back here in the box for the next few days, potentially, or over the next few days, as I know I'll be taking a little bit of a mini break over the weekend. Before we go, I just want to say quick thank you to everyone for contributing the live chat. Thanks for a lot of fun and a lot of great discussions today. Don't forget to like this video. Subscribe if you haven't already. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Also, our social media at European Cricket is the place where we catch some highlights of the day. And I think that Adhikari catch for me, it's the player of the day. We'll see if it is the HCL software player of the day on our social media. And finally, our website, europeancricket.com, is the place you can get all the stats, fixtures, and standings. Well, Luca, we had a big day, but it's over now.
Yep.
Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Great time, Vinny. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Been a pleasure.
I want to say big thanks to Luca once again, to all the crew here, the Blue crew, and all the crew from Cricket Croatia, the umpires, the officials, and everyone else that's made our day so easy. But now it's over. Time to maybe have a little bit of one of those Croatian beer tastings that I've been hearing so much about from everyone here at the European Cricket Network. This is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Lucas Tubbs. Rico will be back tomorrow with me for more action right here. Here's the best bits of day 3. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.